There we are. Hey, we're on. Yeah. So,
Good
greetings, one and all.
Just push the
It actually says there's nobody watching.
No, we've got a few in the chat.
I know, but it must be. Oh, look! It's suddenly jumped to 17. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, I've just got the notification we're live.
Yay! There we go. Hi, buddy.
Everybody,
Evening, Andy.
how's it going?
Not
Well, it's going. It's been a nice day.
Yeah,
Weather's been good, and got a few things done. So yeah, feeling good.
found a baby bird nest on my girlfriend's porch. That's kind of cute.
Oh.
I'm watching that little, or dark-eyed junco baby birdies.
No.
Should set up a webcam for them.
It's really hard to see them. You only see it when the parents come by and the head starts bobbing around. But
Need to get the microscope out there. Morning.
good stuff.
Why?
Hey there.
Rob? What's going on here? Hang on. Oh, there you go.
Oh, oi, oi, oi.
You're only coming out of one ear. But that was my problem, not yours.
I don't remember doing that.
He's playing with this new free toy.
I've found an incredible use for this.
Holds the door open on a warm day.
My boy cat,
Oh,
he
yeah.
likes to climb out my window and sit on the ledge and then go meow, because he realises he can't get back in unless he has to walk backwards, and cats don't really like walking backwards.
Indeed.
Vocoding a cat.
And so what I didn't do, I was trying to get him in, trying to coax him in, and then the kids came in. I said, "Oh, look what I've got! I've got this new thing." And I went, let's see if I can do. This might feed back. I don't know. Hello, like this. So I did that with the vocoder, and the cat freaked the fuck out, and has never moved backwards so quickly, and leapt over all this stuff here and shot out. So the lesson of this story is that a vocoder is a great cat wrangler. Yeah.
Okay, I remember
It's
that.
very good fun. I've never had enough. I've never really spent time with a vocoder before. It's good. It's so much fun.
You have to do your Mr. Blue Sky impression.
Yeah, I haven't quite found that sort of thing. I need to mess around with it a bit more.
Did you ever use a talk box before?
No, that's something I really
they're
want to
great
do.
fun.
Yeah,
Get the Banshee one. It's pretty good for guitar or keyboard. Those are nice.
yeah. Because huge Roger Troutman fan.
Yeah.
So,
You have a
yeah, I'd love
DX100 so you can do the official patches?
You just need anything that's kind of high frequency.
I know, but that was his famous one he used.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's one of the DXs that I don't have.
I got one in mint
Yet.
condition from store a while back. It was pretty nice.
I'll send you my address.
But you have to use it as a keytar.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, that's painful.
And how's your little Yamaha?
My little Yamaha.
My QX, isn't it?
Oh, that, yeah, it's just kind of been put on top of the Fairlight for now. Because I need some bolts. All those wedge-shaped Yamaha Yamaha units had holes. So that when you stacked them, you could put these bolts in and they wouldn't slide off. And you can stack two quite nicely, they will just sit. But once you start getting to 3 and above, things get a little bit scary. So I need to find some suitably sized bolts.
I only have the TX7, so.
And then I'll just put that in. Haven't even powered it up. Well, no, I did power it up to test it, but I haven't. I've got the It came with the manual, surprisingly, the original manual. So.
Did you do your daily DX7 workout?
No, not after the last time.
Just stay on top of it.
This finally arrived today.
Yeah, I've got
go
one
take
in front of me. Yeah.
for the my other Emacs, so they'll have one each then. But my DX7 parts didn't arrive, and they were supposed to have been sent first class. Not good.
Well, that means 3 days, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. Chances are it'll turn up with a second class stamp on it, but
I know I've mentioned this on one of the chats. I don't know whether you were in on it at the time, Rob. But have you seen the Raspberry Pi DexEd?
yeah,
The new one.
we're
With the 8
featuring it on the
instances.
show tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I'll shut up then.
No, well, you know, I'm not on the show. Yeah, you. I said, did you get the email?
Email.
Ken? Yeah, I sent you an email with all the show notes in.
Oh, good man. I'll have a look at that later.
Well, make sure you got it, because I won't be around to send it again tomorrow. But no, I saw that and I thought, oh, that's interesting. And you know, it's bare metal Raspberry Pi, which, you know, obviously no OS involved, and 8 instances.
8 instances.
Yeah, which, I mean, let's be honest, it's not something that's been impossible to do until then. You know, you could just put 8 instances of DexEd in your door, or 8 instances of whatever.
It is on a 35 quid computer, though.
Well, exactly. But the ironic thing is, everyone's getting quite excited about it, and yet it's got an even worse interface and a smaller screen than the original DX7, which everybody complains about. It's actually no better in terms of its interface, and that's worse than the TX816 interface, which was just a 2-digit LED and a few buttons and a couple of LED lights. But no, I mean, you know, it's great. It's I think, you know, if you had to buy everything, you're probably looking at about 80 to 100 quid for the boards and the all little bits, and then it's just a little bit of soldering, and away you go. And I'm not going to touch
And
it.
it's cheap for an 802.
It'd be in out,
Yeah.
in out, in out,
Yeah.
in out.
But
Evening, Brad.
I mean, DexEd's great. I mean, obviously DexEd's been chosen because it's open source, but it's not perfect. It doesn't. There's some DX7 patches on it that do not sound anything like an original. So there's something. It's not 100%, and the guy that develops it has kind of abandoned it. Although he says whenever he's pulled up in, I think it's in the KVR forums, he gets asked about it every now and again, and he said, "No, I haven't abandoned it. I just don't have time to do it." Well, yeah, technically the same thing.
Is it the same issue with the vocal FMs where the operators get all messed up when you import?
It's just some of the settings, like I think it's more to do with the envelopes. They're not quite the same, and of course envelopes are quite crucial to that. And yeah, I don't know enough about, you know, his coding and stuff, but somebody said, I was having a conversation the other day, and there's a guy in, I want to say Croatia, I'm pretty sure it's Croatia, who used to do all of Steve Howell's contact scripting, and apparently he's quite good. I've never met him, but his online persona I have come across a few times, and let's just say he rubbed me up the wrong way. But apparently, I've heard of this thing that DexEd has been handed to him to sort of carry on, because Surge took it on.
Is this
Well, they
that
did a
evil
branch.
dragon guy who's online?
That's him. Yeah. Mario. But the Surge team took it on and branched it, and they released a version of it with a few improvements and said they were going to really go for it, and then that branch got remerged back in, and has just kind of died, so I don't really know what's going on. But yeah, bottom line is, if you want, you know, 8 DX7s and you want that whole TX816 experience, and you fancy a little bit of soldering on the Raspberry Pi, then yeah, it's I don't think I'll be.
What happens on the Kodomo when you import the DX7 patches?
Again, it's not perfect, but the thing is, they never claimed it would. They always said right from the outset, you can import them. There is an import feature, but we do not guarantee that everything will come across, because all of our envelopes are slightly different to the Yamaha ones, and that's fine. I don't get this obsession with many people who.
Yeah, nostalgia. People want the exact stuff.
No, but I mean, why? If somebody's developed, $1,000 super powerful FM synth, and yet a bulk, a large majority of people say, no, we can't import DX7 patches properly. So,
Well, they're also
Make
lazy.
your own.
I mean, I just don't understand. I mean, you can get all of those sounds very easily with a lot less money. But every FM synth apparently has to be able to import DX7 patches by these people's standards. By the way, not mine. It's fine.
It just
It's
seems like a
because
natural
the-
thing because you can add more stuff to it, obviously,
Yeah.
with the newer, fancier stuff. But why not have the classic just in case?
Yeah.
I,
Even
I'm
the Op
sort
6
of with-
doesn't do it properly.
I'm sort of with Robbie on this, that FM is a genre in itself, and it, although the DX sound is or was prolific, there's more to FM than just the DX,
Yeah.
But
as Manny will tell us.
very different.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Manny would just dismiss the DX7 out of hand, really. I mean, for him, the pinnacle was the SY99. I mean, it's just like if... like you say, it is a nostalgia thing. I just don't see why people get so sort of... because, on the other hand, lots of people get upset at the fact, there's all these presets for them. That was the one thing we hate about the DX7. It was all presets because nobody could program it.
Apart from the people making the presets. Yeah.
Apart from the people making the preset, indeed.
It's like
And
the
there were so
4-op stuff.
many.
People want a lately based sound, so
Yeah, and that's another thing that surprises me, that there isn't a TX81Z stroke DX11 clone of some, whether it's software or hardware. I mean, the guys at what's the name of the people that make OBXD? Disco DSP. So they've got a software. I forget what it's called now, but they've got software synth that can import all of those TX81Z, DX11 patches because it has all the exact waveforms that those had. But unfortunately, it's Windows 32-bit VST only. So you can't use it on anything modern without sticking it in a wrapper, and certainly you can't use it on a Mac. So I've not bothered trying that. But I'll tell you the best one I've found for 4-op is by Together Audio. It's like the number 2 Together Audio, and they do have this thing called, what's it called again? Opzilla.
yeah.
And that's really good, and they have a brilliant pay what you can model. So I think they say, we think this is worth about $40, but if you can't afford $40 and you can only afford 10, then you just slide the slider down and you pay 10. If you think that this is a really cool thing, you slide the slider up and you pay a bit more, and every sale a percentage goes to a charity of your choice. If you select from the list, you have a choice of different charities, which I think is great. It's a great
Good way
thing
of
to
doing
do.
it.
And they also do a whole bunch of other things. What's it called? Cheese Machine is another one, which is quite cool. And there's a Tiki Clav and a couple of other things, but they're very, very good. But Opzilla is... because Opzilla gives you the whole 4-op... because Opzilla... but it also adds in a sample for the attack. You don't have to use it, but it's there, so you can have, if you want something at the attack, like a breathy sort of thing, or something, you can choose that and have that, as the attack portion, and then everything else.
It's almost like LA synthesis. That's cool.
Yeah, in a way, they've kind of taken 4-op and sort of let's take it this way, which is always good, And it comes with a whole bunch of effects built in, and some LFOs, and it's a really good little synth. I think I'm surprised you don't hear more about it. But, there you go. Yes.
We have too much choice these days, Rob.
Oh, don't we?
That's the problem.
Yes. Indeed. But no, I'm really liking that Micro Freak. It's rather pleasant.
How are you getting on with the key bed? I'll call it.
It's surprising. I mean, it's not. I'm not unfamiliar with, touch things. Obviously Uno stuff has it, and the Sculpt and Crafts and stuff. But it's actually kind of quite responsive. Surprisingly, I don't know how they do.
It's nice they planned it well, because I have the Make Noise Renee thing for
Mm-hmm.
the modular stuff. Renee 1, you had to actually moisten your fingers to get better contact. Renee 2, they fixed that problem. So,
I've not had it. The one thing I thought it might do, and maybe there is the way of doing it. I don't think there is. I haven't really read the manual yet. I haven't had a chance. But I thought it might work a little bit like Animoog, whereas you slide your finger up the key, that might make a difference, but I don't think it does.
it's more contact though. The more skin you put, the changes.
Yeah.
Depends on the patch though. It has to be programmed.
Yeah. And I like the Matrix as well. That's a really quick thing to mess around with. But yeah, it's got so many different waveform types. You've got vocoder, you've got waves sequencing, you've got harp, and there's a whole bunch of those noise engineering stuff, and there's formants, there's FM, there's virtual analog, Carplus Strong, wavetables. There's for what it is, it's a very powerful little thing. So yeah,
The noise engineering add-ons are great.
yeah, definitely. Oh, hang on a minute. Does Mum need me?
No, you're good. There's this guy getting the fruit stuff.
I know she wants. Yeah, okay. Oh. Jolly good. So I just our neighbour had some fresh food delivered. Massive box of fruit and some hummus and butter and all this kind of stuff. It's all very kind of eco-friendly stuff. And they've been out all day, and they asked if we could take it in, so we took it all in, and they haven't been round for it until just now. And my missus has already put her comfies on, as she says, and she says, if they come on the door, you'll have to answer it because I'm in my comfies. And then I didn't realise I was going to be nattering on here, so.
And the cat's gotten into it.
Yeah, I should probably get in trouble now, but hey, it wouldn't be the first time. So yeah, that's me. This lovely sunny day, and £340 lighter in my wallet because of the flipping car failing its MOT. Mrs.'s car. They lent her a.
Never ends, does it?
I know. The thing is that when she wanted to buy, or she wanted to change this car, she had. I think I mentioned this yesterday. She had a little Y-Ridge, little petrol Peugeot 106. And it was, it just did its thing. It wasn't very pleasant. It just did its thing. She said, "Oh, I want something a bit more modern." And I was looking for something like a diesel, like a small diesel, that was only £30 a year, vehicle tax, and I was holding out for something like a 1.6 Golf or a 1.4 Polo or something like that. Something that's well built. But has a bit of quality to it, but still cheap to run. And didn't find anything. I hadn't been looking that long, and then she finds this Corsa, and she's like, "Oh, I like that. It's a nice shade of blue. That is, because that's the most important thing." And she was quite, keen on it. So I thought, "Oh, go on then." And yeah, it's turned out to be a little bit of a shocker, shall we say?
Pit.
Yes, yeah. But now it's past its MOT, I'm thinking, right, I'm going to stick it on, get rid of it, and find it, because they loaned her a Golf diesel. And she'd come back from shop and said, "Oh, I bloody love this car. Oh, it's so nice, it's pokey, it's comfortable, it's smooth, everything works on it." And it's the same age as hers. It's like 10 plate, 150,000 on the clock, and it just runs like a dream. It's a lovely little thing, so... That's what I need to find is one of them. Get that that's sorted. Oh, but I did buy something today. Did you get? By the way, Kent, did you?
No.
Why?
It wouldn't let me sign in.
No.
And by the time I got in, it wasn't in my basket anymore.
Oh no.
So I went back to the page and went, out of stock. You fucking.
Yeah, I can see it now. It's saying out of stock.
Oh, no,
dear.
you're not talking about PS.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I've got one.
No.
Got one.
Oh, you got to have to.
Still won't beat me. Just because you think it's faster than the PS4 doesn't mean you go faster, you know? That's the way. It doesn't work like that, I'm afraid.
So.
Did you fix the MIDI issue?
Apparently,
You just turn Cubase off.
yeah, there is something weird going on because if I put on a fresh template on and play some libraries and stuff like that, yeah, fine.
That's obviously just having a shit for it, isn't it?
Yeah. And then if I go back to an old template, it will do it. So as to what the difference is between the two, I can't be asked to find out. I'm just going to tear the whole thing down and put it, because like I was saying to Sass before the show started, it's an upgrade.
So is it a template from an older version?
No. It's still out of this one. But my suspicions, I've had this with games, of you upgrade from one version to the next on the old version. Because at the time, the full version isn't quite available yet. Only the update is.
Yeah.
And obviously now Cubase 12 full version is now available in my account, and I should probably go and download it, tear this all down, and put a nice fresh install in, and be done with it. And I will try. I'll put the old templates on another drive out of the way, and then I'll import one on the new fresh one. See if it does it. If it does, I'll just dump the templates. That means I have to write everything again, but normally it comes out slightly better if I write it again anyway. So I'm not particularly.
So I missed a bunch of yesterday's. Only with MIDI and only with Cubase.
Only on the MIDI and only with Cubase now.
Damn.
Yeah.
All that disassembly, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Mind you. Yeah.
It was fun to look at it.
Everybody got a chance to look inside and go, shit, is that all it is?
Fresh air.
But it'd be just an empty box.
Well, that's what I
No,
thought when I
that's-
saw my X Station. When I took that apart, there's just one simple board in there.
Yeah.
So
It's like when I had to take my TR8 apart. It was like this tiny little. Oh, is that it?
The Fairlight keyboards are like that, but then of course the brain's all in the computer. But the actual keyboard itself is one small PCB, the keyboard mechanism.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Lots of fresh
Yes.
air.
You did a video on that, didn't you?
Possibly, yeah.
I think I've seen it. I'm sure I've seen it.
Tell you what I did work on today.
Mm-hmm.
A Lamb Memory Moo.
Nice.
Memory Moo. Memory Moo. Yeah, you turn it on and the G doesn't light up. It's like, shit. So I've got a Memory Moo, right?
Is it black and white?
Yeah, it tried to jump really high, you know.
it was pretty rare,
In
right?
the morning.
what I did was I had to take it all apart because it was going naught tuned, right? And in the Lamb upgrades, the capture range, I mean the old Memory Moo, sorry, the capture range was between 7.0 and 8F. So it's just quite a small window. But on the Lamb, it's like huge. Doesn't give a shit. Goes, yeah, no, it doesn't matter where it is. I'll bring it back, right? So when you press auto tune, it comes back naught tuned. It's like, oh god, here we go. This is going to be fun. So, but I got it all done, and mind you, I did an SH101 detune power button, Quadra.
No, that was with you working on when I called you, wasn't it?
Yeah, the mono synth on it. Holy shit, it was everywhere. I mean, it was sort of like, really? It shouldn't be that high. Only dogs could hear this. And what else was there? I had some scratchy sliders, but it's done. What else did I have to do? Oh, TR-808. That was pretty straightforward. What else did I do? There was something else I worked on. Oh, Cynthia A. Put a new transformer in a Cynthia A. Do you know what? New transformers do not want to fit in Cynthia A's. You need a really big hammer. Really big hammer.
Is it because of the different style windings or something?
Well, yeah, because, I mean, you have to put a slightly smaller transformer in than the original. But on the originals, what they did was they mounted like a board on the top of the power supply for the wires to connect to. So you had this very particularly designed transformer, so there was no tags sticking up. Of course, so when you put a normal one in, the tags are sticking up. So you try to flatten them as much as you can, but you have to drill holes in different places, and it's just, oh, yeah. But what, yeah, it booted up, and she was fine, it was in tune. And it's weird, I keep calling it Cynthia A, and I realised it was an AKS, because when I opened it, I went, oh, it has got a keyboard. Oh, okay. So it is an AKS. So I bet that's been on a few records. That was old Daniel's one.
Okay.
So,
Talking of Mr. Miller, how's the vocoder coming on or not?
at this precise moment in time, I couldn't tell you where it is. I don't know. Honestly, on the God, I don't know.
has lost Daniel Miller's Kraftwerk vocoder. Yeah,
Kent Spong, last seen.
Yeah, it's like
Buried
but
under a mint
a couple of
nut.
days ago. Fiona said to me, she goes, "Oh, she's going to have to get that other CS80 done because that's got to go back to a foreign land somewhere." And she goes, "You've got to get that sorted out because the 6 months will be up soon." I go, "Yeah, it's coming along quite nicely. And besides, it's in the front room. I can just flip it down and do some work on it if I need to." And she went, "No, not that one, the other one." I'm going, "What other one?" She goes, "The other 80. I'm going, "Where is it?"
Yeah, number 8 of 33. Yes.
So there's a CS80 here that I was unaware of.
Kent.
Yeah.
Anyway, evening, Ian.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, I think.
I'll tell you what, I'll be all right when I find my fucking vape.
Oh, dear God.
Do you know what? I haven't had a cigarette since 10 o'clock last night. This has never happened since I was 19, right?
Well done.
But here's the thing. I'm now very dependent on where my vape is at any time. And I can't find it. It's driving me fucking mad. I go, where the fuck is it?
You need to get one of those eye tags stuck to it or whatever.
Yeah, but sort of like... beep, 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 beep.
All the dogs come running.
Yeah. I
You're basically
wish.
doing what I call the granny walk. My grandmother used to walk around and just randomly place things all over the place. You'll never find it, so it's the granny walk. So
Yeah, we did that with the car keys for the MG. Because we had to get it off the driveway, so they, well, I say off the ground to get it, so they could do the driveway. Could we find the keys? Could we? But the guy said, "Oh no, we'll be, can we help?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Look, I'm going to put the jump leads on the Chrysler." So I brought the Chrysler's arse into the garden, connected up the jump leads while they were connecting it out the other side. I go, "Done?" He goes, yeah, like that. And I put the thing on it, and it went bang! Like that. Sparks everywhere. I go, "Have you put them on the right way round?" And, yeah. And he said, "Yes." And I've gone, "Oh, well, that's what's wrong. You've got to put them the other way. You put the red to the
Yes.
black and the black to the red, because it's a negative earth, or positive earth, sorry, on an MG." And he's looking at me like he's like, "Are you insane?" I went, "No, seriously, trust me." So he went,
Yeah.
"Okay," like that. And I went, "Right, now start it." He goes, "I've never seen anything like that before."
He's never seen a positive earth car before.
No.
God help him if he gets a 6-volt positive earth then.
Ooh, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? But, a lot of people, the problem is it's things like that when you go, "Oh, God, we are old, aren't we?"
Look at what turned up today.
Go on. Ooh.
It's got to be 50s.
Wow.
Ooh. That's a pretty
That-
one as well.
What
Valves.
make is it?
Phillips.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I've got an old Tandberg which has valves in it and a magic eye for the recording level.
Yeah.
I found in the garage. I've had a box of tapes which I must have had them for decades really. Some of them I think might have belonged to my father, and he was a musician, so there might be some recordings.
Nice.
So I bought it purely to just go through these old tapes. It's,
Yeah.
Literally everywhere at the moment.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised. I'm surprised it arrived because it wasn't packed that well, and it works.
Yeah, but they were built. I mean, window and it go. Yeah, it still work.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I bought it was a Magnavox,
Oh yeah. I've heard of them.
and that was to go through the old tapes that we found up in the attic. And there's one particular tape of some extremely rude rugby songs being sung by my nan, pissed.
Oh, brilliant.
And I'm going, now that we've got to transfer that. We've got to have that. With
I've got a
her strong Welsh accent.
There's a really weird tape, which is I've never seen it before. It's on a British Ferrograph tape, right? And it sounds like somebody dictating a really strange story. So it's a foreign accent. He's talking English,
Yeah.
but he's going like, the boy is on the bicycle, full stop. The boy is on the bicycle. And he goes on like this. The boy was hit by a car. The boy is hit by a car. The boy is not dead. I'm thinking, what the hell is
Oh,
this?
it's not from one of the old language labs, is it? We
It
used to
might
have those
well
sort of
be,
things in
actually.
school.
It might well be, but it's very, very strange.
I'm
I've got to
or
do something.
it belonged to a KGB sleeper. And they have some meaning.
I need to digitize it and use it.
Yeah, the brown cow is wearing a dress. And all that sort of thing. I go,
They're
Please.
saying your mic's breaking up. Ian.
My mic.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Let me just. Is that better? Is that better?
don't. No,
it's
same.
every time you talk, there's like crackle.
Yeah, go.
It's like I don't know what it is.
All right. I'll go and get another mic. Let's switch it off there.
So, what is today's discussion? Who do we upset today?
Everyone.
Everybody. Yeah, you got. Actually, it would probably be quite difficult to do. You've got to find something that everybody likes.
You need to make a wheel of offense and just spin it every day, and then
Yeah. The wheel of offence. I love it. You just go, kittens, right? Bastards. They're all bastards. Have another go. Like that, you go. Milk. You cow spunk. Ugh. Or whatever. Spin another one. Have another go. Grannies. Kill them all. Kill them all.
For some reason, on this channel, people keep misgendering cows.
Yes, I misgender cows all the time. Cows for me are just those really cute animals that I always want to cuddle when I see them, and I don't care whether they, you know, I don't know. I don't know why I think that, because I wouldn't cuddle a bull.
They're just made of stuff you try and poison Richard with, aren't they?
Well, they're just they're walking steaks.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Is cow spunk a preset on the memory move?
yeah, bloody should be.
Oh, Paul.
There is. I tell you what. There's one thing on the lamb that always makes me laugh is that you push C0, and it comes up with a menu to say to push with the services 0 to 9, right? And there is no 9, so you're sitting there pushing 9 and nothing happens. But when you push 8, it comes up with mirror, and if you push 8, it mirrors, and it flips the display upside down. And you can't read it. You think it's bad enough to do hex, right? But I was thinking about it. I'm going, I know why he's done that. Because when you calibrate a Memory Move's voices,
You're doing it from
the lid's
back.
up and you have a mirror so you can read what it's saying. But it's upside down. So if you do services 8, it flips out the right way in the mirror. And you can read it from the front.
Very clever.
That was clever. I liked that. But I don't know why
What
there's
was the
no
lamb
9.
added? Is it mostly just memory, or what was the extra?
No, he put better code on the EPROMs, basically. Increased the size of the capture range for the computer to catch the VCOs.
Okay.
And yeah, little tips and tricks. But he messed with the code so that some of the operations on the front panel are different from a normal memory mode.
Kind of like some of that Tontec stuff where they add a bunch of cool features and stuff.
Yeah, there's a couple of bits. I mean, the MIDI is built into it, so it's and it's a very nice, efficient MIDI, and you do get some, controls on the front panel over that.
There's a Tontec from my SX240, but I'm too scared to do it. So,
But yeah, no, I mean, I thought that was going to take a long time to do because basically it turned it on and it just went and said memory move, and I went, this doesn't bode well. Does not bode well. And half the keys aren't working and all this sort of thing. I go, God, I'm going to be on this all day. And it wasn't. Literally within about 40 minutes, it was all packed up and back in its flight case. That's the way we like them.
Wow.
Does the Lamb still have a sample white noise generator?
Oh, yeah.
It's funny,
Yeah.
that was.
Yeah, it's great. But it's the same in the OB8 as well.
Yeah.
The white noise in the OB8 is a sample with a bad loop.
sample.
Yeah. So, which is weird when you consider, well, it's just 2 transistors, guy. Come on, it's not a big circuit at all by any stretch of the imagination. Why make it a sample and then loop it badly? I mean, an Akai 612 would do a better job of this.
It's very true.
With somebody just used their elbows to get the bleeding loop point, it would still be better. I don't know.
Is my mic working all right now?
Ah, that's better.
Much better. Much better.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that's good. Where's my vape?
So think
Is
about
this
what
the
sense.
Lula May quiz for tonight? Where's my phone?
Yeah.
When you see Siri
Where's
walking
my
around with a
vape?
plume of smoke coming out of her ass, you know where your vape is.
Or when the owner of the AKS phones you up in a month's time saying,
It's going.
"What
I'm
the fuck
pretending to
is
be
this
a
doing in
polluting.
here?"
Yeah.
What are you doing, Fiona? I'm pretending to be a very polluting car.
oh, that's it. You put it inside instead of a plectrum. So,
You didn't leave it inside the hydrogen, did you, Ken?
No. No, I didn't leave
Double its
anything
weight.
inside that. Yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah, synth with built-in fog machine.
There's an opportunity. There's a trick.
That's I was about to say, wouldn't that have looked good on top of the pops?
Yeah. I mean, you can't really leave the side caps off these because otherwise you'll open it up one day and there'll be 6 winos asleep in it. So, well, give us a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to have a look for this plate. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Where is it? Come and help me, Noah. Come and help. Come on, babe.
Oh dear.
Rob, did you go through all those floppies yet?
Which ones? The
Yamaha.
SY85s.
Yeah.
I've archived them. There were 2 that wouldn't archive. They're corrupted. So, but they seem to be like the previous owner's own bits and bobs. They weren't commercial stuff. But no, I need to figure out a way of getting them into my TG500 because that's all I've got. Don't have.
So I don't know the
SY.
85. That's a sampler only for AWM.
Yeah, the 85 is just the sample based stuff.
Okay.
There's no FM in there. Bit like the 55, but a little bit better. But yeah, the TG500 only has the data blade sockets on it, so I just need to. I've been looking. I don't see anywhere that does a like an online little application that converts the native stuff into MIDI or SysX.
Robbie, I've just found a box of discs, floppy discs. I don't have anything to play them on, and one of them is from my old Yamaha DX7.
Oh yeah.
Is there any point me doing something about trying to get the data off it?
So you say it's off. Is that'll be off a Mark II DX7?
It is a Mark
Yeah.
II, yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, the thing is, the Mark II DX7 introduced a whole bunch of extra stuff on top of the regular DX7. So, fractional scaling, poly unison, or unison poly. What else? Micro tuning, and a whole bunch of other things. So, if any of the patches utilize those features,
Yeah.
you can play those patches back on, say, DexEd or any
Yeah.
one of the software DX7s, but none of those things respond to all these extra features of the Mark II, and there isn't a Mark II emulation, be it hardware or software, anywhere. For some reason, nobody's ever attempted doing it, which is a shame. So, but if those patches are, if they're not using fractional scaling or any of those extra little bits, and there's every reason why they might not, they could still be useful. Yeah, I mean, you can take those and then you can export them as DX7 SysX.
Yeah.
And then import them into DexEd. You might even be able to get them into the Ops6. I don't know.
I was going to say my plan would be to try and get them into the Op6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. The only way to find out is to try, It's
Yeah,
just-
now I've got a mate who's got a floppy disk drive, so I'll borrow it and have a play around, really.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't got any. I must have. Because, I've got an external USB floppy, but I can't remember if it can read. Because the DX72 formats it in a native way.
Right.
So I'm not entirely sure that's. I'll have to check. I can't remember. I don't think I've ever tried to read a DX72 disc on a PC or a Mac.
There's also some MCR 300 files, which, I mean, I do remember having an MC 300 way back when.
Yeah.
God's truth.
Yeah.
You know.
Actually, Manny's just popped up into the chat. What are you talking about? We're talking about FM, of course. No, Ian has found a DX7 Mark II floppy disk with some stuff on it, and he just wanted to know if it's worth trying to get that data off, and it could be used on anything that isn't a DX7 Mark II. And I'm just saying that it's possible. The base patch itself will probably work, but if it uses any of the other bits that the DX72 had that the Mark I didn't, because there's no, unless Manny's aware of a Mark II DX7 emulator. I don't know why nobody's done one of those. It's weird. Because it had, things like fractional scaling. Manny will tell you. I mean, he was the master of using fractional scaling. He says the DX disc can be read on a PC drive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so worth giving it a go then.
Yeah, and I'll have a play with it.
Yeah. But things like fractional scaling really, in the hands of somebody like Manny, some of the stuff that that's been done with that is really cool.
I mean, I have to say, I was a Luddite with a DX. I mean,
Most
I really
most
didn't.
people were.
To be fair, I tried to program it and gave up. Really, I really did. Although I have to say, I preferred the DX7 Mark II to the other two Mark Ones that I had.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's the Mark I had the 12-bit DAX, so it had a little dirtier output, a little noisier output. But I mean, the Mark II had it added some bells and whistles. The only problem was, and Manny has told us about this when we've interviewed him, is that the Mark II came out in 87, and of course the other thing that came out in 87 was the D50.
Yeah,
or around
exactly.
that time, and it was just it killed it because the D50 had effects, and it sounded new and different, just like the DX7 had sounded new and different 4 years before.
Although in hindsight, I probably should have kept one of them at least.
I'm just really surprised that nobody's ever done a software version of the Mark II, because what it added was quite good, quite interesting. But there you go, one for the software developers.
Does the Arturia one include any features from Mark II? No.
No, nothing
damn.
does. I just realised I'm going quite dark there. No, which you'd think it might, but no, nothing does. So maybe the guys at Plogue will do that at some point. Who knows?
Speaking of weird files and stuff, I found a trick a while back. If people are PC users, there's a program called A-Wave, and it will actually open
Oh God, yeah.
file formats for all kinds of like samplers and stuff, and you can extract the samples. So you don't have to use Chicken Systems. You can use A-Wave. It's pretty cool.
Better make a note of that.
Yeah, I remember A-Wave. Right, so I just backed up my new GoTech library. The fractional output is also one reason the GS went. Yeah. Oh, A-Wave is still going, is it? I thought A-Wave had died years ago.
Yeah, I haven't touched it for years. I still have an old copy, but
Yeah, I
it's
had
good
it.
stuff.
I'm just going to look it up now.
A-Wave Audio, there you go. A-Wave Studio. Wow, yeah. Look at that. The 90s called, they want their web page back, but
Well, yeah. I mean, look at the webpage for Sound Tower. It's pretty terrible, but the tools are great.
It runs under Windows 11,
yeah.
A-Wave Studio.
GeoCities.
I need to dig out my old PC.
Well, this is what I've got. I went and bought an old Dell laptop. It used to belong to BT, as in the telephone company, not
not
the American artist. So it was a proper heavy industrial sort of, big clunky keyboard. Everything was interchangeable. You got two docking bays in the base of it. One's got the battery, and the other one can have any, the compatible drives. And it came with all the drives. So I've got the floppy disk drive. I've got the LS120 floppy disk drive. I've got the CD drive. I've got the DVD drive. I've got the CD writer. But you can also, it came with a spare battery pack. So if you didn't need your discs, but you needed actually just put the battery pack in that second thing, and you got like an extra, 8 or 9 hours out of the unit. So it's a cracking thing, and I bought it for about 40 quid from an ex-BT engineer who never gave it back when he left. So solid as a rock.
Which version of Windows is it using?
I've got XP on that.
XP.
Yeah. Everything else I just do on VMs on the Mac. So I've got XP, I've got 10. Obviously I haven't got 11 because you can't do a VM of Windows 11 because of that security chip thing that it uses. So
I have an old XP VM from a previous work laptop, and it's great. It has so many cool tools on it.
yeah. I mean, I use Parallels on the Mac, and the way it integrates Windows with the Mac OS, so you can have I've got Windows applications on my Mac dock, and if I click that, it will just boot up the VM in the background. You don't notice.
Yeah, it
it's
has
there.
that blend mode, so you can see
and
that.
and it just opens up as a window. You'd think you were just running a native Mac application, but in the background, it's running the VM.
Yeah, it's all. I use mostly VMware Fusion, but they're all pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I used to
Bootcamp is
use
great, too.
VirtualBox,
Oh
which
yeah,
is now owned. Was it Sun Microsystems? I think. But somebody recommended. They said, "Oh, you got to use Parallels because it's like it was made for Mac. It just works brilliantly." And it does. It's so easy to use.
I used to use ConnectX Virtual PC, and it was unusable.
Really. Now VMware is definitely it's the big one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But always handy to have a few of those around.
It was funny. My last company, there were a lot of PC users, but because Mac was the standard at work, a lot of people wanted to play along with management and get Macs, but they didn't know how to use them. So one guy had some special tools like spark lines and stuff for Excel. He had to use Windows, so I had to get Parallels for him. And then he got confused by parallels. I was like, oh boy, just can't win.
Yeah. No, I got the option when because I have a desktop, which is a Xeon-based PC tower for all my dev work at work, and then I have a laptop, and when they periodically they say, oh, you're due for a change. So now we use ServiceNow to do all our stuff, which is like it's a SaaS in the cloud type thing. And I went on there and I clicked on the you choose your computer. So I clicked on the drop down thing and it had Dell 13-inch, Dell 14-inch, MacBook Pro. Oh, I can have a MacBook Pro for work. I'll have some of that. So I clicked on MacBook Pro, and then it goes to this page that the Dells didn't go to. The Dells just kind of went straight to, please just select your choice of options. This Mac one went to, please in no more than 500 words explain
Justify why you need it.
Explain the business reason why you need a MacBook Pro. So yeah, got the Dell. Because there is no business reason. Although saying that, I'm slowly building one, but it's not going to happen. So,
you need to be in a much more creative industry to get a MacBook, Robbie.
Well, it's funny because like creative services, who we work because we're the training department, so we're building a lot of e-learning stuff, and we still use Creative Cloud and all this kind of stuff. And whenever the creative services team that are part of our division, whenever they host a call and they're showing us through the whatever it is, they're all on bloody Macs, all of them. But little old us, we just.
Well, the cheap IT departments go, well, look, you want a Mac, and then you want Parallels, and you want a license for Windows.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Exactly.
And then you need a USB port extender.
Quite, yeah.
Yeah, if you want all the extra goodies, yeah.
I don't. No, I mean, all I've got. I spec my tower unit, which has got some. It's got a big old GeForce card in there. It's got it's dual Xeon processors and 64 gig of RAM and SSDs and all sorts. And that was quite expensive, so I don't suppose I can get away with saying, well, I'll have a MacBook as well, please. You never know. I might get promoted. Then again.
Unos.
So you didn't find it, Kent?
No, I did not bloody find it. So now I'm having a cigarette.
Well, that's just...
Order a replacement on Amazon. You'll probably get it tomorrow, and then when you find your other one, you'll have two.
We'll have three because Fiona's be here tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Well, she lost hers as well.
Oh, she just bought one.
I thought she had one herself. Or were you sharing?
Yeah, she was borrowing my one.
That's where it is. She's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going. Where have you been?
Have you checked her cleavage? She's just stuffed it down there for safekeeping.
Oh, you find baby birds and lost pets. Yesterday's dinner, all sorts of stuff.
Noah.
Down there. Yeah.
Ken, that's where that CS80 is, mate.
Yeah, that's probably where. Again, party breasts and in that 80.
Like the bus driver in South Park who has a bird nest in her hair.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's she wants to go for it. I must admit, it was really good this morning. I woke up this morning, yeah, and got up, staggered to the toilet, all the usual morning rituals. Didn't cough once, and I went, oh, I didn't cough. Ooh, that's good. But it's all gone to shit now because I don't know where I've looked everywhere.
Well, if you get into it, I'm sure that you will build a collection.
Yeah.
When did you last have it? When was the last time you remember wrapping your lips around it and taking a good old take?
It's going to be that kind of show, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, it was on the decking,
There you go.
and
There
I
it is.
searched the decking.
It's
not
probably
falling down the
underneath
gap.
the decking.
Yeah.
No, the gaps aren't that big, man. No, it's nowhere to be seen. I don't know where the hell it is.
Did you have a coat on?
No,
How about when you moved the new shed panels? Did you have it with you then?
no.
It's in
I
the
don't.
workshop then.
No, I just
You
gone
need,
through
one,
it.
you need one of those body cameras you can pin on and just track your whole day. And then
Actually, I fired up the laptop while I was down and while I was looking. I thought, well, I'll connect up via the laptop. And Lappy hasn't been on for a while. He got into Windows, I entered the code and everything like that.
Update.
I know. I fired up Firefox and the computer went, no. I went, oh, come on. And it went, no. And then it went blank and then it went turning off. Oh, okay, laptop. I know the laptop's old, but bloody hell. Got out of breath trying to fire up Firefox. So I don't know where it is. I give up.
Oh, something's ending soon on eBay.
Oh, yeah. What, the world?
Yeah. No, I've got my eye on a couple of AES EBU cards for my O2R. And they're not selling, right? The guy, I bought some stuff off him already. Of these, he cannot shift them. And I'm that tight that I'm just... Every time they
time.
never sell. And I just keep following in the hope that he'll just turn around and say, do you want them for 30 quid? I'm like, yeah, go on. Because I don't really need them, but I just keep thinking, oh, you might do.
This house is full of stuff I didn't really need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking for a plug today. So when the Microfreak turned up, it came with a European plug.
All right.
But it's got an inline brick, you know. So it
Just takes the
spits
figure eight lead.
no, it takes the little the 3-pin one.
Oh, right. The
Oh, the little round.
Cloverleaf one.
Cloverleaf.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
oh, the
Laptop.
Mickey Mouse one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so a lot of laptop power supplies have those. Luckily, I found a power cable for an old laptop supply. But yeah, it's just like, oh god, is that the standard now? Are they all going to go to that? You know, can't they just
Another
agree?
set of cables.
Yeah, I was
I
going
was
through
using
my
those
drawers.
Mickey Mouse ones for years.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse. That's probably a better. But yeah, I was looking through my drawer of power cables, and I've got all these power cables. Lots of them are the multiple ones that you get with with a European plug on. They just go in the drawer because you never know. I might move to Europe one day, so it's all sat in there.
If they'll
But-
have you.
I tell you what, I did the other day. Yeah, true. No, I've got a passport. They can't. I've got.
Oh.
Dual nationality. There's a benefit to have. No, what did I get? Oh, it was that QX21. It came with a 2-pin European plug on it for some reason. You forgot to mention that. But Sony back in the day, on all of their like hi-fi equipment and amps and stuff, they just produced them with European 2-pin plugs, and then for the UK market, they got those the UK
Death
3-pin
adapters.
yeah, with a hinge, and you just like pop them in,
Yeah.
shut them up,
Yeah.
away you go. And I've got like 4 or 5 old Sony amps that I don't use anymore, sort of gathering dust. They've all got these converters on. So yesterday I was like, oh, I'll take all of those off because I'm sure I'll use them. Much easier than sort of sticking in another adapter. So
I know that some people complain about UK plugs, but give me them any day over
Oh, God, yeah.
European Schuko adapters or American. Well, I can't even describe how bad I think the American plugs are, but
they just don't fill you with a sense of confidence, do they?
Well, the 3-pin ones, 3-pin.
Yeah, the 3-pins
prongs
are
are pretty
okay.
sturdy. You know.
Yeah, so those 2-pin
yeah, but
ones.
but all the sockets I've seen, the earth plug is always beneath the live and neutral. I mean, the whole point of having the earth plug, the earth pin, above the live and neutral is that if anything falls on it, it's going to hit earth first. Whereas the American plugs all seem to be installed upside down, where the earth is at the bottom. So if you know,
Yes, but it's done like that so that you can look at it and it looks like a scary face going.
So you know what happens when things are done by committee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a South African 3-pin plug?
is
No.
that
They are-
it's like the Australian one, isn't it?
They are just fucking great. They're torpedoes. There's 3 pins and they're round, but they're like almost a centimetre in diameter and they're about this long. They're massive things. But Africa, a lot of Africa uses UK plugs. You know, the old colonial ways are hard to get rid of. So a lot of Africa uses just like regular 3-pin UK, but some of them have their own. And South Africa, when I went to South Africa, they said you need to take UK, but you need to get one of those big ones as well, because you never know. And it's just a stonking great adapter with these 3 massive torpedoes that go in the wall.
Yeah, but UK plugs used to be like that. Used to be round.
Yeah, but they're...
Yeah.
Hang on,
They
hold
They
on,
kept, they kept
let me
that
show
for
you.
lighting. Because the lighting circuit was only 3 amp or 5 amp, so they kept the round pin design for that.
Yeah.
Think about the UK plugs is they're massive. I can't imagine what a power strip looks like over there.
It's because each plug is individually fused.
No,
It's
I get
just
it, but I mean, it
additional
must be
protection.
massive power strips, right? I mean, I have piles and piles of power strips for all the crap that I have to plug in. I'd run out of floor space without the power strips.
I've got some 10 gang, and I think I've got one 14 gang, which is metal
That's a 6.
cased, and
Yeah.
it's about half a metre long.
Yeah, I got one of those. I've got 2 in here. I think it's 2 or 3 Tang gangs, but they're those ones that stand vertically,
Oh,
by each
yes.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got about 2 or 3 of them.
Look at the size of them bastards.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're about
Yeah.
twice the size of what the UK ones were. Because I remember those vaguely.
Mm.
But, yeah, big old heavy
Yeah,
British
and I mean,
proper significant stuff this.
Looks like something
Milan,
we made a
Milan's
big
house
plug
had
out of
those round plugs all over her house.
Mm.
But there again, when you think about it, her house was built before they discovered electricity.
Yeah. Well, the first house I bought had lead sheathed wiring. and what they'd done is they'd channeled out the walls and laid this lead sheathed wiring, and
Yeah.
then didn't plaster over it. They just papered over it. And the earth was literally just a copper stake buried through the basement,
Yeah.
and there was only one socket, and it was a 3-pin socket in the round pin socket in each room.
Mm.
And they whoever had put the new electricity meter in had reversed live and neutral, which you know did make me wonder why I kept getting electrocuted by the washing machine. So I did fix that within a day or so.
Yeah.
But in the bathroom they had one of those old style multi-bulb adapter type things with a 3 kilowatt infrared heater,
Mm.
and then a trailing lead going from one of the screw-in Edison sockets to another 3 kilowatt heater on the wall, and a light bulb. And if you turned all of the devices on, everything in the house just dimmed.
Yeah, we've got a kitchen like that. Yeah.
What, still?
Yeah, it's not right. We're still waiting for the guy to come in. He's going to get it all sorted out. But there was. I went to make an espresso. Was it yesterday? When I made an espresso, pressed the button, and normally it just goes, nah. It didn't. It went like this. So I go, what the hell
And
is
all
this?
the lights start flashing.
Right.
Yeah.
And then over by the cooker, you can hear this. going on in the wall, and I'm going, oh man! So I disconnected everything again. And go, but this is a different wire. And it's like, never ending. But there again, it's the same, that timber wall. If you put your back of your hand to the timber wall, you can feel the case is live.
Put the back of your hand in. Get out of my studio. Get out of my studio.
Punching the shit out of us too.
Yeah. So it's not high voltage, but it's definitely like, ooh, that's not very well insulated, is it? So I still can't get over when I actually played it for the very, very first time and went, is this broken? Honest to God. It was like,
It's called.
It's
nobody-
meant to sound like this.
nobody surely nobody designed it to sound like this. Oh, but no, it can't be. Because it was like, oh, no. And so I adjusted knobs and it just got worse. Maybe it's broken.
Maybe it was that guy Dan's one.
So I'll check. I'll get it down in the workshop eventually, and I'll stick a Steiner filter in it and a few other bits and pieces, and some interesting things.
But isn't that what people should do? If they've got a synth and they just don't like the sound of it, just modify it, change it, turn it into something different.
But I'll tell you why, Sass. I have seen the receiving end of people who thought it'd be a good idea to mod their synths. Right, man. Oh man, yeah.
I think you really have to know what you're doing, don't you?
Yeah, and some people
that's
have.
what-
Bless them.
why
I mean,
I
they're
don't.
attempting. They're attempting. And they're trying to learn, and that's all very, very commendable. But my God, some of them are just like, well, it don't work anymore.
Did you have the Maniac modify that CS80?
Hmm.
It just totally destroyed a CS80.
Oh, I don't remember.
I thought it was the CS80 you had where a guy had done all kinds of mods and you had to do lots of.
Oh, that. Oh, they weren't even mods. He was trying to just repair it. There you go. He goes, well, you see, all these key contacts, they're in terrible condition. I know what I'll do. I'll pull them out with a pair of pliers. Oh, it don't work anymore. Oh, I've broken all the boards. Oh, dear.
Oh, well,
And then it's like, can't fix, make work.
He puts the brute in brute force engineering.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's one of the ones I've got to get finished before the 6 months is up. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the import on it. Good luck with that. Depends on what price he picks, I suppose. Because that big expensive 80 didn't go, did it?
No.
Didn't shift. So, and that's because there is a limit. And people will discover that there is a limit to how much somebody will pay for something.
Well, funnily enough, that DX1 that started off at 125,000 on Reverb is now down to like 70-something thousand.
Again?
Still, yeah,
Is that all?
Still, yeah, it's still for sale.
Yeah.
Surprisingly,
Yeah, it will be for quite some time.
I say that one on Vemia sold for 12 grand, and I would say that's a reasonable price.
I think that's pretty good, actually, considering.
Yeah.
So,
even 12. I mean, mind you, I suppose if you're rich as God, then 12 grand for a synth is nothing. But it just seems like a. Mind you, people buy Bosendorfer pianos and.
yeah, well, people pay
Strad
75
violins or
grand for a
whatever.
Mark II Escort, so.
Yeah.
I mean, how
Yeah.
many Stradivarius violins are there in the world today, roughly? And they're considered to be the pinnacle of synthesizer design, of violin design.
Technically speaking, yeah.
But the DX1, whether regardless of whether you like the sound of FM or not, only 140 were made, and they were hand built by Yamaha's piano division, and are made of
Yes, it is
amazing
an
things.
instrument, yes.
It's an instrument with a very limited number of them around, so therefore that in itself is just going to drive the price up, regardless of whether it's a synthesizer you like as in terms of sound and stuff. So,
And on the other hand, you've got Jupiter 8s where they made about 28,000 of
I
them.
know, yeah,
And they're going for about 28k.
yeah.
So It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
They've made a lot of memory mics as well. They're not that rare.
but again, if I had that sort of money for a synth, I'd be saying, like, you know, if you know, needed something for 100 grand or whatever, I'd find an engineer and I would get one built.
Hmm.
It would probably be cheaper.
I'd buy an anaglyph.
Yeah, but it's that
Yeah.
sort of thing. You know, if Kent wanted to retire and I had 100 grand and I wanted a synth, it'd be like, right, Kent, let's build a synth. You know, I'll fund it, you design it, off we go.
you
And
end
if
up
there's
with
only ever one built, great.
You-
Just
you end
adds
up
to the
with a-
value then.
KSR Timberwolf.
God, yeah. Why's it got a garden rake sticking out of the back of it?
Grounded.
That's the tuning fork.
That's because it's original. It's original. The bunny's ears are actually a theremin. You know, that sort of, just add all sorts of weird shit to it. But, yeah, I mean, yeah.
And you do get people that buy them for the wrong reasons, which they buy them for an investment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
they-
nobody
Yeah.
buys
Guitars,
nobody buys a
don't they?
DX1 for 12 grand or above because they want to use it as an instrument.
I knew a guy who bought a bunch of guitars as an investment because he couldn't play worth a damn. So
Yeah, yeah. But, I mean, they're a pretty sure investment.
Oh yeah.
Well, I say that. I always know when a clone comes out, and if you want to know whether it's actually really physically impacting the market or not, is how many of the original machines you see come in to get serviced and repaired. And mini Moogs have completely dried up.
Yeah.
Don't see them anymore.
Why get it fixed? Buy a Behringer.
Yeah. Pro One's getting very thin on the ground now. There's no, because, you know, at one time they go, oh, I want my Pro One working, so they, can't, make work, Now it's stick it under the bed and we'll go and get the Behringer one. So when clones are really making an impact on the market. So, but yeah.
I was surprised that the Moog Theremin was so outrageously expensive, in my opinion, for what it is.
Not the new one or the
The older one.
older one, right?
Yeah. I thought,
Yeah, but
you know,
sometimes there's the romance value that's applied to these things as well. It's like that EMS Synthi Hi-Fly. I mean, they are quite rare, admittedly, but they sound awful.
but
They
if
sound
you-
really bad.
if
They're
you think
very,
so-
very noisy. But
if
they're
you
worth
think
a
listening to
fortune.
someone. Sorry.
Yeah, they're worth a fortune, and the electronics in them is not exactly
Complex.
taxing.
well, the basic Moog Etherwave heterodyne circuit is pretty simple, but that new Clarivox is amazing.
Yeah.
But it's a
And
limited
all the CV
market.
stuff.
It's a limited market, isn't it? Not many people buy theremins because it's a lot of skill to learn how to play one of those at the drop of a hat. Like any trained professional performer. It isn't just about waving your hand to get to be able to play as good as what's her name? There's a
Clara
If,
Lockfield.
if you think
That's it,
listening
yeah.
to someone learning how to play a violin is painful, listen
Yeah.
to someone learning to play a theremin. You really
This is
want
why
to
the
kill yourself.
Theremin added the hard tuning knob, so you can actually teach yourself with hard stops.
Yeah.
So it's like training wheels. Plus, it has an analog sound set, so it's not just the basic sine wave stuff.
yeah.
But see, I know quite a few customers they're young guys and girls that are getting involved, and they're buying these rather tenuous analog vintage synths, not because of the sound, because they think they're supposed to have that to be taken seriously.
And it makes you sound better, didn't you know?
Yeah, well, that's the theory.
And yet you got ladies like Tara Bush who've got a lovely collection of vintage synths in the studio. When she goes out live, especially now, the next leg of the tour, it's Ableton Live on a laptop. Cover the pedals to process her voice.
Yeah.
and that's it. And that's, you know,
Yeah.
there's lots of people doing it.
Yeah, but you got to have testicles the size of a Buick to want to go out with vintage analog
Exactly.
and play live on stage. It's like, really?
But
It's
you can
hard
make
enough getting the modern digital stuff to behave itself.
You can make a stylophone sound good with the right pedals.
Absolute.
You know, the effects
Hey.
really
Yeah,
make a
right.
difference.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that bloke that wanted to buy the Series 3. And he said,
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to have a video call with you because I'd like to discuss some of the technicalities of using this thing. I'm like, okay. So I
What's
set up-
page R?
Yeah. Well, no, I think yeah.
Why is it white?
He showed me his studio, which wasn't much bigger than this, and he said, "So where do you think it would be best to place the mainframe?" I said, "Not in that room, somewhere else, because it's
Somewhere with
noisy
an air
as hell."
conditioning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh well, I was thinking about placing it the other side of that wall, and I would drill this big hole and blah blah blah." Whatever. Okay, fine.
Well, that's dedication.
Yeah, and so we're discussing all this, and then the next thing he says is, "So, yeah, what I really want to do is I'm in a duo with a friend of mine, and we do lots of 80s covers, and I want to take it out on the road." Okay,
Buy a sampler.
you want to take a Series 3 out on the road?
Oh, I don't know about
Just mental.
that. Yeah. But there
Do the
again,
fans ramp on the Fairlight, or is it constant speed?
Sorry.
The fans, do they ramp on the Fairlight, or is it constant noise?
It's
speed?
constant, as factory standard. It's constant. But if you look at that one I posted on the Pro Synth Network Facebook page that Andre's done, Andre's he's a brilliant guy, and he just came up with this design. He used server fans. He replaced all the regular
Yeah.
fans with server grade, and then put this control panel that sits in where the tape drive used to sit. And you've got there are basically 5 fan circuits, because there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about 13 fans in a full-on system. Now you'll take some of those out because you don't need them because the hard drive's not in there anymore. So you can take the drive bay one out, but then you've got fans in the base around the PSU, and then some at the back as well. And so there's 5 arrays, and each one has got its own little display and its own little control knob, and so you can ramp them down as and when you want. But it's also automated so that if it gets hot, it will ramp them up, and then if it gets too hot, it will emit a warning. So it's very, very clever.
Nice.
But this is Andre. His attention to detail is incredible.
Has anyone tried using less fans with some custom baffling?
Not that I'm aware of. See, the thing is, once you've the thing that generates the heat the most is obviously the PSU, which is why most of them are in the base of the unit. But the other thing that generated the most heat, again, apart from the hard drives, which you get rid of, was the RAM. The original RAM, the boards of like 2 meg RAM, so each board is like 7 by 7 inches, and it's just chock full of chips. They get very, very, very hot. And so if you've got the full complement of 7 RAM cards in there, then that part of the machine gets very, very warm. Now what we do is we get rid of all of those, and Peter's got a board that is just basically a blank piece of PCB board
With a dim socket on it.
with one DIMM socket that you put a 32 megabyte chip on. And that's it, and that sits at the far end, and it generates very little heat whatsoever, so it doesn't need. So you can then, some of the fans you can just either take out or dismantle. You don't need anything massively clever in there.
Nice.
So once you do what we do, you strip out all that RAM, we strip out the hard drives. The only thing that's generating heat is the PSU, and sometimes we fit a new PSU because the old ones are really big and clunky and stuff. Again, Peter sourced a small, compact Chinese, very cheap but very reliable PSU that you can bolt in there. There's lots of empty space left around it, so you probably only need a couple of fans at best. So
sounds like it's screaming out for a new case.
well, Peter's built a couple of things in small boxes like this, and Andre's done the same as well. Actually, Andre, so in later incarnations of the Fairlight company, after they went bankrupt twice, they then became this kind of the third incarnation of the company. They went on to produce all of the post-production stuff that they became very famous for many years. and they built custom-made towers that they're essentially high spec PCs with all of their DSP stuff in.
Yeah.
So Andre got one of those cases, but retrofitted it with some Fairlight stuff. So it's basically it's only a 2-channel Fairlight or something, but it's in a little tower PC. So there are people that are kind of and Peter's got one that he's built, but he's like hand built the thing. It's like a rack and it's about this big, and it's just got all the computer cards in. And it's like a 2 or a 4-channel system. So
Yeah.
it's great for testing and things like that. But yeah.
The
Yeah,
Black
but-
Magic ATEM software mentions Fairlight. Is it affiliated with the same Fairlight?
Yeah,
Same
they
Fairlight
bought
audio?
all the IP
Okay, cool.
back in I can't remember now.
Yeah, because fans have always been sort of like the bane of my life.
Oh yeah.
When I did the last Synthex that I did that I restored, because it's weird. It's the wood's covered in like a plastic or something. It's really weird. So you have to sand the living shite out. You have to break the case up and you sand it all back and everything like that, and then you can stain it and wax it. And it comes up beautiful.
Yeah.
But I'd done all the business, prepared all the cards, done all the updates to the power supply, blah blah blah, get everything absolutely perfect, and it's sitting there, and you're playing it, and it's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. Going great, she's done, and then suddenly out the back, and you're going, "Oh, you fucking bastard!" And you turn it off, and you go,
One of the fan bearings is gone.
no,
Yeah.
because their main's 110. It's like, so I have to make up a little thing so I can put like a PC fan in it and everything, so it'd be quiet. And the only this one I did, I couldn't find just a standard black fan. So it's got a red one with tinkly little LEDs in it.
Oh, God.
But where the filter is, you can't really see it. But if you open it up, it's like, well, it's a pretty little light show, to be honest.
What's on fire?
Yeah. Oh, mate.
No, we
Bloody
put-
things.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cheers,
Yeah,
Matt.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got an echo here. I don't know about you.
No.
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 No. Seems okay here.
I'll have to find out how to remove my preview. What I wanted to say was, wouldn't it be worse if the sound coming out of the case you put together was from your mobile?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how you can have some machines that are very, very susceptible to them, and then another one of the exact same model not be. Is that as well? It's like, oh.
Yeah, susceptible to EMI.
Yeah. Well, you get this thing with SH101s where people buy the wrong power supply for them. So they get the right voltage, but don't give it. It's not enough amperage. It's quite a thirsty little girl. I think she needs ideally 1.2, 1.5 amp supply. And if you use like one of these, 800 milliamp ones, it fires up and you can play and it is fine. Except in the distance, in the background of the audio, you've got this really high pitched whine. And I've had loads of people bring me those things where they go, "Oh, it's got this funny high pitched whine." I go, "Well, let's have a look at your power supply." "Oh, I didn't bring it with me." I said, "Well, just go and buy another power supply, but make sure it's
So
at
you're
least 1
You're
amp."
missing a trick. You should say 50 quid. It'll take me 10 minutes to fix. Go out back, have a fag, get a new power supply out, and right there you are, fixed.
Nah, it can't be asked with all that. It's good enough. This is the thing, because I don't really charge a lot or anything like that. I can't be asked with chasing after money. It's not my thing. And yet, like for instance today, I'm going to do some work, and when I've done £1,000 worth, I'll stop and I'll get on with something else. So by about 2:30, right, I've done about 1,000 quid's worth. Fuck it. And go and get on and started bringing the shed into the garden. And there's no need to do all this sort of like, "Oh yeah, mate, it's going to cost you like 800 quid. I don't have to do it." You just get some of these jobs to come in and you know them so well and just go, bish, bish, bish. "Oh, it's done. Oh, what's the next one? Bish, 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 done. Move on." Because the customers sometimes think, oh, it's so ill, it's so broken, like that memory moo, and it did. It looked like it was ready for the skip. It took me 40 minutes. So, but so 250 quid, mate, and he's like, "You're super,"
Yeah, he was
That's
expecting
fantastic.
a grand.
I thought it was going to cost me like 1,200 quid or something like that. No, 250 cover that, mate. And they're like, yay. Whereas for me, it's 250 quid in 40 minutes. Yeah, I can't be bothered with doing that up. No, I want 1,500 quid for it and all this
But
sort of
as
stuff.
they say, you know, when you employ an expert, you're not necessarily paying for their time, you're paying for their expertise.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's like that
But-
bloody advert you find on YouTube. Have you seen? Has anybody else
Yes.
seen
You
that?
don't
Yeah.
use an ad blocker, Rob.
Yeah. Well, no. There's this advert that comes up on YouTube, and it's like, so what is somebody's experience worth? Is it 20,000?
10
Yeah.
grand? 20
Oh.
grand? I'm going, 20 grand? Really?
That's,
Okay. So what are they? Brain
Today.
surgeon?
No, but I found myself in that position because I suffer terribly from imposter syndrome, and I sometimes look at what I earn and what I actually do, and I'm thinking I was working much harder when I was like in my 20s, a lot of manual stuff, and not earning very much money. But now, because I've got so many decades of experience in this thing, and I'm now sort of that's what they're paying for. And it kind of doesn't make me feel so bad then.
I'm actually glad to have a reason to get up and go down there and do something. That's the thing, right? Because before that, when the agoraphobia, and there was a considerable many years of me sitting on the ottoman scratching my arse all day and doing nothing else. Literally nothing else. There was nothing else to do. I couldn't go anywhere, couldn't do anything. Didn't have anybody to talk to. You can't use the phone, it's too expensive and it's got a lock on it and all this sort of thing. So it was great to have I have a purpose. Yay! I found something I can do. But I never thought I'd be able to do what I was doing as like a hobby, or because I could never afford to get any of my machines repaired, became a source of work. It's quite bizarre. So exceedingly lucky, massively lucky.
but I think many people in most professions do get that sense of imposter feeling.
Oh God, yeah.
It's a natural response to it's an existential crisis. Who am I? What am I? What am I worth?
Why am I here?
Yeah, but do you know who has it? And I mean cripplingly has it.
Musicians.
Hans. He really does suffer back from it. And it doesn't matter how many big successes happen one after the other, and he's still like, oh no, I don't get it. I don't know how I'm doing this. I'm worried,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how far up the tree you go. You can get this all the time.
It's funny when you think about what your time's worth and you think about corporate life, and they'll have you do menial tasks to save money on licenses or something like that. Meanwhile, my time doing those tasks is a waste of money for my salary range. So they never think of total cost of ownership for employees and tasks and stuff. It's very silly.
Yeah.
It is bad management at the end of the day.
Totally.
I mean, I did some, about a decade of contract work for quite a few government agencies, shall we say. And I was being paid a reasonable whack. And I was brought in to resolve issues on various projects. And I thought I was being well paid. And I saw the salaries of some of the people that I was telling them what they should be doing. And I felt very underpaid. But the management they brought me in because they couldn't do it. And you just think, hang on, so you're admitting you're a failure as a you failed as a manager or a management team. and these some very, very senior people, and they haven't got a fucking clue. And I always used to wonder, when they go home at night, what do they actually tell their spouse or partner or whatever, what they actually achieved? Because from what I saw, it was absolutely nothing.
It can be worse in education, especially in universities. Because I mean, a few years ago, I was working in a particular department, and that one of the professors literally spent all day reading the newspaper. That's all he did all day. He sat in a cafe and just read the newspaper. You know.
Well, if you have tenure as a professor,
yeah, exactly.
Your output is not necessarily teaching. Your output is meant to be creative works.
I mean, I've been in meetings with professors and say that I don't do that teaching thing. Thinking, for God's sake.
And science is you get published or perish. You don't keep your job if you don't publish for the school.
I know.
Yeah. But I think half my problem, I think, is because when I worked as a panel beater, it was a bonus workshop. So, you know, the more hours you could book, the more money you got paid. So working at 150% speed instead of 50 meant you got more money. Yeah. And I've never been able to get out of that mindset. So when I'm repairing keyboards, I mean, they're coming out of the workshop, you know, sometimes 2 an hour.
Yeah, rattling through them.
Just rattling through them, just getting them done.
But you see, come the apocalypse, the important people aren't going to be managers. You know, they're going to be people who can farm, people who can work metal, and you know.
Yeah. They're not going to be hairdressers.
Yeah. Well, was that a Douglas Adams thing?
I think it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's I can only work at one particular speed, and that has always been absolutely stupid, flat out. That's why I always have so much stock, because nothing annoys the hell out of me more than turning to, you know, I need a bloody blah, and I turn, it's like, I haven't got any. Oh, shit, I'll have to order them. They won't be here tomorrow. Now I've got this open sense that I've got to sort of put somewhere, like a discarded shit that you found, and then bring in something else that you can work on. And it's like, I just hate it. So there's always, I'm always overstocked. And Fiona will say to me, she goes, "Why you're spending too much money on buying stuff? And, you know, you got 50 UK plugs in a huge box." I go, "Yeah, because I have to swap out plugs all the time." And they were doing them cheaper if I bought them in 20, 25 at a time. So I bought 50. It's going to take you months to go through that.
Has the supply chain thing for components got any better? Because back in the day,
no.
I'm going to say in the late 80s, early 90s, I ran a hi-fi company, and we did a lot of repairs.
Yeah.
And so the supply of getting components was just ludicrous. It was weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, a lot of, you know, we got the bread and butter components which you can get hold of because all the big companies are stocking them. Although the lead times on deliveries have since COVID happened has lengthened, and now that it's supposed to be better, the lead times haven't come back. They're still drawn out. And but with the rarer components, you have to go. You have to know the little places up and down the country or where they've got their little dusty drawer. But generally speaking, it's some of the stuff coming in from Europe, for instance. If you've got to buy stuff in from Europe, sometimes it can take fucking forever.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You know, and in the meantime, that keyboard's open, and all the time it's open, it's vulnerable.
Yeah,
and it's a bitch to store, So that said, I've got too much. Should we say fairy tale stock? So, for instance, I have 2, maybe 3 CS60 front panels. If a 60 comes in, it needs a front panel. Guess what? Doesn't fucking happened? And there's always this thing at the back of my head where I go, if I skip these,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to get a phone call at the end of the week going, oh, hello, I've got to see a 60 that it's got a tree growing out of it. And I need a new front panel. You know, it's like...
Yeah, we used to keep scrap hi-fi amps and stuff
Yeah.
like that just for the components, you know. So we'd have a storeroom bloody full of this crap, you know, which
Yeah.
you may never need, but... you know,
Yeah. But
that
so
one- for
just
that
in
one time,
case.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. I mean...
Yeah.
You know, like I've got 5 full sets of Rhodes Chroma keys. I got and the cases and all the rest of it, and that takes up a lot of room. There's 3 T8 cases, but do I ever get anybody to ask?
Have you contacted Rhodes to see if they'd like to buy them?
Well, here's the thing. Now this is where the thing comes back on itself. The keys have been sitting out there in the garage in a big stacker box. They have now got, when I checked a few weeks ago, they've now got mould on them from sitting in a stacker box in a garage for the last 10 years. So I'm looking at them going, well, there's no point in me hanging on to these now, because if a Chroma came in and go, oh yeah, I need a top E or whatever, and of course there's only one per Chroma. And you go, yeah, I've got one of them. You go out there and you go, Jesus Christ, I can't put this in it. It will contaminate it. You know, it will die of some tropical disease if I put this in it. So it's happened with a lot of other bits and pieces. They got a bit rusty now, and it's all like, so there's no point in hanging on to this stuff anymore, because a lot of it will actually need more repair work done to it than if I just repair the front panel, the case, or whatever sense comes in anyway. I go, it's time to go. So when I said to Fiona, I said, sorry, darling, but I think we've got to hire yet another skip. And she's going, that's 9. That's 9 skips. She's going, do you know how much this is costing? So, but we're on first name terms with the skip hire company now.
You should be giving you a discount.
Yeah.
You're a corporate
Yeah.
customer, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Carlos. Oh, you need another one? Yeah. All right, okay, I'll get it down to you, mate. The service has improved brilliantly, though. It's the next morning, it's down. And when we find them, I say, yeah, the skip's fault. They are here within an hour and taking it. But they're dropping off another one. It's been mad. So, yeah, so I said to her, yeah, probably maybe another 2 skips and then we'll be done. So. But, yeah, but it's like everything else. Time is another factor. Because, I mean, there's machines out there that I could, if I had the time, sit down and repair. And they go, there you go, there's a nice keyboard for somebody who wants to buy it. So I think I've got 2 CS30s out there, you know, could do with repairing. But I mean, we're talking repairing, you know, not like, oh, there's a couple of components on the board not working. We're talking somebody shot it with a Desert Eagle kind of, it needs repairing. And, you know, and 5 polymoogs. But, you know, what do you want with 5 polymoogs? What does anybody want with 5 polymoogs? You know, it's just, no, just go away. So, yeah, and then there's the attic. I haven't even just considered going up there yet. There's a polymug up there as well. There's what else? There's a Mark 1 Mirage. There's a Worsley String Orchestra. She's beautiful. What else is there? There's a ton of Behringer rack mount. What else is up there? Oh, Christ, there's just so much stuff. It's just like, enough already. I can't cope with this anymore. It's driving me mad. I need to get shot at some of this gear. You know, because I know people say, like, you know, oh, you should put it on eBay and stuff like that. But it's literally like going, anybody want to buy this second-hand brake disc for a 1938 Ford Popular?
I think like, someone always will.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, but it's a bit rusty and it probably warped and it is worn. And I go, nah, mate, I don't think I'll bother. No.
I think you just advertise it as new old stock, badly stored.
or very old fuck stock. There you go, put some of that. Yeah. But you know, yeah, sod's law dictates that I'll throw something out and then I'll get a call.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's the way
Got
it
some
goes.
Rhodes chroma keys.
Yeah. The thing is, what I need to do is get. You see, I need to get my life back as well, and I need to get space back. This is not a big house. I really need to get this under control. It's been getting worse and worse, and we're finally doing something about it.
You see, you should have gone for a basement. You should have had a basement dug out. And...
Yeah. Yeah, we never would have got the planning permission for that.
I'd love a basement.
Would you?
I love a basement.
I used
Yeah.
to love a basement. Yeah.
What is it? You keep your other family in it.
Yes.
Yeah. You do a
dungeon.
Fritzl. Yeah, do a Fritzl. Oh dear God. But yeah, it's I'd never get planning permission for that anyway. But yeah, no, I don't know. Even then, when every time you turn, you get a synth front panel smack you in the face. It's time to do something. So, because like Fiona said about getting a new fridge, because we got one of those big American style fridges, and about 40% of this huge brushed aluminium fridge is the ice maker.
Yes.
And I used to be quite happy with those little aluminium trays with the little plastic segments in it that you ran under the tap and stuck in there. I was fine with that. I don't need a button to push to have ice dispense and then fall on the floor and break my toe. Dogs love it, but that's not the point. But so she goes, right, so I want to get she goes, I want a chest freezer. Which I went, okay.
That's for when she's had too much of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in 2 halves in the bottom. And she goes, yeah, I want a chest freezer. I want to put them under the stairs. I went, under the stairs? She went, yeah. I said, you've seen under the stairs, haven't you? And she went, yeah, but you've got to get all those keyboards out. I went, that's a lot of keyboards under there. There's quite a few keyboards under there, actually. It goes from Jupiter 8 to Matrix 12 all the way up to the other end, in all
Those are the stairs.
MK and oh my God, the stuff that isn't in there. I said, where am I putting them then? She goes, well, you have to find somewhere to put them. God, there isn't anywhere else. Honest to God, there is nowhere else for these to go. Something's got to give. Something's got to fall off. It's all going along. Something's got to drop in
You
the
need
skip.
one of those flat pack containers, 2x2 or 2x4, and completely kitted out with racks, and then put all the synths in, not racks for playing, but racks for storage. So 6-8 inches between the shelves.
Yeah. Well, you always get
store
something that
them
comes
like
along
that.
that completely cocks that up for me. So I'll get something like the Oberheim digital sequencer. I go, where the fucking hell am I putting that? It doesn't fit in anywhere into anything, Or I'll get a mad rush on CS80s and stuff like that. And, sometimes it's just better to leave them where they're standing, to be honest.
You see, if you weren't agoraphobic, you could actually have a small industrial unit somewhere, and you could commute to work in the morning and.
Yeah, but you see, that's the thing. If I wasn't agoraphobic, I probably wouldn't be doing this. I'd go and I'd probably go and do stand-up or something, or try and get into acting school or something. Anything, but probably not this. But if I could get out, that is. So, but I think I'm doing the world a favour by having agoraphobia, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah, because the world is a safer place because of it.
And the world comes to you. You don't go to the world.
Yeah, exactly.
You're contained.
I remember it's funny. Something old Han said to me when I talked to him on the phone. I said, "Have you been to Nam yet?" He goes, "Nam comes to me." Oh, okay. And yeah, it does. Not that he asked them to, but yeah. Yeah, all the manufacturers turn up at his door at some point.
Wow.
Come see this. So.
But then when you're that talented,
Yeah, well, it's a big name, isn't it?
No, Hans is quite a small name.
Oh, blum. Come on.
Hey,
Thank you.
But I mean, surely, you know, whenever bands get successful, then that's when they stop buying their own gear. That's when they're just going to be given it, you know. We want our name on the stage with you behind it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I still can't figure out how yours works, Robbie, but nothing, right?
Well, we could hear it because
can hear
it was
it.
coming
Just
out of the
about.
back of your headphones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it doesn't come out.
No, it's out. Well,
Don't
have you
come
got it?
out.
So, at the risk of breaking this all over, after you've got it
All
working
over
so well,
again. Yeah.
what are you running the stream on? What computer? Which is it, your Windows or
Mac
your Mac?
Mini.
Mac
Mac
Mini.
Mini.
And is your Stream Deck connected to your Mac Mini?
Yes.
And the Stream Deck application is running
Yes.
on your Mac Mini? Okay.
Yes.
And you're using the Loopback software?
I'm using Revelator now, I think. Am I?
Oh, well, and I'm not going to touch that.
Okay.
Because all you got to do is just open up Loopback and create an instance of your Stream Deck software in there. And then
Okay. It will explain why the other buttons work, which are doing certain functions like mute the mic and
oh yeah,
oh,
But
that's
the audio,
but the actual
has to-
audio playback. Yeah.
yeah.
I might look at it at some point. Always a popular one at
Wakey,
parties.
wakey, wakey.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Then my loopback software should work.
Yep.
Yeah. Good.
Yep. You're getting sound this time.
Works.
You're getting sound this time.
Yeah. Yeah. And my mic level low? Or?
That's just about right.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Good. Good.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it was kind of reassuring to find that so many other people were having the same problems that I was having when I started doing this. Because I thought it was just me being a dick. Transpires, lots of people are having problems.
Lots of people are dicks.
Yeah, lots of people did. There you go. But I mean, you know, when all that trouble that Richard Hilton was having, and I was going, wow, he normally has such a hook on things, and he was floundering around like I was floundering around. It's not like, oh, okay, cool. I'm not a complete dick, just partial.
Just partial.
Yeah, partial. A little semi-partial.
Little semi.
Little splinter. Little splinter. Oh, where's my vape?
Dunno, mate.
I do not know what's happened to it. I should have got one of those big
Fiona's put it down
fuckers.
somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. It's annoying, I know that. I would have thought we'd see old Andy pop in tonight.
He must be doing something else. I texted him, but he hasn't responded.
Oh,
so
Mr. Brooks.
Hmm.
I presume
Yeah, well.
he's busy.
Well, I shall be departing soon because I need to have an early night because I'm not getting any sleep tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I need to cram some in, as they say. Prepare my credit card. I've got the
You
prices.
reckon you're going to buy a
today.
lot then?
Mm.
You think you buy a lot while you're out there?
I usually buy anything between 10 and 20. So I think I've been known to buy about 25 things.
So
But the
500
prices
or
this
600
year,
quid.
yeah, the prices this year are a lot more. And they're normally like stuff like there's a Stevie Nicks album, like a anniversary box set thing.
Yeah.
That's 50 quid. I didn't think it would be that much, but it's 50 quid. And they've reissued the Streets first album in a 3-album box set, and that's such an epic album, and I've got to have that, and that's 55.
Rob, have you ever thought that you've got a problem?
Oh yeah, often. Yeah, I know I've got a problem. I'll show you. I've got a room that all the room contains is vinyl and some CDs. But yes,
But
it's
all
only
that
small.
space
It's a
could
small
be-
room. It's a small
All
room,
that
but-
space could be filled with synths.
No, it's one of those. It's but sort of like 20 years ago they were building houses and they were putting studies in the house, but the study is just about as big as the downstairs bathroom.
A box room.
Yeah, it's horrible, horrible, horrible. There's no way I could fit even my work desk in there, so I just it actually was a spare. We used it before my mother-in-law moved here. She used to come down and visit, and we put a single bed in there, and literally the door would open and just miss the edge of the bed, and then you'd have a little space with a chair and a lamp and stuff, and it was fine because it was on the ground floor, and because she doesn't do stairs well. But then when she moved here, there was no need for it, so we sold the bed. And I said, "Oh, I could put my records in there because I've got one 5x5 Kallax unit on one side, and then I've got a 4x4 Kallax unit on the other side.
Is the floor strong enough?
It's a ground floor level,
Oh, okay.
so I mean, yeah."
Can the earth take it?
I sometimes wonder. I think it's probably good that everything's on the edges around here and not in the
Yeah,
middle.
yeah.
But yeah, so but even now, I mean, I inherited a bunch of stuff from my dad when he passed away, and then somebody he was the manager of a local cinema, and he just knew that I was into vinyl. He says, "Oh, I've just dumped a whole bunch of vinyl at the shop, and they don't want it. They're going to take it up the tip, but if you want it, you can go and get it." It's just box loads of like really cheesy, awful 90s 12-inch singles that of people you'd never heard of. And then there was like albums of Royal Command performances of something or other, or Chess the musical, or but there were a few good things in there. But I just took them all and just and they're all in there. I should a lot of those you can just throw away; they're not worth anything. But so tomorrow so the prices have just gone silly. I think the cheapest thing on my list is a Foo Fighters 7-inch. That's 14 quid for a 7-inch single.
Bloody hell.
And there's there's two Human League releases this year. There's Love and Dancing, which was the remix album from Dare,
Yeah.
and that's $26.99, but it's been done in coloured vinyl, blah blah. It's kind of, you think $26.99 for an album's not too bad. But then there's a Purple Disco Machine remix of Don't You Want Me, and that's $29.99 for a 12-inch single. It's just silly.
Evening, Andy.
Right, young man.
Good
Hi,
evening.
Andy.
Is it working? Hi, everyone, again.
It is working.
It's like, this is just like going down the pub. Grace was absolutely right about that. It's like going down the pub and meeting the regulars, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Propping up the bar again. There,
Aye,
I
what
see.
you having, Brooksy? What you having?
Yeah, there's just not enough booze.
What am I having? I'll have a Hazy Jane, please. I'm
Ooh.
sick of Elvis. He doesn't taste that great after all. I'll have
That's what Priscilla said.
Come on.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi, Dr. Synth. Hi, everyone in the chat. Yep.
Cha.
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, this is a pub. Yeah, Ken, it is. It is. It's a virtual pub.
Yeah,
You
well,
know. We should have been doing this like this at the start. So all the way
Yeah,
through
well, the thing
lockdown,
is,
really,
this is
shouldn't we?
now technically this is my social life.
It's starting to become mine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. Oh, do you know what I'm doing? Can I show you what I'm doing tomorrow? I must be in
Ooh,
Egypt.
go on.
Right, sorry, Kent. I'm gonna have to pay you another visit after I've done it because I'm doing a seminar to the sixth form music technology students on analog synthesis, i.e., subtractive synthesis, really. So I said, right, so I've decided I'm going to take the pruning. I'm going to take that modular rig in. I'm going to take my Volkers, and I'm also going to take in the SH01A because that's not analog, you see, it's digital, just as a little bit of a swerve ball. And just going to talk a little bit about that, and then give them opportunities just to mess about and see what they can make them do. Now, letting the sixth formers loose on my Pro 1 fills me with a slight sense of potential. Well, you know, am I actually covered on my insurance? Oh, fuck it. You know, I'm just going to do it. You know, at the end of the day. So I'm doing that tomorrow afternoon. The
Sir,
teacher,
are these supposed to come off?
oh, these are sixth formers. Yeah, these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is liquid meant to be pouring out of this?
Yeah.
Don't put that. If you carry on like this, I'll be ill tomorrow morning. I'm not going to do it. Sorry,
You never know.
I've come
They
over
might
all
be
faint.
musical.
Yeah. Oh dear. No, I'm going to do that. It's a lot of the kids in the music technology arena. I know them anyway, and they know of my interest, so they're actually quite excited about the idea of doing that, because none of them really use synthesizers except plugins in Logic and so to actually discuss the difference
Hands-on.
between hardware. What is the difference? I mean, I know there's one lad there who'll just turn around and say, well, what's, you know, like some of the people in the chat do sometimes, is what's the point of buying a modular synthesizer? What is the point whenever you can do all that in your computer? You can and you can't. I mean, that's what trying to get them to see the difference. Yeah. I mean, it's all right. It's just, you know, it's fine, but it'll be fun.
Experiential learning.
It is. Something like that.
That's like my son came.
Just have a go. See if you can get a sound out of this.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Experiential learning. It's like my son came into the
Ian's gone.
the
Sorry,
studio
Ian,
a
have I bored
little
you?
way, and he said, "Have you got a DX7, Dad?" Yeah. He says, "Where is it?" So I pointed out to him. He says, "Oh yeah, we've got a picture of one of those on our music tech wall." Oh God.
In our history book.
Yeah. Because all they've got is just like a dozen iMacs with little, I think, Arturia controllers. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Cressy, taking the drum machine is interesting. I'll take the Arturia, I'll take the Key Step and the Beat Step Pro, and there's the drum modules in the right. But no, they know about drum machine type thing. This is really about, you know, analog synthesis. So a nice idea. I could take the Volca Beats. I could just chuck that in as well and go make some crappy beats on that.
Look at what you can stick up your backside.
It's interesting you say that, Robbie, because in the music technology room that's there is also there's a picture of a DX7, there's a Mini Moog, a Jupiter 8, and all those usual things. But they're probably things that kids have looked at every day and never even batted an eyelid and thought, what are these things? So, I'm just going to chuck stuff in a box. Oh.
When I go to like parent teacher nights and we go and see Mr. Tanswell, who is the music tech teacher to my son, because my son, you know, he's passed GCSE music tech with distinction, I think, already. But he keeps saying, "Oh yeah, we should bring, you should bring something in to show and tell sort of thing." So I said, "Yeah, more than happy to, Just tell me where to send the invoice. I'll bring some stuff over."
Yep.
Huh.
Be interesting.
Yeah, you see, you can charge, I can't.
Of course you can. Wow.
No, I can't.
You must claim expenses.
I didn't think
like
that you were involved.
£3,000 for a modular.
I didn't think you were involved in the music side, though, Andy. It's not your subject matter.
It isn't.
You're just being overly generous as a teacher.
Of course I am. That's my nature, you see.
Cross-pollination.
Actually, the teacher of that class, the music tech teacher who would have the year 12 and the year 13 class on Friday afternoon, is going to go and sit with my little babies.
Teach him about Berlin techno.
I was about to say, you could really challenge him and say, right, here's the gear, I'll sit and watch you set it up.
Really challenge him and say, right, here's the gear.
Oh,
I'm getting the echo back from me. No,
sorry,
it's Marie. She's great, Marie. She's brilliant. She knows her stuff, but I'd rather they had the experience. I'll go and sit with your class, because trying to arrange me to be covered at the moment when cover is so bad because of staff absence and COVID. It's so.
Yeah.
But this way, it means. Sir, can you make us some fat beats? Sure, I can, Wags. How fat do you want it? What BP? You name the BPM. I'll do it. Fat with a PH, definitely.
Yeah.
I think the students will really enjoy it.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, it's a,
Yeah.
I do have a certain structure which I'll probably deviate from after about 10 minutes because that's my usual teaching methodology. There's my plan. Oh, it's gone out the window already.
Yeah.
But that's
Unless there's an Ofsted inspector. when
Well, you know,
stick to
it's
it.
good to go with the reactions.
bugger them.
Yeah.
So depending on the reactions, and then you can go
Just-
with that.
Do what I do when I do the Fairlight stuff. Just do it by the seat of your pants, make it up as you go along.
Yeah.
No plan. Just
No, it's
get
not
in there.
quite like making up, but yeah, I've got my PowerPoint and everything.
Built a
all.
career doing that.
And then sort of 15 minutes of me blurbing on about what it is, and then saying, "Here's an example of how it works." Right now, you have a go. You've got half an hour to try and make something sound good.
Hmm.
Yeah, it'd be great, Andy. It'd be
I
superb.
wish I
It'll be-
wish I had
It'll be a
teachers like that.
cacophony.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a different sort of environment. It's a one-off. They're not going to be able to get that every day of the week. And it's one of those things. If it sparks somebody's interest, I know I've done it before, and I know one girl came to me. She said she persuaded her dad to go out and buy her a synth, and she got a JDXI.
Yeah.
What have you got? I got that little Roland one with it's a JD something. I said, oh yeah, that little thing, brilliant. She said, I love it. It's great fun. It's so much more fun. Her words were, it's much more fun than doing it on a screen.
Yes.
I thought, yeah, it's an instrument. I mean, yeah, exactly. And a lot of these kids have come into music technology from doing other music-related stuff. It's not all because they're into the idea of being sound engineers or whatever. They're probably doing A-level music as well. They're doing A-level music and A-level music technology. Quite a lot of them are. So they'll be accomplished classical musicians alongside.
Yeah.
They're interested
Which
in-
gives
in
them a
the
really
project.
good starting point.
It does.
If
It's
they
a great
understand
course,
music
actually.
theory, that
I'd love to have done that. I'd love to have done that when I was at school. I wish I'd had that facility. But we had, GCS, O-level music as it was then. I would have just bored the living pants off me, so I never went anywhere near it.
It reminds me, I think my music theory books will be here tomorrow.
Ah,
A bit late for that.
Why?
never too late.
Why? Why?
Don't need it.
Oh, well,
See,
I'll read them and find
I
out
think
if I
you'd
do.
be better off just with a chord book.
Ralph
God.
McTell.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I remember those, used to buy Mum those music books where you play by numbers.
Mm.
Yeah.
And she used to read it like it was music. She was really good at it after a while.
Well, it's like guitarists learning to play by tabs.
Mm. Yeah.
At the end of the day, whatever works for you, go for it.
What do you remember that thing that I forget what it was now, but Goldie, the drum and bass artist, was
Yeah.
asked to score something, a piece of music. I can't remember if it was to film or to something or other, but he's got no music theory education. He doesn't know notes and staves and anything like that. And he worked with a whole bunch of very well accomplished composers, and they said, well, you don't need to know that, as long as what you write down you can understand and then translate that. That's all you need to. And he wrote this whole thing on a piece of paper that was just like stupidly long.
Yeah.
And it was all like, it was all very graphical. It was all like
Graphic scores, yeah.
yeah, it was all
Yeah.
it's just incredibly.
But it's like
and all those things.
Stockhausen.
yeah,
How
John
many
Cage.
rap artists understand that what they're doing is writing poetry?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's a really good documentary on turntablism, and some of the guys there were literally writing out graphic scores for the turntabling stuff they were doing, which was just absolutely amazing.
Ian, I see you put in the chat you're in East Yorkshire. Whereabouts are you?
I'm just outside of York.
Yark.
Poppington.
Yeah.
As soon as you've said that, I should have. Yark.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go and be sociable with my wife for a little while,
Ah, both.
but I will
Oh,
be
you-
back.
you
probably.
devoted
I hope
husband,
she
you-
enjoys it.
Yeah, well, she'll probably go to bed in about half an hour anyway. So she has a busy day.
Well, she got her cozies on. Or,
She has her comfies on, yes.
comfies. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but she's had a very busy day, backwards and forwards ferrying. She's donated blood. She's taken the mother-in-law to the dentist. She's ferried kids to and back from school. She's had her hair done. So she's probably ready for bed anyway. But yeah, as Paul Artell says, see you in 10. So I'll see you in a bit.
All right, bye.
He's a, he's a cad, that Paul, isn't he?
You guys are talking about teachers having to give up their time for free. You know, for decades in California,
Yeah.
Proposition 13 and other things made the teachers have to buy their own damn supplies for school. Ridiculous.
Wow.
I mean, not
I
everything,
wouldn't-
but you know,
I wonder why people don't do the job, don't they?
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they get shit on in other ways, of course, as well. So
Well, it's interesting when when Kent and I were at school, and presumably Andy as well. Teaching was a profession. It was on a par with doctors.
Yeah.
It was a very respected role in society. It isn't that now. And I can't put my finger on when this cultural shift was.
Or why?
Yeah. I mean, it's still a profession, but
Is it?
Well, you're in it. I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing. But
I keep saying it isn't. I type. Why do you keep using that
Is
word?
it a
professional?
vocation?
It's not. Why do you keep using that word profession? It's not a profession. Professionals get paid for the work they do. I only get paid for some of the work that I do.
Yeah.
Therefore, I'm a paid employee and part-time voluntary worker. So don't call me a professional, because I'm not. Oh, it proper winds them up when I say that to them. People get so cross.
No, I laugh because you're picking up on what I'm saying.
Exactly. Exactly.
When was the key shift? Was it in the 80s? Was it when grammar schools were abolished? Was it, what was it?
It's probably a slow change and slow
But
process.
when did
and
we
stuff, so.
start devaluing education?
well, along with that goes the respect and the trust. I mean, teachers aren't trusted, respected. Doctors aren't trusted, respected. It's a big joke now.
But I have to say, Andy, you guys in pre-education education work an awful lot harder than I did when I
Pre-education
wo-
education. What do you mean by
No,
that?
no, I don't mean that. I mean pre-18 or pre-16. So
Okay.
secondary education, primary
secondary.
education.
Yeah.
I mean, I only ever worked. I mean, I worked for a university. I was a university lecturer, and I worked in some of that time in FE colleges. But we never worked as hard as you guys did. Or do.
Right. I mean, it's getting worse and worse actually. I mean, this year's
Yeah.
been lunatic. I know there is this drive to bridge the gap, to plug the time that's been, in inverted commas, lost because of the pandemic and the online and I actually think it's a stupid thing. It was what it was, and therefore, rather than trying to push people, you should go, right, well, that's happened, we do this, and we assess them like this now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they've altered the way the GCSE's done to a little, but not enough. They should have just said, okay, well, this year we'll have it slightly altered, do it this way. But no, it's just... I mean, there's one thing to remember. Here's a fact. The current year 13s, that's the people about to do their A-levels, have not had any formal exams. They had no GCSE mocks. They had no full GCSEs. Their year 12 exams were cancelled due to the lockdown. All they've had is one round of mock exams and the exams they're about to do. That's the people doing their A-levels. I mean, it's such an impact. And a lot of the year 13s, they're all going, oh my God, what we're going to do? Because it's an unfamiliar process to them. The current crop of students coming through in year 10 and 11, they'll be all right. They'll get through the process and they'll then be able to pick it up again. But yeah, it's made a mess. But
And do you not think the government keep interfering too much?
don't give a shit, the government. Their agendas are totally unrelated to whether students make progress or not. It's all about numbers and press releases.
And they never control. They never consult on
They'll
any.
They'll talk to head teachers. What the fuck do they know? They haven't taught anything for years, most of them. Sorry, I'm going to get into trouble again. I mean,
you
seriously,
need somewhere to vent this, Andy.
Well, they're out of touch. I mean, they are seriously out of touch with ordinary classroom teachers because they haven't done it. None of them have had a full timetable in the last 5 years. Therefore, they're not familiar with what the job is, and they probably cack their pants if you had to tell them they've got to go and teach for a term on a full timetable. They wouldn't know what hit them. Now, I'm not saying that they don't work hard or they don't work long hours or they're not committed to what they're doing, but their priorities are totally
But they're
at odds with
managers,
mine.
aren't they? They're
Yeah,
managers.
basically.
Yeah.
I've got a different word. I call them bureaucrats.
Isn't the issue now that perhaps my teachers didn't have is there's a lot of box ticking. There is a lot of bureaucracy around teaching, whereas my teachers were literally just judged on results, and even then they weren't judged harshly because it was accepted that you could have good years and you can have bad years, but that my teachers' focus wasn't on ticking the right box, it was getting us to understand how to learn.
Yeah, but the system here is broken because it's all arse over tit. A student doesn't reach their target, it's my fault, not theirs. The judgment will always come back to me.
yeah.
Why didn't that kid
Yeah.
meet his target grade?
Yeah.
Well, one, because he's a lazy bastard and hasn't done any work for 2 years. Well, what did you do about it?
You tried, but that doesn't work, does it?
Yeah, well, that is the way it works. It's not just the school I work at; it's all schools in the country, and at all levels, from sixth form right down to junior schools. It's broken. In this country, we've adopted that system. In other parts of the world, I mean, where Henrik is, in Denmark, in Sweden, in Finland, particularly in Finland, they've done it completely the opposite way. They have a totally different educational philosophy than we have, and we in this country have modelled our education. Sorry, Synthetics. I mean, you'll probably be annoyed about this.
On the
but
American system.
We've modelled our system on the least successful education system that's going, and that's the American system.
Hey, don't worry, I'm annoyed and I'm in the system, so or I was in the system, so
it's like why? I don't want to be offensive, but it's not. There are other education systems which have been so much more successful. The German school system, the Swedish school system. You're thinking, why are we choosing to model ourselves on one which we know doesn't work very well?
Well, actually, someone made a
really
good point. A British person made a good point in an interview recently, some actor, I think, and said, you guys have the process of the O levels and the A levels, so you focus on what you're good at. You're not forced to be good at everything. But our system here, with the way the SATs work and the college admissions in general and all that kind of stuff, you have to be good at everything, otherwise you're screwed.
Yeah, that's how it is here as well. Yeah, very much so. But anyway, I mean, if you're interested in sort of that philosophy, I'm gonna have to try and remember his name now. Oh, bugger, his name won't come to me. A Finnish educationalist, Sand. Oh no, I can't remember. Oh. There you're all thinking, come on, Andy, brain work.
Yeah.
all I can think of is Keke bloody Rosberg, and he's a driver. And I can't think of the man's name.
Not Salberg.
Not Eric
That's it.
Svensson.
Thank you, Sassy. Pazzi Zalberg.
Pazzi Salberg.
That's the man. That's the man
okay.
after Pazzi Zalberg. Passisahlberg. Pazzi Zalberg.
How could you possibly not remember that name?
Because it's a while since I read his stuff and what. But it's actually really, really brilliant. And everything he says, I go, common sense, common sense, common sense. And it's totally at odds with what we have to do.
Yeah.
Totally at odds. But, hey, that's... I mean, I've no idea how many more years I'll have to do because, maybe I'll be able to retire in 4 years' time, or if not, I'll probably drop dead in 4 years' time.
Private tutoring.
I can't imagine anything more mind-numbing. At least my job's not boring. I mean, seriously, Sassy. I mean, that's the one advantage of going through this. It's never dull. It's annoying. It's frustrating. It's really, really stressful, but it's never dull. Yeah. And I sometimes that has to be weighed in the balance, And that's what I say to sort of the kids who are the young adults who are coming into teaching for the first time.
The learners.
The ones who were becoming, who were all full of enthusiasm, and you think, yeah, that's not going to last long. Idealism. Yeah, but you know, I remember my tutor at university when I was doing my teacher training said that there'll always be one grumpy old git in the staff room that will do his level best to put you off. Guess what?
That's like the adage. The beatings will stop when morale improves.
Well, you know, why do you want to be a bloody teacher? Honestly, go away and do something useful with your life. Stock shelves at Asda or something.
But hang on, you didn't feel like this when you went into education, though, did you? Is it just that you've matured and become?
Do you want to know how it
cynical,
happened?
Or
I reckon surely, Andy, it must be overwork. I mean, is that not part of the problem? The fact that what you have to do all the time.
The thing is, I mean, I grumble and I moan and I whinge because I'm a bloody school teacher and that's what we do, right? But that's the nature of it, okay? The core of the job, the being in the classroom with students, I've always enjoyed. I've
that's
always
the fun
loved.
bit.
Right?
I love that.
Always enjoyed it. That's it. It's the everything else around it that just drives me to insanity.
Actually,
right?
to be fair, it was the same in higher education. I loved interaction with students. I loved teaching. It was only 40% of my time. The rest was research and stuff like that. But that's the bit I really miss. You know, and I stopped 5-6 years ago. You know, but did it for 18 years.
What were you
I was
doing?
a university lecturer.
In what?
I was actually in my title was communication information, but actually I taught nurses to use computers.
Right.
And then because of the music stuff, I'd get all the sort of audio related projects as well, which was quite cool.
And was that through the university in York?
Yeah.
St John's?
No, York University.
York University.
Because there's two. Because York University, you know. Yeah, St John's don't like the fact that that people say that there's only one York University. And rightly so.
Let's be honest, St John's has been there a lot longer than York
It has,
University
it has, yeah. You know.
Anyway. Sorry for boring everybody with education. We're going to have some music. Hiya, Keith.
fascinating.
Yes, good evening. I don't know if you can tell. I've been on the sunbed for a couple of hours.
You are looking very senior.
You're still there, aren't you?
It's a good look.
You look like a 1930s photograph. Very,
Very sepia.
yeah.
What's that for about? You're still hobbling, aren't you? Poor little soul. Right, I'm going to quickly go and grab myself a coffee.
You go and grab yourself a coffee. Okay.
The maid has not been in for nearly 2 hours now. Don't know what's happened.
And have another look around for your vaping pen, but this time concentrate in the living room.
Yeah, do you know what? Do you know how many things look like a vaping pen from a distance? I went, there it is, and I grabbed it, and it was like, oh, it's a pop bit.
Soldering iron.
There are those side snips I was looking for too.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Now, right, go and grab a copy. Back a sec.
It's like the larch, how to identify a tree from long way away. Right?
Oh, God.
Yes. Come on then. Come on in.
And he's gone. So, how's life, Keith?
Good. Just looking forward to the weekend of not working, basically, I think. Because I just find work very stressful, so...
I've just vented my spleen, so you can vent
Yeah.
yours now.
Yeah.
What field are you in?
Oh, definitely not in the field. Definitely in the building. Yeah, I know. Come on. It's missing. Badum-tish. Anyway, yeah. No, motor trade.
Yeah.
But I have a
Did
thing
this
on
say
my
the motor
wall.
trade?
Motor trade, yeah.
Yeah.
So, on
The
my
market's
wall,
a bit fucked up in that as well at the moment, isn't it?
Well, I'm in the little place called the parts department, so I don't have the stress of selling or not selling cars. But on my wall, and this sums my days up, is a sign that says, "I could handle my anger if you could manage. Yeah, I could manage my anger if you could manage your stupidity." and that is what I deal with all day. That's why, to come up here, sit down, was surrounded by stuff or whatever, or just say veg out at the weekend.
Yeah.
But whose
It's the best.
stupidity, Keith? Whose stupidity?
Everyone's.
Well,
Everyone's
yeah.
on it.
Well, I mean, the people in my department are great. Fortunately, our sales department is about 1.5 miles away, so we don't get constant sales people, whatever, walking past wanting mats and whatever. But no, it's the service department, service and the workshop and things. And it's just, do I want to rant? There's just a lot of people paid a lot more money than obviously we get paid. But I just know for a fact that if my manager employed them and you get your 3-month and 6-month review, they've been the 3-month review, been given a chance to improve. Or, if they went downhill, they'll be out the door by 6 months. They either made it or they're definitely out the door.
Yeah.
But they take on staff and they just last forever, or they last until they become disillusioned with their own working environment and leave. But they don't get training, they don't get full proper training. So, we in the parts department, we do get our training. We've set up a lot of processes to make our job very smooth. From our point of view, the only thing that upsets our day is IT and the manufacturer's systems that we use that are either one or the other. They're terrible. Doesn't matter. Just makes our day a lot longer, a lot harder.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing how computers were meant to make our lives so much easier? I mean, I remember at the back in the 70s when everyone was raving about the paperless office.
Yeah, exactly.
And we were seeing on Tomorrow's World, the latest creation, and then being able to get our hands on a real computer for the first time. And it was, I think any of us who started programming in the 70s soon realised that the dream was literally just that, a dream. Because the complexity of all the computerised systems started ramping. I mean, Moore's Law had nothing on that.
You'd have to explain what Moore's Law is.
Oh, that was about the doubling in capability of processors.
6 months. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
We've actually been on Moore's property. Somebody who worked for him had a party there.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
But if computers weren't partly crap, I wouldn't have a job. So there you go.
Well, yes. I mean, having worked in IT myself, I mean, it was fantastic. I mean, doing the upgrade from Windows 3.11 to Windows 2000 and Windows NT was, I made a lot of money out of that.
I used to enjoy Windows 2000. It was great operating system.
Yeah, well, and NT was pretty good. I mean, I've got to say,
I didn't have much to do with NT, but certainly I used Windows 2000 for a very long time.
Yeah. But it's this idea that computers would simplify things. Nah.
Yeah.
If anything, paper-based systems can be more efficient.
I mean, I must agree in a way, because when I started work, we had parts catalogues in books.
And microfiche.
But that was the worst of the lot, because with books, I mean, they obviously got updated every so often. But I mean, if you could update a page by getting a pen or pencil and writing something, crossing an old part number out, putting a new one in.
Yeah.
Microfiche. I had again many years ago, the pleasure of working for a Rolls-Royce dealer, and one of their, what was it, silver shadow, not shadows, the spirits and things at the time, they had 28 microfiche for the silver spirit range.
Yeah.
You know, so if you wanted to do a body estimate, nightmare, proper nightmare, and they get damaged, scratched and damaged and things. It was the least efficient of, you know, between paper books, microfiche and the computer, easily the most inefficient, but there you go.
Well, saying that, I worked for an organisation that used microfiche as the absolute backup of transactions, and it was computerized microfiche. So instead of actually storing it as storing the information as digital data, it was stored on microfiche, but was computer searchable. So it couldn't be tampered with. There was full control over access to the information and records, and it worked. And if the power went off, you didn't worry about data loss or anything. It was there. It was on fiche.
Yeah, the parts of the Motor Trade microfiche was literally a microfiche and a bulb with a magnifier and a reader and a plastic screen which it shone up on and things. You know, it was very basic in technology, very simple. You know, if it went dark, the bulb blown, that wasn't difficult.
Yeah.
That was it really. It was that was it. It was just a bulb.
And you could replace it yourself. You didn't need to wait for an IT technician to come along.
No. That's what I mean. Nothing at all. That's right. You know. Just,
have you switched it on and off again?
Yeah, it's definitely the bulb.
When I first worked at the company I'm at now, we had a large room downstairs. It was microfiche storage for records, and it was this kind of dark, dingy room, and it was staffed by a guy that looked like a cave troll.
But the beauty of fiche was that it lasted. I mean, it wasn't like cellulose-based film, so there were no fire risks with it. Once the film had been developed, that was it. It was there. Could always be searched. It was a permanent archive. Okay, obviously I'm the only one who thinks that, but you know.
I don't know anything about it, so I'm just thinking. All that pops into my head is parchment and quill.
Well, no. Think of seeing someone looking at a microdot from a 70s movie. You know, using a microscope to look at information embedded on a piece of film. That was microfiche. So you could store a shitload of data on a 6x4 piece of acetate.
Actually, even as recently as movies like the Ring remake, she had to look through the back records on microfiche, so it's been around a long time.
Yeah. I suppose a lot of sort of archiving is done that way too, then, isn't it? Or is that?
It was, yes. So in some films, you do see people scrolling through films.
And things.
So it'd be either 16 or 35 mil spools, and basically newspapers would archive their copy by taking photographs of the actual printed page, and that would become the permanent archive.
Well,
I remember having to use a bit of plastic or something, trying to find something in the. I was trying to find something in the university library, and I had to look at it under this thing, and
that was
a screen,
fiche.
and you're moving it around, and what a bloody faff that was! But
The index is in another dot.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's right. Well, which one? Which dot?
Steve Elbows in the chat says there was a microfiche system in our local library for years. Well,
yeah, Jim said a similar thing.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way of doing your family history was all your birth, deaths, and marriages, and such like. Were
Yeah,
on
we're stored on fiche. Yeah.
Was sort of film, one long film of fiche rather than. And yeah, you're right. Now you mentioned it, that the much later systems were sort of searchable by computer. Now that you mentioned it, yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah, I said, local libraries having it.
Yeah. Happy days. Or maybe not.
Well, I mean, I was taught all about the Dewey Decimal System, and libraries used to be a good place to go.
Well, York lost its library and it became some sort of cafe hub thing. I don't know whether it's the same everywhere else, but
Sheffield still has a really nice central library. It's really very pleasant. Nice place to go. And I was in there fairly recently. I've not been in for years and years and years, to be honest. And I went into this upstairs from the library is an art gallery, the Graves Art Gallery here in Sheffield, and I was actually really quite impressed at how many people were in there on a Saturday, just browsing, just doing. Some people sitting at computers, various people doing different things. I thought it's used. That's brilliant.
That's really great.
I was really pleased to see it because it's one of those things. It's just one of those things. It's just there, and I used to go in quite a lot when I was a student, and I've not been in for. I tried to do a count. When was the last time I walked in here? 10 years ago? 15 years ago? No. So, but it was really nice to go in. It was nice to go in to just see the inside of this building, and actually go around just nice to go around the art gallery. I'm forgetting. Hang on, actually, Sheffield's got a really good gallery. The Graves Gallery. It's brilliant. Some really good stuff in there.
The last time I was in New York, they've got some great public libraries that were just. I mean, I remember sitting in the afternoon because it was pissing down in New York. We didn't want to go anywhere. We just sat the afternoon reading books in the library. It was fantastic.
I remember high school, the library was mostly used by guys playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, I find it funny that as I get older, and as much as I love technology, and I've spent a lifetime working with technology, that to relax, I will read a book and put a record on, or listen to a tape, and get away from that. It's sort of I go from IT to a follower of General Ludd. In that, the analog feel makes it so much more. It's so much better, But there is something about reading a book and just immersing yourself in that text that I don't get from reading on a computer screen.
I've never gone down that path. I mean, I was sort of a bit tempted by a Kindle. That sort of thing, and I've never done it. No, I can't be doing with it. No.
I've got a Kindle, but I tend to use it for when I'm going to sleep. I'll set it to auto read a book for me, and it's just that soothing background noise that I'll fall asleep to. But if I actually want to read something, I will read a physical book.
I have a rule that I alternate between reading a novel and reading non-fiction all the time. So I'm reading a novel at the moment. I'm reading Slow Horses. When I've read that, I'll read something that's non-fiction. And I quite like that rather than just reading the same sort of thing all the time.
Yeah. It's just a way of getting away from everything.
Yeah.
Always got 2 books on the go.
But I do wonder about the younger generation and whether they will rediscover books, or whether they are they literally going to have phones implanted in their palms at some stage.
Well, I mean, like I say, I've been out of higher education for a few years now, but it was a problem when I was teaching first years and second years at university. The amount of students that would come through and just don't read regularly. And on the first week of term, I would always say to them, look, if you read, you'll pass. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Cresshead in the chat says, real books for the win. And he has a few listed on Amazon, so look at, I think Cresshead's done a book on the Crave that has patch sheets, etc. in it, so anyone who's interested in
TD3
books.
I've got the TD3 one. I'll go and get it. Shall I go and get it? Shall I do an advert for Cressy?
Why not? Why not?
Do it, do it, do it.
It's an unpaid promotion.
Yeah, exactly.
No copyright strikes, please.
I do wonder, does YouTube actually do auto subtitles for our chats? Because it would be interesting to go back and see.
I don't know.
Cool,
I've not seen auto subtitles on them.
I mean, Robin Vincent has on some of his Bolton music technology has auto text underneath while he's talking, and it just keeps up with whatever he's saying. I don't know what the technology is, but it is about 99.9% correct.
Wow.
And when you consider the subject he's talking about, it isn't just like reading a story, a basic story. It is technical, so. I mean, it might. If anyone's...
I'm similarly impressed and really, really scared by AI these days. From a technical perspective, I think, wow, all the possibilities, and then my sort of moral side kicks in, and I think, Jesus Christ, this is scary. I'm sure I read some books written by some guys in the 50s that were warning against this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say if anyone's interested in that technology, ask Robin, just drop him a line or whatever, and say what do you use on what streams you're using and what does your auto.
Is it not automatically built into YouTube?
Yeah, Wagu's saying there are subs on Tuesday's stream, but Wednesday's doesn't have them yet. So it's obviously a YouTube function.
Yeah.
Oh, scary shit.
Speaking of subs, I love when Music Track has subs on his videos. Those are awesome videos.
Oh, yeah, but it doesn't work, does it?
No, the real subs. He has actual translated subs put on some of them. They say English in brackets.
Sorry, who was that, Andy?
Musictrack.jp.
Right, not one of.
He's so enthusiastic, isn't he?
Ujie-san, he's great, man.
Right, guys. On that basis, I'm gonna go and see my wife and say hello to her.
Say hello from us as well.
Ian.
Nice to meet you.
Cheers, Ian. Good seeing you.
Bye.
Anybody got any vape model recommendations?
I have the iJoy Captain PD 1865.
Yeah, good luck with that one then, Kent.
No. It's about 38 quid or 39 quid, something like that.
Yeah, it's certainly a mouthful.
Woke up this morning.
What the hell have we got a musician on here for?
No, it's a plank with 6 strings.
Yeah.
The mic's muted though.
The audio's wrong.
That's no good. There's 6-note poly. This thing is 32.
He has that weird 6-string tritonium.
Yeah.
That's weird. I'm getting the string noise through the mic.
So why?
Was it not supposed to sound like that? What
No.
are they supposed to sound like then, Jim?
Let me turn the mic off again.
Oh, that's better.
We're back with the strings. Put the strings back in.
Like that.
Is it meant to be that?
I liked it better
distortion?
first time with the string noise in. It gave it an edge. Nice attack.
Yeah.
Like a
Horrible.
D50 transient.
No, it's too ice picky. Oh, horrible. I was going to say, yeah, vape models.
Go on.
That was a great lead-in.
Tell you what, let me give you some of the criteria. Right.
Yeah.
It needs to be where I can whistle and it beeps, or has a little hand that waves, or anything like. I cannot find it.
Get a
And I was
pink
doing
one.
so well. Yeah, I was doing so well, man. I had my last proper cigarette 10 o'clock last night, and I was doing fine. I've been doing fine all day long.
You
And
need
it's
one of those
been-
auto spring badge lanyards like they have at work, where it just pops back on your belt.
Yeah, just going, stink.
I probably spend a good 20 minutes a day looking for my vape.
Well,
I mean,
you're bloody useless. The parent
doesn't even have nicotine in it.
Can I?
Which is
can
like
I
ridiculous.
show you the? Can I show you what the experts do here? Ken?
What do the
Right?
experts do? Come on.
They have two.
I've said this. I've said this.
Yeah.
They have two, so that one could be charging while the other one is being used, or if
You
you
can alternate
lose it,
flavors too.
if you lose it because you've dropped it down the back of the sofa, or for like your
Yeah,
pocket
check
in the
there.
car,
Yeah.
or something. Yeah, you get slightly neurotic because I've been there.
Yeah.
So I
a
have.
spare.
I've even got one. I've even got the old ones in the drawer which are rejected, but they will still work if I can charge them up. But so I have two. This little model. I've got two of the same one actually. I thought this was great. I like this one a lot. It's called the Aqua Vape something or other.
Well,
Aqua
all I'd
Vape.
say is mine takes 18 650s, so they're easily replaceable.
Get one with replaceable batteries, and
Yeah,
then
you
I've
can-
got a spare one that I just use as a charger.
I could set the voltage or the wattage, and it will take different resistance coils. So I'm using a 1.8 ohm coil at the moment.
They're doing it complicated.
Oh,
You get one
that's
of these.
high.
It's USB, and you got just get. This is just a USB
Yeah,
one.
so are
and it
these.
works.
Yeah,
So
Well,
are
that,
these.
well, that
Then
USB as well. You'd have to use
have some
rechargeables.
juice in your pocket.
This does both.
Yeah.
So
Actually, I've got a Ken. Get a harmonica holder for your vape.
Or just do
sounds
IV
super nice.
nicotine.
Sure, it just
yes.
holds it there.
Yeah, that'd be perfect for it, actually.
Yeah. Or you can get some which have got little clips which you can put in a lanyard which will dangle around your middle, but that's a bit 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But in terms of the tank, though, this is brilliant. This is the Uwell Nunchaku. It's absolutely brilliant. The coils last for ages. Really good flavour.
Is that a mouth to lung or a direct to lung though?
Oh, I don't know.
So
I just use it.
Do you draw into your mouth first and then inhale, or do
Yeah,
you
because-
inhale straight back?
Mouth first. I've always done it that way, even with
right.
smoking. But
And does it have the same draw as a cigarette?
yeah, it's really satisfying. Actually, it's really good throat hit on it. I mean, I've run this. I mean, this thing goes up to God knows stupid watts, but I generally run this about 50, whereas other ones I've had to run about 90.
This is on the
so
11 and a
batteries
half.
last ages. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I'm running at 16 watts, 5.24 volts.
But yeah, this is. I mean, this is like a sub-ohm job, so you get really loads of vape. It's really good.
Yeah, you see, I don't want that. I want more a sensation of smoking. Which
Yeah,
is
well, that's what this gives
why I
me.
use the Nautilus mod, the Nautilus tank.
All right, yeah. Nautilus is good.
I feel left out here. Oh, yeah.
The good old Aspire.
Can I just take a pen and pencil?
Yeah, just suck on the pencil. I'll do it.
Aspire is a reputable brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good old clear to 120. It's good.
I'll
See,
stick to beach.
are you just a clean living gentleman then, are you, Keith? And you never...
No, never have done. Never
No.
even put a cigarette in my mouth to try it.
Good, absolutely. Wish I never had. Honestly, wish I never had. Stupidest. And actually, I got into doing that because I ran out of weed. I ran out of weed, and then I was desperate for something to smoke, and I realised that actually what the weed had done, because I always mixed it with tobacco, that the weed had actually got me onto a much harder drug called nicotine. And,
Oh, you're making blunts.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, here in this country where it's bloody expensive, I always used to just mix it. And
Sorry.
then I didn't have any, and all I got was the tobacco. My little pouch of Golden Virginia.
Just don't put the Sherman there. That's the bad stuff.
Yeah, I mean, So I kicked the demon weed on the head years and years ago, but it's only, it was only 5 years ago. Yeah, it's 5 years that I've been on this now, and I think it's a good thing. It may be that these things do have some potential long-term things which are not great, but it can't be anything like as bad as tobacco.
Exactly.
It just can't be. It just can't be.
Yeah.
You're not inhaling cyanide for a start.
Well, like I said earlier, I woke up this morning and for the very first time didn't cough.
It takes a while. You like I think you mentioned yesterday that your lungs start to clear themselves out, and they do. But you will feel better, and you'll feel you've got a lot more energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good, but you've got to commit to it. I went 3 months, and I bought myself a pack on Boxing Day, whatever year it was, Boxing Day, and
yeah.
Clearly, this is really boring, so I'll just let the guys play.
Yeah, I got to drop off for a bit, guys. I'll be back.
All right, buddy. Look after yourself.
Yeah,
See you later,
take
Andy.
care, Andy.
Is there a Richard Hilton coming in? So you can.
Hopefully.
Oh, do it,
join
yeah.
us? Yeah.
Something like that.
Richard Hilton on Bowley.
He was aiming for the pink, but he got it in the brown.
To go for the easy pink or the tight brown.
Oh, how you doing, darling?
Good, thanks. You?
Good, man. Good.
Hey, Richard.
Let's just hope that
Hey.
Richard didn't have his sound on at that point. He's far too much of a gentleman to be inflicted with such unnecessary vulgarity.
You
talking about my guitar
you
playing?
mean about the pink
Yes,
and the brown?
like guitar playing, Jim. Honestly,
No,
stop it.
No. What Richard presents is a persona.
Which is that? Exactly.
You educated and polite and kind.
Really?
Yeah. The rest of the
I
time,
like
you
In public.
running people over on the street corners and stuff, throwing ice creams at people.
That's rock and roll.
Yeah. How you doing anyway, babe?
I'm good. I told Jimmy missed his cue. You said I woke up this morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. With sick on my head.
Wow.
Sick on my wife. And sick on the bed. I like look at this one.
They're Diddy.
Oh, you
they're
guys,
Diddy.
that's right. You're into
They're
this
Diddy,
whole
you'll lose that.
engineering thing about just buy a $20. This thing's lasted me like 5 years. It works perfectly.
Yeah.
Are you a vapor too, Richard? Oh, I had no idea. I thank heavens for that. Oh, I'm so relieved.
Well, it's nothing but THC, but yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, I've got to find a vape that doesn't look like a tool, doesn't look like a jack cable, or anything else, or look like a dog. Or,
You mean so
or
you don't
husky
start
head.
sucking on screwdrivers inadvertently?
Well, I've lost the bloody thing. I can't find it.
Soldering irons.
I've been looking for it since about 6 o'clock tonight.
I tend to keep it simple. It's not complicated to me. And I was listening yesterday from the car repair place to the discussion about how to do this. And the thing is that everything else you've ever inhaled like that, you measured its impact by how it's affecting the back of your throat because of the burning sensation.
Yeah.
This has no burning sensation. So by the time you can feel it, it's way too much. So what I've learned is you just take a little hit on the thing and you take it out of your mouth before you're choking to death.
Yeah.
Exhale, do the same again. In other words, some people call it microdosing, although I think that's actually got a real definition that isn't this. But it's just a matter of getting used to not hurting your throat with every inhale.
Yeah.
And if
See,
once
but-
you get used to that, you don't have to hurt yourself in order to
Yeah.
get the desired result, which is really why you're doing
I
it.
mean, you can change your juice. If you normally you inhale about 50% VG and 50% PG. It's PG which makes you cough. VG you almost don't feel it. It's just creating smoke.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's in here, but other than THC oil, and I don't know how they mix it with the various ingredients you're talking about, which probably relates more to tobacco which is what Kent will be using. But
I use 50% VG and only 20% PG, so it's not so hard on my.
And that's a nicotine vape then.
No. It's the propylene glycol versus vegetable glycerin.
No, understood. But these are components of the nicotine vape specifically, or of other kinds of vapes?
Well, this is just the carrier liquid, not the that's without the nicotine.
I see.
So most fluids in the UK are 70% propylene glycol. So you have to, if it's hurting the back of your throat, you then have to look for something like a 50-50. So 50% propylene glycol and 50% vegetable glycerin, and then you can choose what nicotine level you want.
Right, understood. I don't know. I don't know if any of that applies to this.
And VG is what's in normal smoke machines.
Yeah. Well, this morning, what I was doing was when I was using it, I'm just taking little puffs on it, and the coughing stopped.
Yep.
So I was able to do that, more often. But even then, it was like take 5 or 6 of them, and I was putting it down, walking away, coming back, taking another 5 or 6 of them, sort of thing. So generally, just. But what was important was, all the time I was working, doing other bits and pieces and stuff like that, I wasn't thinking about I need a fag, at all. Which is it's really freaked me out most of the day, because it's like really sort of like weird of wandering around and I haven't got any cigarettes on me. And every now and again I kind of remember and I go, I haven't got cigarettes. Oh no, I don't need them, do I? I'm fine. And I go, pop, 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 thank you very much, move on. But now I lost it, and it's like
what you need is one of these tile things to hang off the bottom, so you can look for it with your phone when you lose it. But I was just encouraging smaller hits, because don't wait until you can feel it. I mean, I know Sass does this because he wants to feel it, and that's a different.
No. I want to replace the feeling of smoking a cigarette. I don't want my throat to be burning.
I see. Well, to me, it's just a matter of taking smaller hits, and don't wait till you can feel it, because by then it's going to really just like explode your lungs. At least that's how I deal with it.
Yeah.
Your mileage may vary, as they say in the car business.
Well, I think what I'll do is I'll probably get this one, and then let's have a look what we've got here.
I've never smoked nicotine or tobacco, and I've never really wanted to, and I don't really like being around it very much, so I'm easy with that.
I wish I'd never started.
I remember growing up, my mother was heavily a smoker, and back then you could smoke everywhere and anywhere. We'd be in a closed car with them smoking, and I hated it. I just couldn't stand it. But this stuff has reformed my breathing quite considerably, and I no longer get illnesses. And I think, as much as I see what Gert wrote in the chat about how you can still get cancer, that may be true, but you're not burning things and you're not injecting tar.
Yeah.
And that is perhaps a slightly mitigating aspect of that part of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
It's not healthy, but less bad.
It's probably...
Yeah,
you're probably worse off having a wood burner.
I have 2 bottles left, and I've decided when those are gone, I'm done with vaping, because I can feel it if I'm walking in cold weather and I vape, then I'll lose my breath. And if I don't vape, I don't lose it. So it's time to stop.
Yeah.
I don't think we've met, JX. But tell me your first name, please.
Henrik.
Henrik. Ah,
Yeah.
now I know who you are. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've been on this show before together.
Yeah,
but
maybe so, but we've
we
never
may
been
not have
properly
talked.
introduced. I like to be.
How bloody rude of us all. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Well, no, I'm definitely feeling improvements from it, and from only one day. So
Yeah, money. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard it as money, because it's much cheaper than smoking. Indeed.
That's true.
Yeah.
Considerably.
yeah, especially with the because I was actually smoking very rather light cigarettes, but they tend to be even more expensive because of that.
And you smoked quite a lot of them.
Well, if I can help it, I won't exceed more than a packet a day.
Yeah.
So
That still adds up to a considerable chunk of money.
yeah, it's about 13 quid a day.
No, it's a lot of money.
What is that, Jim?
So this
Doing
is
that blooming after the guitar.
Yeah.
track.
that's the Meris Enzo, which is like a synthesizer pedal. It's absolutely mind blowing. It's an absolute beast. It's so hard to sort of control though, or program because it's lots of
nice.
sort of hidden stuff.
It's got this
Sounds lovely.
cool vibe
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah, well, it's what I used for that track on the Ukraine album, Andy. That Bracing for Waves. So
Yeah,
that's
it's
what's
lovely.
doing the main synth noise in it. It's not actually a synth.
I see.
So,
I approve wholeheartedly.
but yeah, it's
Yeah.
got some really cool.
I, on the other hand, am appalled.
Shocked.
This one is nice
Go and
too.
stand in the naughty corner, Jim.
Yeah, that worked.
I'll tell you, every time I hear Rich or Kent playing the Rolly, there's something about that interface that, in the right hands, just sounds brilliant.
Yeah, it kind of drags you in. It draws you in to do it, which is because you can.
Yeah. Well, it's
Whereas-
like a tactile instrument. You know,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah. So when you sit down in front of a keyboard, because it's a normal keyboard and you can't do it, so you don't go anywhere near it, anywhere near that kind of thing.
As a keyboard player, I've never felt so connected to the sound as I do when I play this
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
As a guitarist, whole different deal because you're actually touching the vibration.
Yeah.
So Jim gets to feel
Yeah.
what he's doing in his hands, and that's a really, really special thing. But as a pianist or a keyboard,
It's
essentially a machine
kind of an
operator.
equivalent, isn't it?
It gets close. It gets really, really
yeah.
close.
It's kind of an equivalent type. If you could be in contact with the sound as a keyboard player, the Rolly's going to be the thing that gets you
It's a
nearest.
convincing illusion,
Yeah,
is what it is, and it's really convincing.
yeah. Because there's actual position and movement involved.
Well, and the fact that how I lean into it and I play the vibrato with my own hands and not just whipping up an LFO from Odd
Yeah,
Wheel or
yep, yep,
something,
yep.
or even in
Yeah.
pressure, it's all coming from my technique, and that makes it really feel connected.
Right, lovely people, it's my bedtime. Sorry, because I'm going to be up at
Christ.
stupid o'clock to rip. Well, I'm going to rip it all apart now. So it's all nice and ready just to be taken up and down the
God,
stairs.
I hope tomorrow
Good
works
luck.
for you, Andy.
Okay, Andy.
The ripping it down's fine. You rip it down, you take it away, you set it up, you do my little seminar thing. It'll be great. Then I'll come home and I'll go, oh bollocks! I've got to set it all up again and work out why it's not working and why this thing.
Yeah. You got to have it looking all.
It's always the once you bring it back here that's the problem. It's
Yeah, but then you got to have it looking all
that
pretty
work?
again for Ramsey's show.
Oh, stuff that.
Andy, remember to mark the connectors on the power supplies with the right name.
Oh yeah, yeah.
and count your patch cables in and out.
Oh God, patch cables. I've got. Yeah, patch cables.
Ah.
Oh, what have I done?
Oh man.
Why do I say yes
Bring
to
the
these
embassy.
things?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do I say yes to these things? Because, no.
Someone's
I'll
made
let
a
you
rod
know.
for their back, haven't they?
Yeah, well, I bought half a dozen packs of those tendrils cables, the right angle things, which are actually great. I love those. They're a game changer.
Yeah, I
like
got a
those.
bundle of them. Yeah.
But the yeah.
What's the matter for a bed?
Right, anyway, I better because I'm going to dismantle this and then go to bed. So,
luck,
nice seeing you all.
Ian. Good luck. Catch
I'll
you tomorrow.
catch you all. I'll see you all at Process Network tomorrow, I dare say. So, take care, folks. Try.
All right, take care.
Cheers, Andy.
Bye, Andrew.
Which one's that then? Yeah, baby. That one?
It's loaded. No, it's loaded. It's not what I meant to do.
Hey, very well.
Can you go into Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy music?
Pardon me?
Can you go into the Hitchhiker's music?
Which I
Because
don't know what that
originally,
is.
it was originally Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh,
Yeah.
done by what's his name from the Eagles.
Yeah, it was originally recorded by the Eagles.
Journey of the Sorcerer.
That's the one.
Oh,
It's got that nice guitar intro, hasn't it? It's got nice.
Well, it was a banjo.
Was it? Oh, all right. It's been a
Yeah, it
long
was a
time.
pick
because, I mean,
banjo.
My copies are
What's
on
the name,
cassette, and I dread to think where I've buried that. I know it's still here, but
Yeah, Journey of the Sorcerer.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, it was Bernie Leadon.
I think my old girl's on here somewhere.
Have you had any problems with the hydro since yesterday?
It's been absolutely fine now.
Great.
So, like I was saying, get rid of the upgraded
Cubase.
11 Cubase 11 to 12. Get rid of the upgraded version of it, dump it, and then download the full 12, the full version of 12,
Yeah.
and install a nice clean installer, and hopefully that'll do it.
Yeah.
So
But sometimes projects get corrupted and
yeah,
that's what you
exactly.
can do about
Yeah,
it.
because if I go back to one of the older projects and load that in, it will do it. And then when I
so-
put a fresh one on, it's fine and it doesn't do it.
Shows the power of the crowd there.
Yeah. Absolute.
Best way of diagnosing issues.
If anything, Cubase has been still getting a bit twitchy about stuff. Like every now and again, MIDI functions from any keyboard suddenly stop, and you can't play an instrument via MIDI on it, and it's most annoying. But as to why it started doing it all of a sudden, no idea.
It hasn't
Yeah,
happened here.
Maybe revert back to 11 and wait until they've resolved some of the issues that are obviously apparent in 12.
Yeah, I'm wondering though if half of the problem is running 12, but I'm running 12 on Windows 11.
Windows 11, yes.
That might be where most of the issues occur.
Is it not supposed to be authorized for that operating system?
I think, well, they say it will work on it.
Well, that's kind of.
Yeah, it was nice of them, wasn't it?
If you're a beta tester, that is.
Yeah, but it would appear that 11 is very much a piece of beta OS, really. You know, because I've had like 5 updates in one day before now from Microsoft. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, okay, this isn't working properly yet.
Well, you could always take an image of your Windows 11, then revert or install, do a new install of Windows 10, and then a new install of Cubase on top of that.
Yeah.
Then you've got something that we can support.
I've actually got both operating systems running on this computer. I could, either one. So I could. I don't have Cubase though, so I can't test this for you. But
yeah,
I have.
Well, it's like I have this thing every now and again. Like the Roly Rise will just completely disappear out of Cubase. It won't show up. For love nor money, it won't appear in the list, which is really annoying. Like it's doing now. It's like, nope. It's finding the Timberwolf.
Is it connected via USB?
Yeah.
Yeah. I try to connect as much as I can via MIDI, and only when I need to make updates or change patches or something, I connect the USB.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't get a lot of choice with the Roly Rise, though. You only get, it's either that or Bluetooth, but Bluetooth on Windows is...
Yeah, but if you can narrow it down so you only have a few connections on USB, it may help.
Yeah, the trouble is with this particular studio, even though I've reduced the amount of USBs by quite a considerable amount, there's still quite a few USBs actually in use. So, it's been a bane.
Yeah, I have 4
even
hubs
today.
with 8 USBs on each. So
yeah, because I got. I think I'm running 2 different hubs. One is a 32-way. It's very capable hub, but there are limits. And then the other one's a 13-way, but they're not completely populated. But even so, it's not been good. So it was like I say, it was much better with Windows 10. Windows 11 seems to not like too many. Yeah, weren't they just? Mind you, remember when Windows 10 wasn't exactly that wonderful? So
no, they're all. It's a cycle. It all,
Yeah, it goes good, bad, good, bad.
But
good,
I did some alpha testing for Microsoft on Windows 10. And
everyone has done that.
Then went through the full life cycle.
Hey, Robert.
So I was bug reporting.
Oh, new angle.
15 times a day.
I see.
But Windows 10 was shaping up very, very quickly into a very good, stable operating system. And it really pisses me off that Microsoft, whenever they get a good, stable platform, decide to go, you know what, we're going to bugger things around now, and we're going to put a new interface on that no one likes. I mean, everyone I know who's running Windows 11 has configured it to look exactly like Windows 10.
Not me.
No, a lot of people used to do that with.
Yep.
Well, a lot of people used to do that with just about with every Windows update that there ever was. They try to get it to look like the old one. They used to do it with Windows 7, try and make it look like XP.
You can still try to make it look like 3.1 or 95.
Well, thing is, but it won't run like it, and that's the problem. It doesn't matter what it looks like. If it's an unstable operating system, it's still an unstable operating system, which is a shame. So, but why? I can't. I don't understand why things just randomly, completely disappear out of this bloody system. It's a pain in the arse. It really is.
So you're running the Roly through a USB hub?
No, the Roly goes directly into the PC.
Right. Okay.
On its and it only uses. It's on its own root hub, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
because of the shitload of data that it kicks out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, but the same will apply to the Hydra, because they're both MPE devices, so that they will output shitload of data. So those two use hardware as opposed to hubs.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, even the Hydra, it goes to the computer first. It's the best way to go. But what it does mean is the rest of the stuff has to share.
Hang off hubs. Yeah.
What few hubs are left available to it. So,
where's Ty?
Yeah, I don't know why I grab it, because I don't need to scare him off.
Ty's going to pop up and say, "Robert, fuck off."
Give us a sea shanty.
If I could play accordion, that'd be cool, but I can't.
I might be unusual here, but I actually like the sound of an accordion when it's played well.
But I was going to say, all you need is somebody to come on with a banjo, and you've got the trifecta of evil.
I've got a banjo. I've got a banjo.
Woke up this morning.
I like it. Dr. Sent says, Nathan, like you needed something more annoying to tie. Arturia bagpipe.
Yeah.
All I can say is a couple more weeks, months or years practice and it's going to sound really, really good.
It will be a long stream.
Yeah.
We could go for a record-breaking stream then.
I mean, but there's a reason I sampled this accordion the way it sounds alright, which is very gently, it actually sounds quite nice. When it doesn't sound like an accordion.
Yeah, almost more like a melodica.
Yeah, or
harmonica,
like harmonium. If you go to Pianoberg and search for ESC Weltmeister, you can find the samples I did of this.
Ah,
cool.
That's a nice pattern.
I'll get them for Ty for Christmas.
Brilliant.
Oh, he will be delighted.
I know he would be.
I'm just watching for how many viewers we lose. Oh, we just lost 2.
No.
Uh-oh, he's got his Mellotron open.
Oh, wow. Squeeze bombs.
What's that? Oh, look at you. Go ahead, Keith.
We can't hear you, Keith.
Ah.
I don't know if it's good or...
Anybody got a Meerschaum pipe handy?
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Jim, do you know Scream Fox by The Who?
I don't know.
Oh, I do. All 3 of those chords are some of your favorites.
You got sideways speed.
Nope.
You want to really scare people away? We all get accordions.
No, we can't allow it. I mean,
yeah, we just lost 2 more.
The accordion show.
Oh, this is amazing.
Beware.
Oh, no.
On the subject of odd instrument pairings, I saw a concert featuring mandolinist Chris Thiele and Bela Fleck. So it was mandolin and banjo, which was the plinkiest show I've ever heard in my whole life. But it was fantastic because they're both awesome players, and it was really fun. But what a mid-range extravaganza!
Yeah, I was going to say, give the subs a rest on that.
Yeah, no kidding. Huh?
How about writing a harpsichord octet? That sounds like a very fun.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So,
That's
we
enough
need-
to send me to the lobby for a drink. I love the harpsichord, but 8 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, there'd still be a lot of dust on the bass bins.
Yeah, right.
What we got? That's weird. What's the matter, Nelly?
We just got 5 more viewers by not playing.
No, they've just come to see what the body count is.
Yeah.
On that note, I should probably slowly make my way home.
Yeah.
See when you get back then.
Yeah, I'll see you in an hour.
All right, mate.
Cool.
Take care.
Cheers, Robert.
See
See you in a bit.
Okay, Robert.
See you, buddy.
Oh, that's funny. Manny's got a hilarious joke on there.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, yeah. I did say that the other week.
Yes.
That's good.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I like that.
But of course, somewhere there is, and I've seen his video. I think it's a Polish kid who plays like.
Guess what?
virtuoso.
Guess what?
It's a good thing Robert left before Ty came on.
The Kraken has been summoned.
By an accordion.
Hi, I was just talking about you.
Did I hear mid-range poison?
Good
I've
evening,
settled
Ty.
on-
How are you?
I've settled on your next Christmas gift. It's going to be Robert's custom set of accordion samples.
Or glue
Yeah.
removal.
Yeah.
Do you know the funniest thing about this is the funniest thing about this was literally
Ty owns an accordion. Yeah.
This is totally coincidental because
We're all on the edge of our seats here, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
why. Oh God! Actually, I've just realised I've got 2 tabs open. That's why. Fuck's sake. Okay. So
Now he knows how to use the
funniest
internet.
thing.
So Ty Unwin, the professional.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so professional. He has 2 tabs open by mistake. Oh, shoot me.
Hey, mate, I signed
okay.
into the wrong show.
No, look, it is totally coincident. I logged on, and all I could see was Robert turning around, putting down an accordion, and then checking the mic. And I'm thinking, I think I've timed this well. And then literally as I came in, all I saw was to turn around and go, anyway, I best go now. And then I came in, and I'm thinking, this isn't going to look good. But I can honestly say, hand on heart, totally coincidental.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hey.
Guten Tag.
Hi, Ty.
How are we doing?
Good.
Yeah. Vanessa?
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Sleep deprived, but
I am. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Me too. Very sleep deprived. I'm not liking this working again shit.
You got episode 3 done yet?
No, I'm on episode 2.
Yeah, okay.
How many mean?
Episode 1 went on Monday, so that was really fun. When? Oh God, I've lost track. Sunday night. So episode 1 went. Actually, that went on Sunday. Actually, episode 1 went on Sunday, didn't it? And then I'm on episode 2 now, and I've got 24 minutes done of episode 2.
So about another 4 days, and you should get the email.
4 days.
Yeah, about another 4 days, and you'll get the email going.
where is it?
Can we have the stems of the first episode?
Yeah, fuck off. I've already had, just so you know, on episode 1 that I delivered on Sunday, I had, this will sound familiar, Rich, I had the email saying that the locked film that I'd worked to actually wasn't locked now, and the graphics guys had changed the lengths of some of the graphics, which meant that a lot of the pieces now didn't line up, and could I solve it like
Could you
literally?
redo everything, please?
Yeah,
Hurry.
basically, yeah. Can you
Yeah.
just redo everything?
That's what
but
your time stretch plugins for, isn't it?
No, it doesn't quite work that way. If only-
No shit, really.
The most hilarious thing is that this is the director who's turning around and going, I mean, I know it's going to be a pain. And then he went, actually, I don't really understand how much of a pain it'll be. But all I know is, could you just fudge it? Could you just bodge it so it kind of sounds okay?
Yeah,
And
just
it's
copy a bar and just slip it in, you know.
It's just like, yeah, because that's how it works. So, but they're
Yeah.
using that classic phrase of, oh, I mean, we've only added a second and a half here and taken away 10 frames there, and and you're just thinking, oh, you fucking fuckers, fucking wankers, bollocks.
Mind you, it does set the
Picture lock is
precedent.
supposed to be picture lock, isn't it? It's like,
Well, that's the
Except
whole
when it's
point of
not.
it. The
But
whole
with him,
point is,
with him saying that, can you fudge it? It kind of sets the precedent of how you're going to do the next 3 episodes.
but that's the thing. That's the same way that the amount of times I've been told during my career, oh, don't worry about it. It's only TV. I mean,
Do you tend to write to the cuts?
yeah. This is all written frame accurate to picture. Yeah.
So at a cut, when a cut happens, you might have an event occur on the
Yeah,
cut.
exactly. The whole
Thereby making all of your
the way
like
that
a
I write,
DX7 bell.
that,
for
just like
instance,
the
on the
X7
key
bell.
change.
The thing exactly
Yeah.
on the key change. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Accordion, accordion.
Accordion. Can I just say, all I made out of that was accordion.
Yeah,
That's all you needed.
That's all I needed. Oh, shut the fuck up! Is Robert back in the room? No. So the thing that makes me do what I do as me is it is all as Rich said, basically it all just goes to moments, to events, to things, and the moment one of those starts changing in a piece, they think it's just a 2-second job to just, and of course it's not.
Yeah.
A lot of the time it's
Yeah,
major
they think
rewrites.
Let
I think it's
me just
cut
readjust
paste.
my 100 tracks.
Have
Exactly.
you noticed that everybody else works very atmospherically and arrhythmically?
Oh, completely. Yeah, exactly.
And do
Yeah,
you
yeah,
wonder
yeah.
why anymore?
Oh, no, I know. No, I know. I mean, honestly, on the piece that I
Just
finished,
fade out.
the piece I finished yesterday, you do sit there going, if you actually analysed it musically, why have I suddenly had to have a 9/16 bar going to a 15/32 bar, going into a 3/4 bar but the thing is, you have to do all that, but then make it sound like it's completely
It's meant to
natural and
happen,
flowing and meant to be that way. So anyway, I'm not going to moan.
Well,
but
when
it
it
just,
matches the cuts, it does.
no
No matter what you took to get there, if it matches the cuts, it looks like
Exactly.
it belongs there. And as soon as
Exactly.
they start recutting,
Yeah. And the problem,
You're without a
this is
paddle.
the biggest problem that they don't realise is the fact that writing the music itself, writing the piece of music is like kind of 30% of the time. Making that then fit perfectly with what they want is the other 70%. And the problem I have is, so you make this work, and then they come back to you and go, oh, by the way, we've done this change.
Yeah.
And you suddenly realise that
It's a moving target.
it is a moving target. But the thing is, it also means that I could have, all these hours and hours and hours and hours I spent making this fit, I could have just stuck it in 4/4 and it would have fitted perfectly, you bastards. So, Anyway.
So one of the first films I worked on, which was Coming to America, was not only being cut, but was being shot while we were writing the score.
Yeah.
And so every single morning started with trying to adapt what we did yesterday to the new cut of what we were working to before we could move on to cut 2, and then that compounds the next day because they've recut both of those. So the next day starts with the first day's work having to be reconfigured,
completely,
followed by the second day's work having to be reconfigured before
then
you
the
can start
third
on
day.
day 3's work, and it just keeps mounting up
And
until you
that's
finally
why. That's
Why
how it
not
used
just
to
go
be.
to the zoo and wait until the film's finished?
Well, that's the thing. Years ago, that's exactly what I used to. Years ago, I used to kind of fall for all of that, and then I just kind of became known as the bastard that basically just refused to start writing until there was a locked film. And so now I'm going to say
we were on a deadline that didn't allow that.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you're absolutely right, Rich. Sometimes it's not. You can't do that. But
It had to be done this way.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 75% of the time now, I literally just refuse to do anything until it's locked, because I've just spent years doing exactly what Rich has
But
just
then again,
described.
they just said it was locked, and it's not locked.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly.
Because we're not part of their process, other than to dress it up. You know, we're the icing, not the cake.
Do you know what, Rich? You summed it up perfectly when I sent out that title card for the Attenborough thing, and you were the one that came back and said, quite rightly, if you look on the title card, now fair enough, it's only the title. It's a title card for promo. You look at all the people that are listed, who's working on it, and it was like the runners. I'm sure it was
Truck
fucking catering,
Assistant
hairdressers.
accountants.
All over.
Yeah.
I wasn't on there. I just wrote the fucking music for
That's
it.
right.
But,
And made the rest of that shit work for them.
Even the marsupial fluffer got their credit on there, didn't
There you
they?
go.
No, that was me. I was the marsupial flipper.
Oh, okay.
It's the only way he was able to get his name in the credits.
Exactly. It's the only way I got the job. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you do what you got to do.
Yeah.
My name was after the director's son. It is. You look at the end of the credit roll in Coming to America, and my name is after who was, I'm sure, a wonderful guy, Max, but I don't think I saw him there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, music doesn't matter in a film. I mean,
Do you know?
it doesn't add anything to it, does it?
Oh no, of course not. Can I say the only thing that they did actually that I was really actually pleased with is that the producer was so taken by the music on the Attenborough thing that I'm the only one who got. Composers always want in the end credits. They always want the solo. No one else on the page. They just want their name, and no one else in all of the credits, including the producers, including the execs. No one else got their solo page. But she was so touched by the music, she made sure that I was the only one that just got a solo page.
Yeah, I did notice that and went,
yeah. Which she was so
page.
moved. Yeah, she was so moved by that she just said, no, I just want you to. And actually, yeah, which was nice. That was a nice touch. Didn't pay me any more money though, bitch. But
I was just going to say, as long as there's a check associated with the plaque on the door.
Yeah.
Mind you, it was the first time ever that I've ever heard Fiona go, I wish David would shut up for a minute so I can hear the music. Really? I thought you loved him. He's your boyfriend. Kind of thing.
David
Attenborough.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Attenborough.
He gets in the way of the music.
Yeah. He just keeps talking about science and things.
He talks about interesting shit.
Yeah. Over the top.
Yeah, but I want to hear those three chords again.
Yeah.
That tubular bell from the DX7.
Yeah.
Mind you, they did mix it very, very, very quietly in some of it, didn't they? It was like, right, bang.
If you're commissioned to write that piece of music for whichever production company it was, is there any chance you could negotiate so you could actually release that as yourself? Or is it owned purely by the production company?
Well, it's owned by the BBC. So the BBC, so it's a BBC, it's an in-house BBC production. So if I could be asked, I could,
Up it onto YouTube.
I could talk about doing something with it. I mean, I know because I've done so much work for them over the years. I'm really in with all of the BBC Worldwide guys, so I could. But honestly, I mean, it's not my.
Yeah, then
do you know what I
they
mean?
should do it different.
Yeah. It's work.
It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of to do it properly. If you're going to do it, you do it properly, and it takes a lot of time and effort to do that. And I can't be bothered to do that. I'm not one of these people. You get people who, quite justifiably and quite understandably, want the world to hear their stuff. Do you know what I mean? They want it out there, and they want everyone to hear it, and that's not really my bag. I do see when I'm doing this. I've said it so many times before. I'm doing a job. I'm delivering the goods, and that's it. But once that goes, once that's gone, that's gone. I don't think about it again, really. So I have no interest in. I'm not bothered whether. I've always said this. I'm not bothered whether one person and their dog hears it or a million people hear it. It doesn't really make any odds to me, really. It's just as long as I've done what I was meant to do and I've been paid to do, and I've done the best that I can do, then I'm happy. So
Fair dues.
yeah, you know,
Admirable.
It's not even admirable. It's just a lot of it is laziness that I can't be asked. You know, that's a lot. You know.
Well, no, but it's like a mechanic fixing a car. The customer goes away happy.
Yeah, exactly.
And will come back.
Yeah, exactly.
But that is admirable. That
there are plenty of composers. There are plenty of composers out there who they're more bothered about that. They want the fame and glory. They basically want to be the pop star. They want everyone to admire them and think that they're fucking amazing and tell them how fantastic they are. And
well, we think your music's good, but the rest of it that doesn't apply.
But I wouldn't even go as far as the music, to be fair. But it's no. But do you know what I mean? It's the kind of the glory and people. You know, it's like when I send off scores and whatever, and when I'm sending stuff off, I always say this to every director and producer I ever work with: is don't tell me what you like, because I'm genuinely not bothered about that. Tell me what's wrong with it. Tell me what needs changing. Tell me what you don't like. There's nothing worse than, you know, when you get those emails that basically just tell you this is fucking amazing, this is brilliant, this is fantastic. That's
and it all ends up on the cutting room floor.
It means nothing. Yeah. It means nothing when they tell you you're amazing in this industry. It means nothing. You want to know what's wrong. That's all. Because there's so much blowing. Everyone blows everyone up their own, up their asses here, and I can't.
You've been working with Midge-Ure far too much.
Why?
So it means nothing to you, apparently.
Oh. Come on. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my God.
I love the fact that Rich is there going, no, don't get that reference.
I've got so many stories to tell. I mean, when we did the movie Blue Chips with William Friedkin, we were the third ones to attempt this score. And every morning it was a new dawn, a new style. Like the first day it was do it orchestral, then it was, you know what, I think I need a jazz score. So we started doing jazz music, and then it was, you know, let's try some like rootsy blues music in here instead. And like, I swear for weeks, it was every day was a new musical style that had to be attempted. And in the end, he used music from all 3 or 4 contributors interchangeably throughout the film, and not one any particular style. Which is just no,
I know that's
it was an adventure.
Again, I'd love to say that was unusual, but the problem I have with that, I don't have. The one thing I don't have patience when it comes to things like that. But that's not unusual, Rich. It's very sad.
But you're there. He's there, and he's trying to. Yeah. He just doesn't know. It's the funny thing about this is why I'm relating it to your story about don't ask them to tell you what they want, because they don't know. They'll pretend to you that they do, but they're waiting to hear it and see it. The thing is, they'll know it when they see it.
Yeah. Because when I took my time out. So everyone knows the infamous one that I did the 100 Vaginas program. Do you remember that one? Yeah, I did a program called 100 Vaginas. Great music, interesting program. That's exactly. That was the score. You've hit that. That was the entire score. That's a very funny story.
My future in Foley is secure.
I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to tell the story again. But there is a very story about the whole. Actually, there's loads of funny stories about that program, which one day I will bore you with. But after that, anyway, I did what I always called with the Dick program, which was basically 100 Vaginas was such a success that they said, okay, we'll do the same with Dicks now, and they did with
the gloves off.
Yeah, gloves off for this one.
Yeah.
And I can't. Do you know? It's so memorable. I can't remember what it was called, but that was the show.
100 Dicks.
No, it wasn't called 100 Dicks. I can't remember what it was called. Me and my penis or something.
Yeah, it was.
Like that
was it.
Okay, so that was the program that at the end of 2019, October 2019, was the show that pushed me over the edge to actually take 12 months out, because of that was the program. And the reason is that I kind of got to the stage where I basically told them to fuck off on a conference call, because the reason was exactly like Rich said. What they didn't know was they didn't know what kind of show they wanted, and so they'd start off with a quite light show, and then literally 2 days later it'd be, oh yeah, Channel 4 now wanted to be a really dark show, and then the next 2 minutes later it would be, yeah, we now really wanted to be kind of quite sad. Then it was, oh no, we need to be really light and happy. And I was writing all this music, and I was basically scoring the film so many times, and it's like on a daily basis. You never knew what film you were going to score. But the thing is, the problem,
only so many dicks you can look at.
But this is the problem, was visually they weren't really changing hardly anything. They were relying on it all to do with the music. They were basically going,
dictate the mood.
That was it. They were basically turning around and going, so we don't want a happy light program now. We want a dark program, a dark, meaningful program.
This one's circumcised. It has to feel hurt.
Do you know?
Patagonian pipe music or something.
All I can say is when I did 100 Vaginas, I had a vested interest. I had a vested I watched it from a very entertained point of view, and I used to trip into the studio each morning going, hey, what am I going to see today? I didn't have that. I have to say, the Dick one, it didn't have the same
appeal.
Gravitas.
No.
I'm reminded of Robin Williams at the Metropolitan Opera House talking about his relationship with his member, and at some point he says, and he looked up at me with his one good eye.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
No.
Oh dear.
But the vagina thing, I'm not going to bore you with loads of stories. The only thing I will tell you about the vagina one was there was a sequence that needed
trimming.
Well, no, they did everything to do every aspect of vaginas completely. The same with dicks, but with vaginas. So they did things like, kind of orgasm and periods and
tiny farts.
Yeah, they did squirting. They did that. I mean, they did everything to do with it. And the thing is, I have to say, it won awards. I mean, it wasn't a wank fest. It was a proper educational program about vaginas, and you learned loads. I mean, it was brilliant. It was a really good program. But there was this one bit where they needed an orgasm, and I wrote this piece of music, and I had the most incredible conference call, which was me having this conference call with 4 women, in the edit suite, with them all talking to me about having orgasms and women having orgasms. And they were there talking about it with me on the other end of the phone, and they're going, yeah, well, we love the piece of music you did, and it's really good, but what we kind of felt was it was more kind of like a male orgasm. And they were going, so girls, we need to kind of explain to Ty what it's like to, I mean, when we have an orgasm, it's different to, and they're going, yes.
Have you ever bought any shoes?
So listen.
Or handbags.
So anyway, what they said was, look, we've had this idea for a river of, we're going to call it a river of orgasms. So what we want, so listen. So what
quadraphonic moans.
They found this website somewhere. I'm not going to say where it was, but they found a website somewhere where it's basically for women, and it's about the to feel empowered. And what it is that women record themselves, enjoying themselves and recording it, and then uploading this for other women to listen to not. This isn't for titillation. It's for women to feel empowered about what they're doing and how they're doing it and what it sounds like and all this kind of thing. And I then had to, so I got access to this website, which they gained access. It's not publicly available, and I then had to listen, basically, and take recordings of and all this kind of thing. And basically, I just had to listen for 2 days to women
To orgasms.
wanking, basically,
Yeah.
and then form this what we called a river of orgasm. And I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to give you any more detail. But basically, it was a good
Richard
2
is
days.
frantically typing there.
Typing, yeah.
It was.
Well,
it was
no,
an
shit.
it was
Maybe
an
it'll come up
interesting
on Alta Vista.
But the funny part
I
about
like
it was, it was an interesting 2 days for one reason and one reason.
Needed a
only.
long
Is that
ending,
at the beginning of it, I was just thinking, "Fucking hell, I can't believe this! I'm being paid just to listen to women, enjoy themselves." I swear, after about 2 or 3 hours, I was sitting there going, "Oh, for fuck's sake, come on, love." Get on with it.
It doesn't take that long.
Honestly, I'm not having you on. I was just thinking, "Oh, come on, get to the."
I can achieve that in 5 minutes.
So it was. It was an interesting project, and the only
It's
reason
not a car you're pushing.
it was the only reason I ended up doing it was the fact that it was meant to be a women-only team, and they'd had problems, and I ended up jumping in at the last minute. Story of my life when it comes to vaginas, and it was great though. I can honestly say it's probably one of my favourite scores actually. It's a nice score. If you get a chance to listen to it,
Well, it's still available on all four. On
is it?
Yeah.
Is it still on all four?
My cue names for you: Yawning Chasm.
Can I? Do you know the funny part about it was? So this is what you need to understand though is the fact that this is a period. So me and my ex we just kind of split up, and
Careful with your choice of words there.
I was in this position where I was going to be on the market again. And I have to say, in all seriousness, my experience of such things had been very pleasant and very lovely, and I'd encountered lots of wonderful, lovely things over the years. And oh, hello. My God, it is still there.
Yeah.
And I was genuinely worried because some of these vaginas weren't exactly what I was used to. and as much as it was a lovely program to be involved in, and it was great, but there was
highly
lots
educational.
It was very educational, with me actually going, "Oh my God, I could end up with someone like." One of
these,
like that,
yeah.
I can understand you, Ty. I work at DR, the equivalent to BBC in Denmark.
Okay.
And I ingest all the raw footage to the server so they can edit it. And I see lots of such stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
but it's the same with penises as well, isn't it? I mean,
oh my God, I'm not.
They come in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah,
I can honestly say,
I've been with women that look like abused kebabs.
I can honestly say, I felt very good. About myself.
Yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt great coming out.
It's a bit like
of
watching
that one.
Naked Attraction. Have the same feeling.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly that. So
yeah.
But everyone's different. That's the thing. Everyone's different. But I just, yeah.
You know how Beethoven ends a symphony for 5 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
That could be the score to one of these things.
Yeah, it got to be.
I chose the wrong night to drink beer.
Surely
male orgasm is.
Surely it should be with strumming instruments, though, shouldn't it?
Oh God.
Do guitarists make the best lovers?
Oh no! Stop it now! No. Stop now! Yeah, I can absolutely tell you on that front.
Actually,
no. Yeah, whoa! No,
isn't it more double bass?
No, they fucking don't. I can tell you that much.
Oh, okay.
No, but guitarists, they absolutely don't.
I would dispute that.
No, absolutely not. Rich and I will both confirm that these fingers have had many years of I was going to turn around and say fingering technique, but I meant in terms of scales.
Well,
yes.
No, sorry, Ty. I would disagree. As a
What's the guitarists do?
As a clarinetist, I believe our tonguing technique is much better.
Okay, I think if ever there was a time to go, do you know what? I think we need to kind of change the subject now.
Yeah.
Has anyone heard anything from? Has anyone mentioned anything about the new core? Are we going to talk gear just for 2 seconds?
Go on
there
in.
seems to be a lot of stuff coming out today.
The Electron box.
The Electron box, which I haven't really checked out because I'm not really interested. The Teenage Engineering mixer thing, which just looks so cute.
Yes,
I mean,
but 1200
expensive.
Yeah, it is. But again, it's that thing of, I know it's Teenage Engineering, but it's all going to be aluminium. It's all going to be gorgeous, and it's going to be. But yeah, of course, it's ridiculously expensive. And Korg have added the 700S, which is nice to their. What's the name? Their
thing.
Their collection.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got 700S.
Hang on a minute.
So they're remaking the 700.
No, was that already on there?
Yeah,
No.
the 700's been on Korg Collection.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, they've done
Unless
a
they've-
collection 3. They've done a collection 3 now.
Yeah, that's been out for ages.
Has it?
Yeah. Welcome to 2022.
Who's that year out you had?
Has it?
Yes. Mate, you've been working too hard.
I have been working too hard.
Yes.
But-
Yeah.
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 Oh, well. That's not to get excited about then. Oh, I'll tell you, it is to get excited about. I bet one that completely slipped under the net, Jupiter X update.
Yeah, that came out today. The version 3 update.
That's exciting.
Yes.
4 oscillator, kind of
Per voice.
Per voice. So that looks good. Sorry. Okay, I feel totally ridiculous now. Let's go back.
So you're
let's go to
just
talking about
burning through all the
vaginas.
topics for our show
Yeah.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Let's just go and talk about vaginas. I'm a lot more at home with vaginas.
You could have said, that Moog were bringing out a polyphonic synth. You could be right out of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be called a Moog 1. I wonder what that'd be like.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, there is actually a whole bunch of updates for the Korg Collection. So
That's
maybe
what,
they've...
see, I'm not being stupid.
No, but
I definitely
maybe they've
know.
just... let's check this out, because this is interesting, because I do like the Korg plugins.
Yeah, they're nice. I use them a lot.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
I particularly like that 700.
I have the legacy stuff. I like it.
Yeah.
Don't use the M1 much, but I
Well,
do like the Wave Station.
I've still got. Did anyone get
MS-20.
the? Do you remember when the collection, the Legacy collection, first came out? Do you remember they bought out? This was before the MS-20 Mini. Do you remember they bought out? You could buy the collection with the MS-20 controller.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I bought it with the controller, which is even. That's not even. So the original, no, the MS-20 Mini is 80%, and then I think the controller, I think it's 70%.
Yeah.
So
So
there's
the
even-
parts weren't interchangeable
It's very, yeah.
with
so,
with real MS-20s.
but the
yeah.
nice thing about it is with the Korg collection, it is essentially just like having your own little MS-20
Oh, hang on a minute, Ty.
because it controls everything.
Yeah.
They
It was
can-
quite a
just
few
like
quid
having-
and all.
Yeah, but it's just like having a 20.
I still
but
think the
everything's
best one is the one they
Anybody want
dumped on the Oasis.
Now, I think if you plug the MIDI out, or the USB, I can't remember which, on the controller into the Oasis,
Yeah.
I'm sure you can control the Oasis MS-20 from the controller.
Yeah, yeah. I think you had to put the one of the last firmware updates.
Yeah, it was
on,
version
and then it would do it. Yeah,
1.3 something. Yeah,
because what was it,
Robert's-
what else was with that? It was the Mod 7,
yeah.
and was there Monopoly?
No, it was a Poly 6.
Poly 6, that's right. Which was actually quite
Yeah.
good,
Nice
actually.
instrument. Nice instrument. Yeah.
Yeah.
Robbie's looking. What are you looking at, Robbie? You're looking very.
Well, no,
concerned.
because I've just gone to the Korg website is awful at the best of
It is.
times.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make it clear because it's got mini Korg 700S, and then it's got a little sort of thing in the corner that says new.
Yeah.
But there was already a Korg 700 in the collection, so I just wonder, have they updated it in some way?
Put
try
that
to figure
fucking
out.
guitar down. Oh God.
That's not what I expected.
I've just looked at that Teenage Engineering mixer.
Yeah.
The TX6. And maybe it's me, but what's the point of it? I mean,
Yeah, I have to say,
a tiny handheld mixer.
They're calling it a field recorder. I mean, it's, no. I mean, it's basically if you've got. What I don't get is they bring out all the little pocket operator things, which are like whatever they are, 80 quid each or 70 quid each or whatever.
PCBs, basically.
Yeah. So you get a collection of those, and so what you're going to do, buy 6 of those and plug them in. But you're then going, if you're going to be spending 70, 80 quid on the instrument, why are you then going to stick them into a
$1,200
mixer? That just seems a bit bonkers. Look, the thing is, it's a bit like their radio thing. It's off the wall, it's a bit different, and, you know, I don't
Apparently
know.
that's not the update. Spring.
Anybody want an MS-20?
What, to go with the
It's free,
collection?
yes.
I didn't say anything about free. I've got one.
Of the for the little ones, the little controller.
No, the actual original product from
But an
back in
original
the day.
original.
An absolute original MS-20
Wow.
in immaculate shape.
I've only
I'd
got
like
the.
one.
Yeah, I got a mini, and then I got the module, and then I bought the. You remember when they released the white limited edition white one?
Yeah, you bought a
Full
white
size.
one?
I've got a white one.
You fashion happy crazy man, you.
Oh, can I just say the abbreviation of that is twat? Just so
Yeah.
you know.
Well,
it's there on the screen.
it's like this
Yay!
it's like this Quadra I've got here. It looks like it
Sounds great.
just come out of the ARP factory,
Wow.
I've actually
and
used this thing
that's
on
a
stage.
rare thing. That is a rare thing for them to be that pretty.
Do you know what? I rate that thing on the iPad.
You what?
I rate it. I think it sounds great.
Yeah, I do too. I've used
thought you
it
said he
on, as I
raked
said,
it.
I've used it on stage.
What, with that patch?
Well, no.
No.
No, I actually had to do some
Good
kind
luck getting that from a real MS-20.
filtered noise kind of thing that none of my keyboards would do.
Okay.
So I made this thing
Excellent.
do it.
Excellent.
Square wavy noise thing.
It's
I'm
time
gonna
for me to leave.
I'm gonna go. It's 5 to 11. I showed my face. I may pop in later when I have a coffee break, wearing a dressing gown and looking all sexy
Bye.
for you. Yeah.
As always, Ty.
Well,
as always.
with you and your penis.
Jim
Well,
will play you out.
It will be hidden away.
Wow, wow.
Where's my wall pedal? Oh, it's over there.
Indeed.
But meanwhile, I have got work to do. I am going to go work, and I may see you later if you're still around. But
Indeed.
otherwise, as ever,
Cheers, Ty.
lovely talking, and may see you later. If not, see you soon.
All right, darling.
Cheers,
Take
Cheers,
care.
guys. See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Ty.
Bye-bye.
And I'm leaving too.
Okay.
It's
All right,
time
Harry.
for-
Take
for
care,
this
man.
bedroom.
Look after
Cheers,
yourself.
Henrik.
Ta-da, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Be good.
Bye, Henrik.
Yes. So,
So, Jim, is that what you're playing now?
Yeah, it's the Blue Cat free amp.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice.
It's going through
got
the
a whole.
Specular Tempest as well, but just the initial sort of amp thing sounds. Yeah.
It's just
Sounds
got a
really
third dimension to it that I
Yeah.
don't hear in the other software. It's just really comes alive. What else
It
was I
sounds like just really sort of like a high resolution compared to other soft sims.
It sounds amazing on guitars. I love it. I think the guy's brilliant, and he's a guitarist. He writes it for him. Basically writes it for himself
Yeah.
to use. And it hosts every plugin you own, anywhere in the signal path.
Very nice.
If you're going to start playing like that, I'm going to have to charge people to watch the show at the door.
I'm 30% on merch.
Yeah. And then you have to get a warm Coke from your own kitchen, and then get charged £2. £2 for a can of Coke.
That's the other thing they've updated. All the Korg updates give you native Apple Silicon support and VST3.
Okay. So it's just fettled slightly.
Yes, there's nothing.
There's
But
nothing
literally
new
everything's
as
got to be
such.
updated now. I've got my entire Korg software passes for update. So,
well, yeah.
I really need to do that now because now I've done one. I feel compelled to do them all, but I'm looking at the time and it's just coming up to 11 o'clock, and I'm thinking it's going to be a long night tomorrow night, and I need to get to bed.
Indeed.
But my OCD says no.
Do it now.
Must
go.
Update.
You must do it. And now,
for something.
It's. Is it all plucked? Madam. No.
So, Richard, are you
Plus
enjoying your
email.
time at home before the onslaught begins?
Yes, very much, very much so. Yeah, because it's going to be quite the onslaught if it happens the way it's supposed to be. And
Yeah, sounds intense actually. That all
Very.
those tour dates. Yeah.
What, you're touring in tents? Isn't that a bit restrictive for the crowd?
We've done that, but
Boom.
fortunately, we
would-
don't have to pitch those tents. I'm looking
Who does-
forward
I
to it,
saw-
and I'm really enjoying my time at home right now because I'm just feeling like relaxed and being able to deal with whatever comes along here, family-wise and things like that. It's all good.
Yeah, I saw Snow Patrol in a tent, along with the Zootons. At the very first ever Latitude.
I saw Status Quo and ZZ Top in a cattle shed.
There's a ZZ Top and a Big Top.
Well, there's something okay about that. I don't know.
I saw a mouse on the stair.
Who did I see in a I saw Blur in a train shed.
How did you know it was them? You got there.
Was it
Yeah,
Blur?
No, that was Focus.
I've played the Roundhouse. Does that count as a train shed?
It does.
Yeah. Okay.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I know.
Absolutely.
I saw a very old Selector video today that I'd completely forgotten about that was shot underneath the Roundhouse, which is even more industrial.
Underground.
Kind of,
Yeah, that's very
Victorian-y.
underground.
Yes. Forgotten all about that. Celebrate the Bullet, my Selector.
There you go. 11.5. 11.5. Load it up then, you bastard. Cool. Good girl. Right.
I might as well set these all off downloading because I'm not going anywhere until they're done now. Thank you, Ty.
Don't blame Ty.
Why not?
Well,
I'm Ty for everything.
Oh, typical guitarist. Fucking get off E for a minute, will you?
Never.
Yeah,
Never.
Ken wants you to play in C minor, don't you know
Yes,
that?
C minor, man.
No
That's where the
guitarist
action
ever
is.
naturally goes there. C minor for you.
Oh. Gonna break your fingers.
What StreamYard is missing is the ability for people listening to be able to adjust the individual levels.
Well, all right, who's
It needs a mixer at the studio end.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a criticism. It's just an observation that it's great listening to you guys play, but
what needs to come up or down?
Just being able to adjust the levels according to which bit. I mean, you know, Rich sounded great, Jim, you sound great, Kent, you sound great, but it's not mixed.
Yeah, I understand.
It's thrown together.
Yeah.
Well, we're
No,
playing
yeah.
to what we hear, which
Yeah.
isn't
Yeah.
real time either. But I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
It would be really cool if you could do that.
Yeah.
You'd have to be in a room
it
like
sounded
Nick
really
Pratt with
nice.
multiple computers. Each guy is on his own computer, and they're each
Yeah.
feeding a mixer to make that happen. I think.
It's just nice hearing the music being played live.
That's my guitarist. I'm playing C minor.
Yeah.
It's that bloody F.
Somebody gets the Portamento yellow card. Is that you,
Yeah.
Robbie? Yeah, I knew it was you.
How was that?
I think I get a corner kick for that.
Is that you, Kent?
Don't think so.
Me.
Is that Rob?
A little micro freak.
So that's the ARP on the microfreak.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Now I can only hit the hole. It's the only thing when you get rhythms on this, that's what throws it off. Because nothing then plays in time.
Yeah,
does it?
playing arrhythmically is almost the
Exactly,
only way to
yeah.
do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Oh, go a bit major there. Ooh. Right. Going to quickly grab a coffee and probably have another quick look.
He's still not. Oh, he's still not found it.
Yeah.
My ass has gone to sleep.
So, Rich, would you ever gig with the Rolly?
Well, I have, but one time in New York, we were playing with Dolly Parton, and there were fiddle parts that weren't going to work on anything else. And I brought it in because it was in New York, and it's a matter of bringing this whole kind of rig to make it happen. Yeah. And every one of the crew at the end of the show was, "You got to bring that thing on tour." And I'm like, yeah, there's no keyboard tech.
Yeah.
You need two of everything. You need a keyboard tech. I mean, you need a lot of things we don't have for me to make that happen and make it work. And right now I play stock sounds and romplers organized carefully to work in our show. And that, becomes very easily because I show up with in-ears and a flash drive, less than the oboe player. And the idea that I'm going to suddenly join the crew so that I can play this thing on stage is not part of my, it's not part of my future. But should the day come where the availability of the personnel required to make it work occurs, I'm all about it. It took me a couple of years just to be willing to play it in public anyway, because you sound like a beginning violin student in the beginning.
It sounds such a flexible instrument that
thank you.
I can see how it could be used, but it's also something that if you don't get it right, it can sound that you didn't get it right.
Well, yeah. If you play it, nobody ever learned to play keyboards in tune before.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, no matter where you hit that middle C, it's going to play middle C. But on this thing, that's not the case, and you do have to learn to manage that. Yeah. And you have to learn to have a voice, a melodic voice on the thing, which is something that I'm really focused on in my playing in it. And I try to make it sound organic to the way I feel, if that's possible. And some of these sounds do that, and some of them are still coming under control. I'm kind of selecting through various things. The one I play the most, this one, that one I'm really comfortable with, and it really speaks to the brass player in me.
Yeah.
Because I was a trombonist as a kid, and I played it through college, so it makes me feel like I'm playing a trombone, really, more than a keyboard when I'm operating it to do that.
Yeah. Well, it's the application of pressure to change the.
But
the
it
sound,
has to
the
come
feel.
from your own melodic. You have to know melodically why and how to do that, like why you want to do that with a certain play. You have, it has to come from you're wanting to and knowing to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a connect. As I said earlier, I really feel connected to the sound when I play this instrument, as much of an illusion as that is, because there is nothing vibrating. But
I do wonder what a band like Dire Straits would have done with something like that back in the day.
That's an interesting question. Well, when you have to play anything traditionally keyboardy on it, you kind of have to pull down a lot of the pitch variation and let it be a 12-tone chromatic instrument. Otherwise, it starts to sound really kind of wonky and weird.
Yeah. But it to me, it always sounds like it fits into that sort of local hero type genre.
Okay, I'd give it a shot. I'm looking for places to. One of the things I know this is silly, but I want to meet other guys who play this thing who want to play chamber music.
Yeah.
Because I think it's expressive enough to be able to handle something like chamber music in a small ensemble, and I'd be really interested to do that with other like-minded individuals. But finding like-minded individuals isn't very easy when it comes to this thing. Who are local to me, where we could rehearse.
Yeah.
Someone's got a handful of Willies.
And no vape.
They sound great, I think.
Well, thank you. I really enjoy it. I love the thing.
I'm really disappointed that I've had to resort to having a cigarette again.
Don't sweat it. You'll find your vape. Get back on it. Get another one.
Is it by any chance down beneath or between the cushions on the sofa?
Sofas, yeah.
Yeah, I did the sofa.
Have you checked the height percent?
I've checked everything. I've checked everything, honestly.
That's
guys.
funny, Robert.
Bathrooms, downstairs toilet.
Yeah,
He
places
closed
like
it
that.
in the hydrosynth yesterday.
just to be sure, I even checked the kitchen bin.
None of
I'll
the
turn
dogs
up
has eaten
when
it.
you're not looking for
It's been
it.
going for nicotine.
There was a lot of interesting things in there, but none of them was a vape.
Yeah, Rich, that Blue Cat software, amazing.
Oh, it is. It's awesome. It's.
I can't believe that's
I've
free
played them
as
all,
well.
and there's nothing like it.
What's this new vocoder software that came out?
Which one?
Oh, the
There's
reason.
soft tube one, and then the other one, isn't there? The reason. one.
Yeah, been testing that for a little while. It's quite good.
Okay.
But you need reason.
I
Does it work in Reason
I don't know,
2.5?
for me, a
No.
vocoder should be hardware. You want to be, pressing those keys.
Yeah.
Software-wise, it just doesn't sit right in my head.
Okay. Yeah, I
But,
agree. Without the keys, it's kind of.
But
Yeah,
there is
it's
something to be
fun.
said about being able to process the modulated signals of a voice normally beforehand, compressing the big pieces out of it and
Yeah.
doing a massive top end lift helps very much in intelligibility. Well, the EMS vocoders, they basically have a massive pre-emphasis before, so they have like a 10 dB boost from 2 kilohertz onwards, and then at the end they drag that down again, which is why they sound reasonable compared to most other vocoders. And basically being able to process the signal before and chopping it nicely in software is very handy to make it get rid of the things you might not want, like breath being vocoded. But then also
Well,
very good playing technique can
It's funny
work
you
around
mentioned that breaths being vocoded, because one of the things I attempted on a vocoder, and it also speaks to the accordion discussion we were having earlier, was I attempted to use a sampled accordion. I needed an accordion sound, and I wanted it to be as realistic as possible. And so what I did was I hooked it up through a vocoder and used the microphone as an input source for the enveloping. And I did inhales and exhales. And first thing I discovered was I'm going to drop dead if I keep trying to do this in real time. So I ended up programming the breathing parts as the control for the accordion going through the vocoder, and it did produce some kind of a result, but it didn't sound like an accordion. But I tried to use, because I think it's really interesting to use things as envelope inputs to a vocoder that are not typical, not just normal spoken human voice, but other things as well, and use it as a processor in that way, and that interested me. Didn't prove to be useful for the record I was working on, but it was fun. And the most visible vocoder work I've ever done was on David Bowie's album Black Tie White Noise, on a song called You've Been Around, where there's vocoder playing with the lead vocal pretty much throughout the thing, and that was him asking me to do that.
Hang on a minute, where'd the owl come from?
Pardon?
Where'd the owl come from?
It's Sad Owl too.
It's Sad Owl.
I blame Robbie. I thought you gave Robbie the permission to do shit.
And
I
do.
Oh my God, and hasn't he? And he's shit on me. Yeah.
So Robert,
You found the quote.
Robert, a question: does the Will Gregory Moog Ensemble play chamber music?
Well, I play a lot of Bach.
Okay.
And their gig
cool.
this Saturday is about Clockwork Orange Memory. So I would assume they would be playing a bit of Beethoven and Randy Carlos and some other stuff. Who knows?
So where I went to college in Ithaca, New York, they had the original Moog Trio, which preceded the Wendy Carlos Bach by a short amount. And it was this guy named Chris Swanson, another guy named Don Croker. I don't remember the third guy, but this was right near where they were manufacturing the modular rigs, and they were looking for ensembles to demonstrate the sounds of these instruments. And so that's where this trio originated. And it turned out that Don Croker was a teacher of mine. and used to lend me his Minimoog number 89 to play on gigs. But anyway, I want Rolly guys. I want to sit with 2 or 3 other Rolly guys and play chamber music straight off of the sheet and see how it feels.
But who then plays your basso continuo, if you like? Because normally you would have like your 2 solos and your when your harpsichord player, right?
Yeah,
Or
okay. Fair enough. I just need us all in the same room to be rehearsing this.
Well, I would love to hear like a string quartet on Rollies.
Yeah, that would, something like that. Something like that. Small group stuff, trios, quartets.
But then you also like really need to have a speaker behind each person that is just their sound, and then you have to balance it like a proper quartet.
Yes, I have a self-contained rig designed exactly for this that I've hardly ever used, so that if I do bring this thing out, I have a way to project it in a room that will sound good and be in stereo and could theoretically mix with other people doing the same. I wish for this.
Because trying to get enough Rolly players into the same room might be a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially within a 50-mile radius of this spot that I'm in.
50-mile radius of here, there's me.
Trying to get enough functioning
It's bad,
Rollies
isn't
in
it?
your room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to take dedicated people. Good question, Manny, but that's still 4.5 hours from here. Manny's suggesting Ithaca College, my alma mater, but I don't know. I guess you could drive 4.5 hours each way to rehearsal. I do. It has reinvigorated my interest in playing tremendously this instrument. I'm hoping that the second version does so even more.
Well, I mean,
Well,
when the Rolly came out,
fingers crossed.
there seemed to be a hell of a lot of interest in it, and I'm presuming that they did sell quite a few units, so there must be.
Yeah, but judging
good
by how
number
much
out there.
B stock there was, a lot of people were interested, then found out it was going to be hard work and
Right.
subbed them almost immediately. Back
Your
to
keyboard
the-
playing doesn't get you very close.
Nah.
The technique that you developed along the length of your lifetime only gets you maybe halfway there, and you really have to go the other half of the way there to make
Yeah.
it work for you. And then you watch a guy like Parisi play the thing,
Yeah.
and you just go like this because he is the king, the absolute freaking king of this thing.
Well, I mean, it probably has to go more like with a Haken, where after 20 years you had a large amount of people, but it was just an instrument that slowly grew and people slowly adopted. Whereas with a Rolly, it just dropped onto the scene very quickly and all the big media fanfare around it. Which probably then what was nice for investment into the company, but not very good ultimately sustaining, getting people to play it for a long time.
Well, getting good enough on it to make it work for you in a live performance.
Spending the 10 years of practicing.
Well, in my case, it took 3 or 4 before I was willing to play it in public.
Oh shit! I can't remember that at all.
Hey again, everybody.
Andy.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
I missed Ty. I heard he had a solo page for his shaker work.
Oh my god!
Sorry, couldn't resist. Hey, you guys want to see? I made a new corner. Check this out.
Go for it. Ooh.
Ooh.
Venom
It's
and
quite
Obi-Wan.
squeezed, but
What am I looking at?
a new corner I threw together with some stands I bought on one of the last podcasts I was driving around.
It's not the stands I'm asking about. I see
Yeah.
an EPS.
There's
I
a
see a Mirage.
Matrix
What's on the
12?
right side?
Venom, OB12, and
OB12.
The bottom is,
Yeah.
bottom's an SY77
The blue
Why is that
thing
on the
is an
bottom?
SY77?
because it's the
No,
biggest
that's
and
the
heaviest. And this
OB12.
is a tiered stand. So
No, the blue thing can't be a Yamaha. Oh, it's an OB12.
no, it's
Yeah.
it's Viscount or Viscount OB12.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh, and
I see.
is that
Fake Oberheim.
Is that? Yeah, it's a DSK, isn't it? The Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage, and then
the Mark II.
With a later delivery.
Yeah.
And Wagu's asking what's under the OB12.
That's the SY-77.
We did talk about an ASR 10, didn't we?
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested. So
I've got every disc ever made.
I will hit you up for that, sir. Thank you. And then behind that, I have some hand percussion. I'm into hand percussion a lot too. So I have bongos and the Doumbek and a
yeah,
Turkish
those I'm
drum.
not getting rid of. But the ASR,
We were talking about some hand percussion with Ty earlier, weren't we?
Ouch.
The Flapping Symphony.
And just off frame, have a Moog Etherwave Theremin.
I've got a really cool frame drum here. My son's got a great Doumbek.
Yeah, I have a Baron on the wall here.
A what?
Baron, the Irish drum. It's a frame drum.
Oh, nice.
You play with the mallet. You play kind of a. Let me switch back my camera here. You play with this kind of a. You hold like a pencil, and you roll the baton on the thing.
I see.
Yeah.
With a Guinness on the side.
Yeah. There you go. Well, I bought it at Renaissance Fair, so there you go.
I'm looking behind you now. I
too.
see a JP8000, a Juno 6 or 60. Oh my goodness.
It's D50, JP8000, D50, G8800 with the red glue problem I got to fix.
Yeah.
I see.
Matrix Brute off camera here. Juno 6, CZ1, TS10, and a SX240.
A TS10, wow. I
Love
love
it.
that thing. I have a TS12 here. Over,
Oh, wow.
Over under the couch over there.
Ouch.
Well, I don't use it very much anymore, but I do love that instrument and used it on a lot of things, including shows.
Nice. And I have an Alpha Juno here with the controller, with the programmer,
Nice.
DSS1, and EX5.
The SS1 you don't see that often.
No, I have two of them. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Was that the original Korg sampler? Is that what that was?
It's pretty
it was
wicked.
the first Korg
Yeah.
sampler.
Yeah, I think.
Like groups like Shriekback use it a lot. It's very, very organic sounding.
I see. Well, you know, Ensoniq had 13 of the most organic sounding bits in their samplers money could buy.
Yeah, I have a EPS 16 Plus rack.
Very nice. Yeah, my ASR is a rack, by the way.
Yeah, the racks are good. I like that.
But the original EPS was a 13-bit sampler.
Yeah, that's wild. So, former Commodore guys, amazing guys who worked on the SID chip and all
I used to
Well,
go there.
it was the MOS team, wasn't it? That did also the graphic chips and all the other custom chips.
that. Yeah,
What's that, an Ensoniq?
and Sonic, yeah.
They used to blow their own chips there, yeah. Malvern, Pennsylvania. It was great. It was a cool place to visit. The piano they sampled was there.
I wanted. You were playing something earlier, Rich. There's a great patch on the Rolly. It's a layered patch, and it has. You guys heard of a Marxophone before?
Pardon?
Marxophone. You know what a Marxophone is?
No.
So it's real famous, but people don't know it. It's in a lot of tracks. Like Lalo Schifrin used it a lot in his soundtracks, and then Portishead used it for that "Nobody Loves Me" song, whatever it's called.
Okay.
It's that ring, ding, 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 ring in the background. It's like a zither that you play with hammers.
I see.
Check
Like
this out. They haven't seen one before. This is actually an antique. This is 100 years old. So here's the plate that came off of it. There's Marxophone, there's a little scale.
I see.
I got it in plastic. Sorry, it's hard to see the glare. But
Oh, look, he's back.
and this is the instrument itself.
Wow.
Oops. Needs tuning badly, but it is 100 years old.
What a cool sounding thing.
Wow.
So that's a lot of
those hammers are hitting strings.
Yeah.
It's kind of rubbery hammer tips, and then they bounce on the strings.
Which is kind of
So
like
you
an
get
auto
that.
harp without keys.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, nice.
And the way the plate worked is it was pre-tuned if you did it right to play like a basic scale. So you play it like a keyboard.
Yeah.
I see.
But I just loved it. When I found this thing, I fell in love with it. So it needs tuning. But that last patch on the iPad app called Worlds Apart, I think it's called, on the Rolly app, the Seaboard app.
Okay.
It's like part Marxophone, part,
Yeah,
flutey stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Worlds apart, huh?
I think it's all. Sorry, I've only popped in for one reason and one reason alone.
Yes.
Only the fact that I'm sat here working and all I heard was DSS1, and all I wanted to do was literally just jump in and say, my first sampler, one of the most underrated synths out there. It's fucking so ahead of its time, so underrated, sounds fucking amazing. And
Great filter clip.
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I only have the DSM one because I used to have the DSS one, and it was such a lump, and I sold it for next to nothing, and then bought the DSM one, which has got bigger memory but hasn't got resonance and hasn't got digital delay built in. The delay I'm not bothered about, but the resonance is a pain in the arse, but still has the same basic sound. But just wanted to say, yeah, DSS one, amazing synth.
Yeah.
So,
That's why I bought 2 of them.
yeah, bastard. Fucking hate you. Fuck off.
Hey, can I buy your CS40M? I've been looking for one of those for a while.
Say again, looking for what?
Your CS40M.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do you. No, I was going to say do you swap. Hang on, not fucking idiot.
We have it in the case. You haven't touched it.
Yeah, well, yeah, welcome to the club of my world. Yeah, welcome to half the sense here. No, I would like to find a DSS one, but they're either... I almost got one in France. There was one that was in... Because Kent knows what I'm like. The condition is be all and end all. It has to be immaculate. And I found one in France that was immaculate, but there was so much hassle getting it here, so...
Yeah, one's a little rough and ready, but the other one is perfect. The guy even taped the box over the stick, so it didn't get messed up in shipping.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Yeah.
But no, anyway, but that was it. I literally did just want to jump in and go DSS1. Love it. So,
Did you hear my bad shaker joke?
Say that again?
Did you hear my bad shaker joke? No.
Yeah, I chose to just ignore that.
Oh.
It's funny, that's why I thought of you with this Quadra, because it was so bloody immaculate.
But it's a Quadra.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
But it's a fully working, beautiful condition Quadra.
Well, no. Let's get this right, Kent. It's fully working right now. By tomorrow morning, it may not be fully working.
No. This has been done.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
it's
In
been
which case, by
done.
next week, it
Back
may
to the
not be
first
fully
point.
working.
But it's a Quadra.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's true.
Back.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure.
Please refer to point A.
Yes,
It's a
yes.
Quadra.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You'd rather have a chroma.
Just look at the beginning of the sentence again.
But I'd rather have a DSS1, to be honest with you. But
Well, wait, when are you going to pick up this special edition Mirage?
when I can actually get out of the studio, that'd be nice.
Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
It must have gone up about another 500 quid since you bought it.
How does that? Okay. I love the way that doesn't work in my head, but as long as it does.
Well, storage feeds, right?
It doesn't work for me either. Don't worry. It just pisses me off.
Yeah. Sorry. You've still actually talking to my OB12. You've still got my butchered OB12 down there, haven't you?
Of course, I've still got your butchered OB12.
Yeah.
Mind you, you used the word butchered. All we did
okay.
was take some of the lesser perfect parts and put it on that one.
I was desperate for a really mint OB12, so I just bought 2 of them.
Yeah.
And
That button
Ken-
must go. It has a mark on it.
Yeah, so literally put all the best bits of all of them. So I've now got an immaculate OB12. And
Did I do you an 80? Have I done you a CS80?
Yeah. You don't remember? Yes.
How the hell did I get that to the point where you were happy?
Well, there's already bits that I've already
Oh,
turned
here
around
we
to
go.
you. Go.
Who said he's happy?
I said I'm content. I'm content.
Yeah, you
That's
moved it. You moved it.
content.
You
Yeah.
moved the bloody thing.
That's shortly before you get to resigned.
Exactly. I'm content. Yeah. But anyway, I really do have to go to work. So can I just ask that no one actually mentions anything I have any interest in whatsoever?
Back to the
Otherwise,
rock
I may
pile
feel
with you,
yes.
Unwin.
Yeah, so just talk about anything other than anything I'd be interested in.
Make
So no,
notes
no
out of big
accordions, man.
notes.
Okay, Ty, what key are you working in, just so we know how to fuck you up?
Yeah, a semitone, a semitone,
semitone above.
I'm not
Yeah.
fucking telling you.
He's
you
not
fucking-
working in A flat minor, so let's start there.
All I can say is when you had your nice little jam, I found the mute button very quickly.
That's what it's there for.
Excellent.
But I'm going for jam on the accordion.
Yeah,
accordion-
exactly.
Your accordion samples are in the mail.
Yeah. What? Excellent. Okay, guys. See you later. Be good.
Take care, bud.
Bye, 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 bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, fellas, I have to figure out what dinner's going to be tonight because it's that hour. So, and there's probably a hungry wife downstairs. So, I will catch you later.
Yeah, and I'm off too because I've got to go to bed.
See you, Rich.
If you're still here, I may be back.
Okay.
Cool.
I probably won't be
See you
too late
guys.
because I have an appointment with a shed in the morning.
Ah,
A very, very big one.
appointment or shed?
A shed.
Both. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, fellas. We'll talk soon. Cheers.
Cheers, Richard. Take care, bud.
Bye.
See you later, Robs.
And
See you later.
I will. Well, I might pop on remotely at some point tomorrow, but I
Yeah.
don't want to spoil the flow. So
Is Ben healthy?
yeah, he's better. He's on the mend. The antibiotics are kicking in, and yeah, he should be good to go. I spoke to him earlier today, so he's fine.
Would you want to
Got your
spare?
t-shirt.
Do you want to spare it for the after party?
Oh, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
But no, I haven't had my t-shirt. Although it has been posted, I've been told it's been posted. So,
Oh, okay, cool.
so I might be able to wear that tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I didn't
You won't see it
realise they
under
were
all
going to
the-
knit it first.
Yeah, quite.
Comes as a kit.
And Andy, did you see the polo shirts have been confirmed?
Oh, good. Yeah, I did. The guy did send me a message. On the chat.
$18.95 plus shipping, which is
Excellent.
pretty good.
Thank you.
Pretty
Yeah, it's good.
for a polo,
Yeah.
Cool.
I can't
Good
rep if I
stuff.
can't wear it to work, right? So.
So I
Right.
might get mine the same time then.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, be good if I could wear it for the show tomorrow.
It would, yes,
Show a little bit of
absolutely.
solidarity.
Yeah. Cool. All right, guys. Well, have a lovely evening. What's left of it,
Cheers,
and
Rob.
have a good show tomorrow. And yep, see you later.
All right.
Cheers, Roy.
See you later. See you later
Bye.
tonight. Ta-ra, buddy.
Meantime,
Yeah.
back to accordion.
So what was wrong with this OB12? Kent?
What did you say, sorry?
OB12, sorry. What was wrong with this OB12?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. No, it was just that
It just wasn't perfect.
Yeah, there was the perspex screen over the display had a tiny mark on it, so we had to have the one off the other one. And I think there was a button with a tiny scratch on it, so we swapped that panel over and did this, that, and the other, and just made the perfect OB12 from the two, what most people would call perfect OB12s.
I would say he'd have a cow with mine because the screen is tapering off the backlight. Otherwise, it's perfect. So
yeah. So it was. So and the other one's absolutely fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
yeah.
So
This was from that Dead Guys collection that was at the local used store where he sold his whole collection.
yeah,
And he took good care of stuff.
it was because actually, funny enough, it's one of those ones where you got. It's a pain in the ass having a sense like that knocking around because it is in such good condition.
Right.
It's not Thai condition, but it's in very, very good condition. So you have to really be careful where it's stored and what's near it and stuff like that. You know.
Some people just hate VAs for some reason. I don't know why.
But yeah, but I'm surprised we got the 80 through the gate in the end. But
And
there you go.
Robert, I don't know whether we've talked about this. What are your views on the Behringer Buchla? Have we discussed this, or is it?
Well, not having
Bearing in
resort
mind you're an easel, you've got an easel.
Using mini bags instead of bananas is it's a very sensible thing price wise because Pomona bananas are bloody expensive.
Yes.
because I mean they're over-engineered for what they're being used here. You don't need to draw 50 volts at 6 amps through any of those cables, and if you do, then there's probably something seriously wrong with your modular.
Yeah.
But,
are they still making the jumper plugs for it? Those little stiff plugs for it?
Well, you have the shorting bars.
Yeah.
No.
But is Behringer going to have that for theirs, you think, or no?
But well, how? Unless they make some custom 2.5, but like these aren't even legitimate ones; these are fake ones because legitimate Pomona shorting bars. But first, they don't make the blank metal ones, which are easy to electrocute yourself on anymore. So you need to buy the insulated ones, and they're bloody expensive.
Beautiful girl. Yes, you
are.
So, are you tempted to go for one if and when they come out?
The sliders being shorter is not a good sign, in my opinion. I mean, you have the knobs for tuning or for fine tuning, so you can sort of get it. But then also the idea of having the packaging at the top, I find interesting. I would normally lean forwards. I don't tend to use the instrument backwards. So having the packaging at the bottom is probably easier because then my hands are not going to knock anything else whilst I'm packaging. Whereas if I now suddenly have to lean over all these short sliders and knobs to package at the back, that just calls for destroying the settings. I mean, it being recallable is interesting, but so they need to scan the entire front panel and then, because everything is CV controllable anyway in the original design, that's easy enough, but still they need to build a scanning front panel, so that is going to cost some money, so that's probably at least 50 quid extra manufacturing wise.
Yeah.
And then
what do you
selecting
think about the price point?
If I can do it below £1,000, that would be amazing. But
well, they're suggesting about 400.
Which again, whether they can afford manufacturing that many Vactrols to match the ring modulator, or whether they just don't match them, is an interesting question. Because realistically, I bought only enough for the thing, with something like 25 Vactrols, and there were 4 which were reasonably close, so those were the 4 I used for the ring modulator.
Right.
But ultimately, that was only cracking the diode side, because the resistors, I mean, you just put a series resistor across it and then give up if it's not close enough. But it's still.
I just thought, because Buchla kit is sort of fairly rare, and even the reproductions are quite expensive.
I mean, the tip-top modules, they seem very well priced.
How much are the tip-top easel?
They don't make easels, they make 200 modules. Well, they don't make a 2A8 module, which is what the stored program sound source. But also, I doubt they will ever make one. Because, again, I think that's one of the things that doesn't quite work in the smaller form factor. I really wouldn't want those sliders to be any shorter. Not like making
the short boutique, right? The boutique ones are short.
Well, no, just to make 4U fit into 3U, you need to cut some space somewhere.
Yeah.
Right. We present the lovely thing again. But I mean, where are you going to cut space? Well, yeah, you can squeeze that stuff together. But then again, in the image so far, they reverse stuff. Obviously, they don't have the lovely packed storage solution of 1973. But then if they move this top sliver to the bottom, I mean, yeah, it's going to be more squeezed, it's going to be thinner, and the sliders are ultimately, in the picture I've seen so far, about half the length. to like 30 or 40 millimeters, which doesn't seem very fun for something where you need to dial in very precise. Well, if you want to play the FM tonally, then you need to dial stuff in precisely. If you don't care about that and you just want to make Doctor Who noises, then I mean, you probably don't care.
Well, also you have to remember that the majority of people who will buy these sort of synths will probably never ever have touched an original or a genuine recreation of an original, and therefore their expectations will be very different to yours.
I mean, I've only touched an original. I've never actually played Martin's Povechka's because he doesn't have a 115-volt transformer standing around all the time. He just prefers to not have that thing running, which is understandable. Because, well, I understand that you don't want early 70s DC-DC converters in the easel running all the time in that museum. Because,
actually, they have a local museum here that has a whole set. They had the electric marimba thing set up. They had the thunder controller with the little. It's almost like a Wii remote. The way you move it.
Well, it's drumsticks. That's how it was intended to be used.
Yeah, and they had a easel you could touch, but it wasn't on. And some other stuff. So I've touched at least a few of them. It's nice stuff. The marimba's weird.
I mean, the electric marimbas, or what is now the Keith Macmillan one, is.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? Kent, Robbie's saying check messenger.
I am. I'm buying it now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
He's buying a PS5.
Yay!
Finally.
Sorry, carry on.
What was saying? Oh yeah, marimbas. The. I mean, considering how big a proper marimba is, it is very understandable for percussionists that when you need, like, for one song a marimba and for another a xylophone, and it's not very important, well, you're not doing bowing or any other crazy stuff, getting an electric marimba is definitely worthwhile. I mean, the original Buchla one, the proper one, was of course very fancy, where it detected which beater you were using magnetically. Per pad, so you could, in theory, have each beater of the four you had per default could be a different type, and you could then assign them different MIDI channels to say trigger different samples that use the different beater.
Yeah, the first time I actually touched the 200E was at NAMM. I think it was 2008. And Don Buchla was in his own booth, but he still owned the company. Nice guy, chatted him a little bit, and he goes, "Oh, go ahead and touch it, whatever." And I went over and touched it, and it was very wiggly. The pots were not very solid. I didn't really like that for something so expensive. You know?
Yeah, the 200E build quality is something interesting. Well, I mean, also the BME easel build quality was always a bit less than what it should be. Let's see, does this make noise? Yes, it does.
But isn't that the case with all hand-built synths?
This thing is built reasonably well. I mean, it's not great. There are some parts.
The Lyra 8's kind of hand-built, and that thing's rock solid.
But like, how hand-built are they?
I mean, maybe not now. I'm sure at one point they were, but it's the point is they chassis mount everything, so it's super solid.
Yeah, well, on the booklets, that's all daughter PCBs where the stuff is mounted and not a lot of screws between panels and other stuff. So it is probably a bit wibbly wobbly.
That's why the Hydrasynth is so solid, because it's totally chassis mounted. It's really solid.
It's only chassis, isn't it?
Chassis, yeah. Kent's just spending X £100.
£700 for PS5?
No, it's come out at about, I think, 349.
For a PS5, that's bloody good.
549. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's still a lot better than the previous prices you've been quoting us.
God, yeah. There's people still trying to see if they can get one sold for like 700 quid if they can.
I mean, considering the processing power that you have in there, that is quite a good price in general computer terms.
Yeah, I mean, computing power. I mean, when you look at GPUs these days, and you just think the capabilities of those compared to even just 5 years ago, it's phenomenal. You know, these multi-core systems, and it blows me away.
Yeah,
I remember when the PS3 came out, they had a bunch networked together at SIGGRAPH and did with some GPU kind of supercomputing stuff with it. It's pretty amazing.
That wasn't just the GPU, that was the cell processor in its own, which, if you used it properly, was very, very powerful. But, I mean, it took like all the developers until the end of a PS3's lifetime to actually use it properly. But
I mean, in comparison to, I mean, I've been watching all the Dexter's Labs videos for the last couple of years, and he's been restoring old, what was it called now? Picture box, well, paint box systems from the 70s and 80s. You know, the first graphic manipulation tools for video, and the amount of engineering that went into those compared to, you know, an off-the-shelf GPU now, it's just mind-numbing.
Well, it's like with early arcade machines, basically, where it's discrete logic to make a GPU board.
Yeah.
Which must have been so much fun to do.
But that's it, Wagyu said, the Quantel stuff. Sorry, brain fart, too much beer.
Mm.
Yeah. So, did you succeed, Kent?
Yeah, got it. Yeah, it'd be a Saturday morning, I reckon. So, any advantage you might have had of getting in front of me has gone.
So what is a good price now for those?
At the moment, it seems to be around, because what they'll do is they'll only sell them as a bundle. It's almost impossible to get one as just a standalone. So they'll do an extra controller and a game. So in this particular occasion, it's this Horizons something, because normally it's Turismo 7, but I've already got Gran Turismo 7 for the PlayStation 5, just not the PlayStation 5. So this will be right. So Fiona can knock her socks off playing the whatever it is. It's some sort of adventure game thing, but the graphics in it apparently it's like sort of like jaw-droppingly wonderful.
When you think how much the SGI kit used to cost.
Well, and then the software on top that you needed.
Yeah, the licenses. Yeah.
Hello, fellow PS5 owner.
Hello. Did you say you're getting yours on Saturday?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
What?
See, I should have waited. I should have waited for the John Lewis thing, because the one I got came with GT7, so I'm going to have to get rid of that.
Yeah.
But although mine could be here within a few days, it says by next Friday, so there's no specific date for it.
Oh yeah, that's what it was saying on the John Lewis thing. But then there was other options, and the other option was have it next day or named day.
Oh right.
And clicked on that, and the first available day was Saturday. So I went, I'll have Saturday then.
Nice.
So,
yeah, I should have waited for John Lewis, but then you wait and you don't know it's happening, do you? So you just take.
You don't know whether it'll still be there. Yeah.
But Ty just pinged me as well. He said, "PS5, where?" And he's got it, and excellent. And he's going to swap for my, because I'm getting a copy of GT7 with mine, which of course I've already got.
Yeah.
So he's going to swap me his Horizon.
So he'll want to do Nürburgring in a Porsche, most likely.
Oh,
of some description. Whereas I'll use a Viper or a. That's because you can't handle it. Or a Charger.
Again, cars that are not made for corners on the bloody Nürburgring.
Yeah, but I can make them do corners.
Yeah,
you got a little virtual car
keep them on the
shaming.
wheels.
Yeah,
Not the roof.
I just keep the front bit in the slot.
What was it? I did Nürburgring in a. Oh, I can't remember what it was now, but it was like really. I thought, this is a car for this track. I can't remember what the car was now. I have to go back through my name. Excellent. Oh, at least we've all got one there.
Well, we did a race where we were both using the same car, which was a Porsche 911 GT3.
Could have been, yeah.
And that was fucking neck and neck the entire circuit, wasn't it?
But do you know, I find Nürburgring on GT7 better and not so much easier, but more manageable than it was on GT Sport. It's the same track.
I think it's more. No, I think it's more accurate actually.
Yeah, it probably is.
This is the part where we say, if you didn't think that synth nerds were nerdy enough,
games are always the most nerdy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, there you go. Right, excellent. Well, I'm definitely going to bed then. But I just saw that flash up on my thing, and it said in stock
Nice
John
one, mate.
Lewis. So there you go.
Have you guys actually been in a race car before, or with a race driver?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I used to do go-kart racing.
No, I mean like
very young.
like a normal sized car racer kind of.
Yeah, I've been around Snetterton, which is one of the touring car tracks that we have here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had a Chevy event here years ago. The guy took us around in like the hopped up Chevy Camaro, whatever the top of the line was, souped up. And you get in the passenger seat and he drives around like a maniac. It was pretty impressive the way he handled that car.
Yeah. I've done the hill climb at Brooklands.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was because I used to own a lot of Fiats and used to go to the Auto Italia Day at Brooklands, and there was another one at Stamford Hall, but Brooklands is the best because everyone parks up on the banking. But then if you fancy having to go at the hill climb, you just you take any car. It's all at your own risk.
Yeah.
Belt up there, so I went up there in my Bravo, which was quite a lot of fun. Not as fast as some of those bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had the Arbath Scorpion.
The real respect is for the people who go around the Goodwood track, flat out.
Yeah.
In things like the Volvo 440 and the E-Type Jag with the tiny little bicycle wheels on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the semi-wet and keeping it on the track. It's like,
it's a nice track.
Dude, it is a really good track, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very, very quick.
Anyway, right. No, I'm definitely going to bed. So my work here is done.
All right.
Cheers, Rob.
Have a good one.
Good one, mate.
Cheers,
Bye.
Robbie.
Take care, buddy. Yeah, so yeah, all right. So we finally got one now. So, that means Fiona's going to want the VR set now.
I was going to say, do you play those VR things at all, like Oculus or whatever?
Well, she definitely wants to get this new second gen or third gen one that they're doing for the PlayStation, because apparently it's much, much, much better. And what she likes to do, well, what we want to do is try and actually go up against each other. But she's quite the X-wing pilot, and I'm quite the TIE fighter pilot. So,
there you go. Well, X-wing versus TIE fighter. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, because back in the good old days, when that originally came out, at least on PC, sort of like it was one of the. I played the game to death, absolutely played it to death, and then eventually, I think somebody did a mod for it to expand on it a little. But,
my favorite was Interstate 76. The graphics were limited, but the physics were great, and the attitude, the 70s attitude, and the music, and the violence. It's like Death Race 2000 meets, wartime, all out war.
yeah, exactly.
Dukes of Hazzard jumps and all that stuff.
Well, and then I think the next big one I was really... Well, there was one strategy one, which I call it strategy, but it wasn't. It was strategy, but it was 3D graphics, and it was Battlezone, which was hover tanks and stuff. And
well, that's on the old Atari game, the old Vector game.
yeah, but this was like the new big one, and they had all these interesting weapons, and we played that to death.
The original Battlezone in the arcade version
great.
Was phenomenal.
Yeah,
that was really, really good.
And then
they had a network game we used to play called Spectre on the Mac. And if you saw that old Mac game called Spectre, it's basically Battlezone
on a Mac.
Well, I know you didn't, but
yeah. Everything was going fine, and then Half-Life came out, and then that was it. It was into Half-Life forever.
I like Thief a lot. Thief was amazing.
And then it all, because back then, when you're playing Half-Life, and I had the fastest dual cards I could possibly get and all this thing. And I'm going, no, consoles for kids. And then Grand Theft Auto 3 come out.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, oh my God. And then that was it. So suddenly it was all PSs and not really going.
There was a period in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was like Deus Ex was amazing. Die by the Sword. I don't know if you played that. It's like the Black Knight scene from Holy Grail in a game where you're hacking limbs off, yelling at the guy, cursing him out, and then you could pick up one of his limbs and beat him up with it. It was amazing.
I went from sort of Lemmings to Doom, then Doom to Descent, and then there was a huge gap until Red Dead Redemption.
Descent
was cool. Made a lot of people sick though.
Yeah, I
remember
loved it.
I used to play the hell out of that one and all.
They made a 3D headset back then that was stereo at SIGGRAPH, and you could play Descent in stereoscopic,
3D.
and it was really cool.
Yeah.
That's what I played on, and but there was just a huge gap when there was just too much going on in my life that I was out of gaming, and then I went on to Red Dead Redemption on the Xbox, I think it was, and then I went on to the Xbox One and Red Dead Redemption 2, and that's the last game I played, and I haven't played that for well over a year now.
Yeah, because old Dave Spears, he's a massive Call of Duty fan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he does quite a bit of that online as well.
I liked COD, but I never got into the multiplayer online stuff. I don't know. I just don't like people. So
we stopped playing. We used to play Quake after hours on the work servers, and then we started playing one called Viet Cong, where it's U.S. soldiers versus the Vietnamese, and it was awesome. So great.
Battlefield 1942.
That too. We have the PT boats and stuff. That was great.
Yeah.
The Quake that I did used to play online all the time was Quake Wars. You know that one? That was like U.S. Marine kind of thing, but it was against aliens. And that was a big, so you had a big map, and it was just you either beat the Strog or the, whatever.
We did a lot of Unreal Tournament too. That was a good one.
Oh, Unreal Tournament! Oh my God!
Yeah.
Headshot.
Steve just mentioned that. Unreal was
oh,
brilliant.
mate. Yeah, but I mean, when the Unreal first came out, the very first one, with you had the castle at the beginning, and it used to show it all off. You go, look, reflection maps and everything,
Sure.
And we got that, and that when those sort of games were coming out, this is where you'd go, I need to get a faster card. I need to get more RAM. I need to do this. I need to do that. Yeah, yes. And it was that. And it was the games always driving.
I need a 56k modem.
Yeah.
And now all those damn cards are going for Bitcoin mining.
Yeah. So, and then when Unreal Tournament came out, Jesus Christ, we played that to death.
Yes.
Thing is, you've now got people playing consoles through massive TVs that have an input latency of like 250 milliseconds.
Yeah.
Or more.
I
used to work in TV, and we used to actually have to. So I used to work in TV audience measurement, So we actually had to sort of, configure all different peripherals and measure the delays going into and out of various TVs. LG used to be terrible. Some of those were like half a second.
Wow.
I think they're a lot better now, though.
They are, as the sort of, picture processing is kind of, they've upped the ARM
But also, if you
processors,
can avoid the
etc.
scaler on the way in, that helps you massively. You try to avoid any.
Because it's like
where
having to
it
go through
needs
conversion
any processing
before it goes up.
do.
Yeah.
Any processing will sort of have an inherent latency anyway. My plasma's like really, really super quick.
Yeah.
It's like about 25 milliseconds, if that. But yeah.
I was like plasmas. They look
have
great.
a plasma TV?
Oh, they do. Hell yes. I bought one of the last ones that Panasonic made, and the picture is just beautiful.
The black point is great on it. The contrast
how warm
ratio.
does it get, though?
It gets
Yeah,
quite warm, but I've got electric heating here anyway, so it serves the same purpose.
I was in Tesco's today, and they had a 65-inch Sharp TV. 65-inch. I mean, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
For £439.
Jesus Christ.
65-inch television.
At what resolution?
439. It's just like. I mean.
Well, we were looking at TVs
Beyond me,
because
you
after
know.
Fiona's done the kitchen, she wants to do the front room, and I showed her this 80-inch, right? I said, look, it's 80-inch like that, and she's going, yeah, that's big, isn't it? I said, yeah, it's big, but it's it's a
Not
higher
big
res.
enough.
Because we're our ones. I said,
I
our
need
ones.
4 of them.
Yeah, but the thing was, right? You go,
Video
yeah, but
wall.
to really appreciate television, we're going to have to take the curtains down, and we're going to have to stand on the driveway and watch it.
Yes.
Yeah.
From halfway up the garden to really appreciate the picture.
Yeah.
I go, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, do you know what? Let's get it a bit smaller again.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I still think 49-inch for an average UK living room is about the right, or 50-inch. It's about the right size.
Yeah.
But I'm standing there looking at this in bloody Tesco's.
Yeah.
And it's less than 500 quid for a 65-inch. And you think, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I know.
What is going on?
Yeah.
We had a 95-inch monitor at my last company, the executive conference room. You could play it like a giant iPad. You could touch it, move stuff around, draw on it.
Yeah.
But it was like 30 grand. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like my Slate Raven. It's technically a 27-inch iPad.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you actually use it?
No, I used to, and I used it quite a lot. But it was one of those things where, it's sort of like it's a great idea, but it wasn't really well thought out because.
Do you know what?
Once you put, yeah. Well, look, you saved yourself money because when you loaded up the Slate software, which gave you all the controls and stuff like that for your door, you had this much screen for your door. Because you had all these big panels underneath it, had all the controls on it. Great. You can turn knobs with your finger and stuff like that. But in the end, I found myself using the mouse more because I had 30 years of muscle memory before it, and you don't think of reaching over to the monitor. We go for the mouse.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny because I was quite close to buying one. And then I was just doing some research on YouTube and can't remember who it was. It might even have been Ricky Tinez was saying, he basically had one and sold it and got Softube Console 1 and just found it like loads better, more sort of hands-on, you didn't even have to think about. You have the actual knobs you need in front of you, and it's one-to-one function. It's like,
I'm not completely upset about the whole process because it's still a really, really lovely pin-sharp monitor. It really is the bee's nuts.
Cool.
The fact that it is actually a touch screen, so I don't think about it really.
At the last NAMM I went to, Microsoft had the giant Surface Pro trying to do that same thing. I don't know if it took off or not. But.
Yeah.
I guess
but
the thing with
the resolution, the actual touch resolution on it was like it's like having an iPad. It is really pinch-up because you can get other sort of like Asus ones and LG ones and stuff like that, and they're not that accurate.
Yeah.
Yes, they
There's a
do
lag,
touch.
too. A bit of a
yeah,
lag.
but they're not that great. Whereas this thing was like, I must admit, I did used to do a little bit of light wave modelling with it. It was quite because you could work, just turn the model and look for different things and touch various.
Well, that's why I bought a Wacom Mobile
whereas
Studio Pro tablet PC for 3D stuff and for Photoshop.
Yeah,
I do Maya stuff all the time.
Because it's a faff using a mouse. To do
The ZBrush on it is unbelievable. So
yeah, I bet. But as a door controller, not with those big panels.
I guess it's a great screen though for door use because it's designed to be viewed at a sort of acute angle, isn't it? So
yeah, it's still one of the clearest monitors I've ever had.
And it's just matte enough to cut out the reflections, right?
Yeah.
But like a proper modern IPS panel that costs some money should also be at that level.
Yeah. Because, these things were going for about 1,200 quid. But this particular one was B stock. And because the box had been opened, it was used in a coffee advert. And yeah,
as a coffee table for it.
Yeah. So I reckon apparently it was set up in the studio or something, and he's going, for Nescafe or something, I don't know. But so it was I think it was about a K, just under a K, and I just had this huge hard on to get it. It was because I'd seen the YouTube video, the bloke demonstrating it and everything. I go, that's for me. That's what I want. That'd be brilliant, Without realising that actually, if Softube had come out with Console 1 a lot earlier, wouldn't have bothered,
Look what happened with the Lemur, and then the iPad software came out, and for the tiny price of the app and the iPad, you were like a third of the price of a Lemur.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, sometimes it does pay to sort of like wait and see what comes out, but but it's also one of those things like if you don't get it now, you're not going to feel the benefit of it, kind of thing,
Even the there's that one thing that was before the Tenorion. I forgot what it's called, but it's Arduino based. Some famous DJ designed it, made it, or something like that. So I'm drawing a blank on the name right now, but it's made a little light up squares. And the Tenorion came out and just kicked its ass in its own way, But then it died as well. So.
But doesn't it say something about our world where a 65-inch TV could be cheaper than the table made out of wood the same size?
Yeah.
Well, because real wood costs money.
It's heavy to ship.
But it's that, when you think of everything that goes into making a television compared to making a wooden table.
Yeah,
one is considerably more complex.
Yeah,
and
but
yet considerably cheaper.
But there's a higher competition to sell a TV than there is to sell a wooden table. Really, isn't it? That's what drives the prices down more than anything else. Is when companies are battling with each other to get their product into your house rather than the other guys.
Well, plus, aren't a fair amount of tables now veneers with kind of crap wood underneath it?
Yeah. They're even putting veneer on MDF now. It's like, come on.
Yeah, a table out of MDF is about as useful as a chocolate teapot.
Yeah.
Well, probably less useful because the chocolate teapot will at least taste nice.
Yeah.
But
well, if the chocolate's thick enough, anyway, you'll hold it.
What is it that these TV manufacturers are chasing? Because I wear glasses, age-related, and if I don't have my glasses on, I can still see things, but perhaps not in focus. To me, TVs have now reached a definition level where I personally can't tell them apart. Can anyone else? Honestly?
I can, but I've seen literally about 15,000 different TVs.
Yeah.
something like
But
that.
it's more like nuances, though, isn't it, between them?
It's just like cameras. When I tested cameras out for Apple's aperture stuff, I had some really fancy ass cameras and some crappy point and shoots. And some of the point and shoots are pretty goddamn good. You know, it's just So
yeah, it just depends on what sort of electronics they're getting in to do the particular machine.
But have we reached the stage now with some things where the
biggest variable with the camera is the
chasing
operator.
dreams?
Yeah.
You know, it's technology for technology's sake that the improvements in what is delivered to the customer.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, you know, you look at QLED, QLED screens at 65 inch or 80 inch or 85 inch or whatever they are. And you think, yeah, they look great. And then you turn your head and there's a 65 inch screen and that's not QLED, it's LED. And you think, yeah, that looks really good as well. And they're all playing 4K or 8K and you just think, well, when I have a beer and become philosophical, you think, what is it they're trying to achieve now? I mean, when do we say, we've reached a definition that humans are capable of noticing without using a microscope?
Yeah.
If it looks good, isn't that enough? Or are they chasing this 1 millisecond lag? Are they chasing this
probably
perfection for perfection's sake?
Well, if the first company that gets the 1 millisecond one out is going to storm the market, because that's a lot of people waiting for a new TV.
But how many people actually would notice?
Oh,
what's the difference between 1 millisecond and 20 milliseconds for the average person?
I tell you what,
a guitarist would notice.
Yeah, but never mind the 1 millisecond, right? I tried to explain to Fiona why we should get a 4K, and I said, and there'll be like the moon in the sky in this particular film. I said, look, you see those little bands up there? Yeah. She goes, yeah. She goes, well, on a 4K, that wouldn't be there. You wouldn't have those bands.
But most people wouldn't notice those bands.
Although streaming can have those artifacts too, because the bandwidth is streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so it's still the same film. Okay.
By the way, Robert, that's the typical booklet sound I expect right there. That's good.
Yeah, I really hope if Ty is still listening, he will appreciate this to the maximum.
Just need to get some modular going now as well.
Excuse me, but this is actually,
yeah.
this isn't calling it modular. It's an insult to anything modular.
Exactly.
This is like two modules, and I'm only using.
Yeah.
This is 2 modules, and I'm using 1.
I liked the popcorn cover earlier, by the way. It wasn't loud enough, but it was good.
Somebody was telling me. I wonder if it was old Spearsy, but he was saying something about Don Buchler. He was working in a room, and he had all these designs and stuff, and he'd be building different ideas and putting them together. And when the room got full, he'd lock the door and never go into it again and move to another room and start again. And would never, ever, ever go back in that room again.
That doesn't seem unbelievable.
He was a man who had many issues.
So,
I mean, he was a hippie, but he was also eccentric, right?
Yeah. But when he died, they must have gone into those rooms and they must have found some incredible stuff knocking around in there. Because it didn't matter how wonderful the idea or the project that he was working on was. When he was done with it was close and move on. Never go back.
But it's like Dali as an artist. I mean, the man was a complete fruit bat, but my God, he did some brilliant things. Yeah. And it sounds like Don Buchler was the same. I mean, I don't know that much about the Buchler kit, but I know that people like Robert and others I've seen on the internet can produce some fantastic sounds out of them.
Yeah.
Well, if you hang out with Ken Kesey, you got to be pretty crazy.
Or at least it helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've got a picture somewhere of, funnily enough, on a completely different path, but H.R. Geiger's Tombstone. It is exactly what you think it would look like. In blank.
Phallic and vaginal and alien.
Very, yeah.
I would highly recommend the museums in Switzerland. His house that's been turned into a museum, but that is just amazing.
I love his Necronomicon book. That's great.
But also, I would have really loved to see the 70s Dune that he was working on. Well, basically the entire design team for Alien worked on the 70s Dune that never materialized. And let's say many designs were carried into Alien.
There's an interview with Sigourney Weaver where she was laughing, saying she brought her family to the set of Alien, and she was laughing as they looked down and marveled, yeah, look at these tunnels. She's like, those are giant vaginas. You guys don't even notice it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Ty really lowered the level of conversation, didn't he?
Well, I mean, that was Giger's art. I mean, it's totally body art and
yeah,
pornographic in its own way, and
Yeah, it was very inspirational, actually, to be honest. But I've got a photograph somewhere of what the original Predator was going to look like.
Oh yeah,
looks like an ant.
Well, did you see Jean-Claude was part of the original test of that?
Yeah.
Jean-Claude Van Damme wore the suit, and it was very silly. All the behind-the-scenes stuff is very silly.
Yeah, it was quite bizarre. Yeah, it was, so you had this 7 foot tall ant head with the mandibles, you know?
Yeah.
I would go, no.
They needed Stan Winston. That guy's a master.
Yeah.
I actually met him. I met him once at SIGGRAPH. He was a super cool guy, just like a year before he died.
Oh, you got to go to SIGGRAPH.
I love that SIGGRAPH. Oh, and the next year, then James Cameron had a eulogy for him. On a big stage with all of his props from Iron Man and Predator and Terminator and stuff.
Yeah, see, for me, SIGGRAPH was something that happened a universe away.
Well, they have an Asia one too. There's an Asia one that started a few, like 10 years ago, whatever. But it's a great show. I mean, I haven't been for 4 years probably, but
yeah,
it was the show because it was all the graphics. It started becoming about games and 3D printing.
Yeah.
And then it got into music and weird stuff from all these Japanese colleges and high schools.
Yeah.
That's where the Tenorian got launched. I got to play the prototype for that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's quite the meat, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The React table. Remember the React table with the little camera underneath it?
Yeah.
And little blocks and stuff? They debuted that there, or a version of it. Yeah.
Wow. You've got that on the iPad. I don't know if you've tried that.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
what does that have to do with, the whole point of Reactable was that you actually have the physical blocks that you can throw into it and collaborate with people, whereas an iPad, which is tiny compared to that 1 meter diameter
it's
table.
really awkward as well.
It defeats the entire point of more sound art project.
But Microsoft even debuted Pinch and Zoom and all that stuff there on this giant weird apparatus that was again like a Reactable, a camera underneath.
Did you
and
ever
then like
see
5 years later the iPhone comes out.
Yeah, did you ever see the Microsoft Journal? It was called originally. It was like a book with two small iPads, and it was kind of like what the iPad should have been in a way. And I was a bit disappointed when the iPad actually came out, because I'd seen this Microsoft like proof of concept, and it was brilliant. You had all these pages, and you could just like flick something into the middle section underneath, the bar, and stay there on both screens. You could flick pages and then move it onto another. It was like the most Apple thing that Microsoft have ever done. They kind of out-Appled them. Yeah. It was like really cool. Yeah,
like Sea Dragon, the picture matching algorithm and stuff. They had some amazing stuff back then.
It's like that. I noticed on. I think it's on Netflix. They've now got.
Oh, nice, Robert.
Speed 2 is now on Netflix.
Yes.
And
excellent.
Do you Andy? Do you remember Richard Flay?
Kind of. Sounds familiar.
Used to run Flay.com.
The name rings a bell.
Used to website with all the Lightwave plugins.
Okay, right.
From yeah.
I was only a mild Lightwave user. I hated the dual app interface. Although the output was good. I mean, look at Babylon 5. It looked great. So
Yeah.
I'm good.
Well,
Gonna go, guys. I'm absolutely crashing. I've barely slept in days, so I'm gonna
all right, mate.
We'll dream of popcorn now. So.
Cheers, Jim.
Yes, buddy.
Cheers, everyone. Cheers, Kent, Sassy,
All right.
Robert, Andy.
Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Bye, chatties.
Yeah. So I dug Speed 2 out for her to watch.
That's all Lightwave?
No, it's well, some of the effects are, but it's not a great film, is it? But
no.
But I wanted
what
to.
happens in Speed 2?
The big boat into the island.
Yeah, that's the big boat and
a boat instead of a bus.
Boat instead of a bus, and
no
the bad
brig.
guy is
Jason Patrick.
William Dafoe, isn't it?
Oh,
He's
with
the bad guy.
the Keanu Reeves character is Jason Patrick. So.
Yeah, that's right. But anyway, the reason I wanted to show it to her is because Richard Flay told me about where they had to blow up or CG that they were blowing up a oil tanker. That William Dafoe's plane, he's escaping at the end of the film, but he crashes into one of the masks of this tanker, and it's pouring fuel out, and they had to blow it up. So, and they were using one guy to blow up this tanker.
Wow!
So he did the effects for them, and he come back and they say we need it more orange. So he did it again, made it more orange, and I said no, it needs to be much more orange than that. So he made it really, really orange.
And it's too far.
Yeah, and then they go, no, it's too orange. Can you dial it back a bit? So we did that. And he said this went on for about a month. They kept sending it back. No matter what it was too orange. Yeah. Now what
It's
he did in the end.
Story about the music, yeah.
Then they went, yeah, but could you put more red in it?
Yeah.
And he went, okay. And what he did is he sent them back. The last one they'd sent back, and didn't do anything to it, and just sent it straight back again, but left it long enough to make it look like he'd done something. And they went, oh, that's it, that's perfect, all right? We really like it. He goes, cool, right, move on. Week goes by, they send it back. He goes, no, actually, we want it more orange. We changed the mind. So he goes, right, and he made it really orange. And when you see the explosion, it is stupidly orange, right? But because he was pissed off, they do this camera shot where it goes along the tanker and you see the explosion as different parts of the tanker exploding. And then there's the camera pointing up towards the bridge, and then there's a big explosion, and this cow is spinning out of the explosion, right? And he goes, that'll piss them off. They'll have to fucking edit it again, and I'm going to mess them around. Next thing he knows, it's in the cinema, and he goes, oh, they haven't taken it. I haven't noticed that.
It's like Twister, right, with a cow going by the thing. So.
Yeah, it literally looks like that, except it's rigid legs, and it's do you remember Chrome Cow?
Yeah.
Remember, it's the Chrome Cow.
That's great.
Instead of used
the teapot, the famous teapot model.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they did one. What was they did one with? I'm trying to remember the name of the film, but it was something where there's a plane crash. The plane crashes. There's a huge explosion, and out of the explosion is a rubber tire on fire.
Yeah.
A car rubber tire exploding out as part. You can just make out right in the back of it a chair, a little wooden kitchen chair. And they go, see if they notice. He goes, you little gits, you'll get caught one day.
Well, Sam Raimi's famous thing was sending things back several times and not changing anything.
Yeah.
And then they think they got to change. And then at the last minute, he even slips in more stuff they wanted to cut out because he didn't care and they didn't notice.
Yeah.
So. But my favorite Lightwave story is actually at SIGGRAPH. William Shatner was there.
Yeah.
And Dick Van Dyke. And you think, okay, these guys are going to talk about old shows and whatever. Yeah. Dick Van Dyke was actually a Lightwave user, and he's really good.
Wow.
And so he's on stage talking about all these terms about Lightwave. How does this fucking guy know Lightwave? And William Shatner's like, wow, I didn't know. Wow, really? Wow, I didn't know you could do that. And Dick Van Dyke's just like rattling off the stuff. and he said for one of the shows he was on at the time, this was probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
They needed set extensions, and he goes, "Oh, I'll do that." He went home, made the set extensions for that show that night, and brought them back to set.
Wow.
That's Dick Van Dyke, and he was already like 80 at this point.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah, it was totally
That's crazy.
It was a hilarious event. I was just like, "What?
What the hell?"
Yeah, and to see William Shatner in person was fun too. So.
Oh yeah. Well, he's always going to be fun, isn't he?
Yeah.
But wow, last person on the planet I would have thought would be a Lightwave user.
Exactly.
Dick Van Dyke.
Or a computer user. I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah. Wow. Well, no, I've completely changed my opinion on Dick Van Dyke. That's for sure. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I always knew he was a clever guy, but holy moly, that's...
Yeah. I even forgive him now for that dreadful East End accent. All right, Governor. But even he jokes about that, doesn't he?
Sure.
He jokes about how awful it was.
Most Americans doing British accents of any kind are just terrible. They think they're good, and they're terrible. And I've watched enough British movies and TV shows and comedy tapes and all that stuff to know that they're full of shit.
and yet, funnily enough, British actors or actresses, if I'm allowed to use that term these days, people in the acting business from the UK seem to be able to do American accents and get accepted.
They nail it. Half the cast of The Wire is British.
Some of them, yes. I'm not too sure about Benedict Cumberbatch in that last one he did. That I forget what it's called. I didn't think that accent was that good, to be honest.
Yeah, all those guys in The Wire were, I mean, at least half the cast is British. I had no idea because I didn't know who they were at the time. Like Idris Elba's in there as a kind of a nobody to me, and he's great in it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where they learn it because certainly not at drama school, or not the one I went to. It's just like accents there were utter shite. You didn't want to hear them doing accents. It was always terrible. So I don't know where British actors learn it, but definitely not from posh drama school.
I've heard some bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not even sure you can learn it. You're either good at it or you're not, I think.
Well,
well, you have your accent coaches and teachers around that like try to do certain things, or like I sadly had to sit in one time on a panel where it was just one very posh British person telling people from America, "Oh, you need to elongate the vowels." I just after half a day of having to listen to her saying that to pretty much every person who was doing an American accent, I just couldn't take that anymore. Elongate the vowels. It's become too painful.
Yeah.
And whenever somebody, an accent coach, comes talking about American accents, I just need to hide and not say out something along those lines in a slightly derogatory way.
Yeah, but what's hard? It's hard to do it naturally. That's the thing is, doing it in a very natural way, so you don't really notice, is the hard bit.
5 minutes.
But
doing the outrageous ones is easy. You know,
that's where immersion would come. If you live with people, you'll pick it up.
I would disagree. I think doing the very noticeable accents is harder. So doing a Cockney accent is, certainly for me, very, very difficult, if not impossible.
No, I mean British actors doing American.
Yeah,
so
but you can do a you can do an American accent, but not one which can be placed. So it's not a geographic accent.
Generic.
Yeah. It's a very bland. It could be East Coast. It could be West Coast. It could be Florida. It could.
Well, the hard one seems to be Boston.
But then the giveaways vocabulary.
So Irish.
There are lots of vocabulary differences with the coast and the central U.S.
Well, I mean, certainly down in the deep south, it can get very interesting.
No, just even like Philly, like people from Philadelphia, they have these crazy words they use and variations of them. And what are you talking about? and I have no idea what they're talking about, and they're in this country. So,
yeah,
you know,
yeah, but we used to get exposed to the the more noticeable kind of accents anyway, because there'd always be the old geezer who's sort of like gee, Jehoshaphat and all that sort of stuff, wasn't it? And it was so which was easy to imitate. But it's the subtle changes.
I spent some time over in Boston, and I constantly found myself laughing when someone was talking to me, and they were Irish American, and I heard more bad Irish imitators in Boston than I've heard anywhere else, and they draw out vowels and syllables way more than anyone in Ireland would ever do.
Yeah.
And it just sounds
like the locals say
wrong.
Baston, like Baston.
Yeah.
Sorry, are you Australian?
Yeah, exactly. It kind of sounds like that too.
Yeah.
But I mean, Irish accents in general tend to be really shit. But like not normally everybody in Ireland complains about or anybody doing an Irish accent that being either offensive or just terrible.
Yeah,
like JFK had that famous twang, the Boston twang.
Yeah.
But I was going to ask you, what do you guys think of Brad Pitt in Snatch? Do you think he did a good job?
Acceptable, but not good.
Yeah.
It was all. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah. It was passable. Definitely passable.
And that kind of gibberish, that was somewhat accurate. The quick speaking kind of gibberish stuff.
Do you know what? Yeah, that's not far off. Some of your more. Well, yeah. When you get the strong Irish gypsy accent, but they've spent a lot of time around London, it does get a bit like that. But you probably wouldn't hear it like that in Ireland. So what he's done is he's picked on a particular type of accent that's occurred in the area that they're going to be filming, sort of thing. So which is quite a sensible thing to do, really.
Right.
But they do all that, that's scouting question, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I know what you mean, man. Yeah, oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah, that sort of thing. And you go, what? So yeah, absolutely, yeah. But see, I wasn't quite sure about Tom Hardy's accent in what's it called?
Revenant?
No. The Parasite one. What's it bloody called? Well, you got the alien parasite. They're like biting heads off.
Oh, Venom.
Venom, thank you. Yeah,
I haven't seen
Venom.
that yet. Yeah.
I couldn't get it.
And Venom, Let There Be Carnage.
Yeah.
No.
The accent went kind of American, then kind of not very American, or sort of like English guy trying to do American, then back to American. So it was wavering around during the film. So, but there again, it wasn't about producing a believable character, I suppose, was it?
But there was what's his name in House?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Hugh
Laurie.
Hugh Laurie.
Yeah.
Yes. He slipped into that.
But Hugh's one of those people who can do that kind of thing, isn't he?
But wasn't, I seem to recall I read somewhere that many Americans thought that he was actually an American actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I hadn't seen him in something else, I would have thought so as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he did it well. Very well.
It's just like those guys in The Wire I mentioned. They did a really good job, you know, like convincing everybody.
But it's strange how that's not considered, you know, not very PC, having a British actor doing an American accent in a film.
Cultural appropriation.
Oh yeah, well,
but
it used to be much worse. Like Ricardo Montalban playing an Asian guy, or what's his face from Apocalypse
Marlon
Now,
Brando,
right?
as well, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's not, you know,
Brenner, the King and I.
Yeah, but he's at least kind of Pan-Asian, isn't he? I don't know his background that well.
There's a there's something in there, isn't there?
I thought he was European.
Then the King and I in itself is racist, so I mean.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, pretty much.
The source material sucks. So.
It's not only that it's racist; it's also just terrible in its own right. So.
Even words like Siam, you know.
Yeah.
The King of Siam, Thailand. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still call it a Siamese cat.
Exactly. Yeah. I do think that there's a lot of overthinking by very bored people going on.
They just want to be offended by everything. So
yeah. I mean, there's probably a degree of trying to do some form of, you know, correction along the way, but sometimes it all gets, like, for instance, when you used to have comedians, stand-up comedians in the 70s, and they talk about, like, for instance, they would use the word Paki for Pakistani.
Mm-hmm.
So they take the word Pakistan and abbreviate it down, right?
I lived in Birmingham, and the Pakistani community used to call themselves Pakis.
Yeah, but what's interesting,
It's
when
what
you know,
happened.
so when you call a British person a Brit, it's exactly the same thing, surely.
Yes.
But
It's
somehow
not an
that's
offensive
not a
term.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's probably what it is. It's not what the word or how the word was cut down. It was the connotation to which it was used in.
And the tone, right.
Yeah.
If it was used massive or in a significantly derogatory way, then there is sufficient reason that maybe one shouldn't use it.
But it wasn't. It wasn't. I moved to West Yorkshire in the late 1980s, and my neighbours were Pakistani, and I was talking to them, and I was asking, you know, where could I get X, Y, Z? Oh, go down to the Paki corner shop.
Mm.
And it was,
but but there's this thing about is this thing about ownership, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like it's like the N
It's
word.
all right
You're
for
not just
them.
going around flinging that around, even though culturally it's said a lot.
Yeah, because even do you remember that comedy?
East is East, West is West.
That routine that Chris Rock did about where he's
about
yeah, and
want to hide your money, put it in your books. Yeah.
yeah, and all that sort of thing. He said there, you know, where there's the two groups,
right?
You know, there's black people and there's
exactly,
yeah, and it showed the difference between the two. Was it?
Chappelle did a similar thing too.
Yeah, was it something about? He goes, yeah, because they go around going, I look after, you know, I take care of my kids. He goes, yeah, that's what you're supposed to fucking do, you idiot. yeah, making a big thing out of stuff you're supposed to be doing anyway. But yeah, it's just interesting.
Yeah, at the time that was funny, but now it's considered edgy, you know.
It's just language. It's not the language that matters, it's the intent behind it. So you know,
words do have meaning, so you may no longer want to use it because of its connotations, and language constantly evolves, and it's going to be slow. So us having this discussion, who cares about it? In 30 years, we might just laugh at it and say, why would we have used these terms back then?
Yeah.
Perfect example, yeah.
It's just a slow process.
Yeah, I was in Japan. I used an actual phrase book when the first time I went, and you know, it's a Collins gem. I figured, okay, it's a decent book, you know, maybe not, but it's all I have, and I hadn't taken any Japanese lessons, and so I'm using words out of the book to just exclaim things and be happy and say nice things and try and blend in a little bit. And a couple of the guys pulled me aside and said, yeah, don't use that word, use this one instead. I was using it, what became an insulting form of the word, but here it is in a proper book, but they don't keep up with that stuff. So I started taking notes in the book for the words I should be using and not using that other damn word in the book for that same thing, because I don't want to insult. I was having fun and expressing my happiness and all that stuff, and here I was basically being sarcastic with some of these words. I didn't know it. You know?
Yeah, it's the same as that, the Monty Python's Hungarian phrase book, isn't it?
Oh, my hovercraft is full of eels.
Yeah, exactly.
Which to be fair, always found old Greek, modern Greek, some very interesting things that turn up. So if you ever hang out with some religious folk in Greece, and they then try to use their old Greek that they learned to become a priest or clergy professional, that's then always quite funny. What was instead of taking a ship ride, it was let us navigate ships. That was the equivalent. Maybe don't try to use your old Greek knowledge here. It is not making things easier.
Yeah.
Just talk to them in English. It's probably easier to try to explain it that way.
Yeah, well, there you go.
And it's hard to keep up, and slang especially, because I'm essentially Gen X, right on the edge of Gen X, I'm guessing. And then I'm working with a lot of younger people now, and half the time I don't know what they're talking about with some of the slang and stuff.
Yeah.
And and I don't necessarily think I want to know what it is, but it does help to know some of it to communicate with them. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, language is always changing and evolving and growing. So, and I suppose it's hard for certain people who've been using certain words all their lives suddenly find that they have to change, or sometimes they just don't know that they have to, and it normally comes out in some form of confrontation somewhere down the line where they go, what did I do?
And even in school, we had to read some classic books, and there's some sketchy material in there. Especially if you read it word for word. So teachers would sometimes edit classic books or reading in class. It's like, I understand why they do it, but
I don't agree with that.
I don't either, but I understand why, because they don't want to get parents breathing down their necks. But it did make it awkward, because you should present it as it is, explain why it's wrong, and keep going.
Well, explain why it wasn't wrong then.
Yeah, exactly.
Explain how attitudes change.
Well, no, it was wrong then.
The racial stuff was wrong.
It was just accepted. Like
there's some things that weren't racial,
but it wasn't wrong at the time.
No, it was still wrong. But it doesn't change the fact that using the N-word derogatory doesn't change the fucking fact anywhere. It was wrong then. It is wrong now. However, it was accepted back then. However, we have changed a society that we no longer treat people that way.
I'm sorry, Robert. I completely and utterly disagree. Words and opinions at the time were not wrong. They are only wrong.
But the word was used derogatory. Using
slavery people in a certain place that wasn't right.
Yeah.
Yes. So we know it was wrong. So where's your point then? That it wasn't wrong. No, it was wrong. It was just accepted.
It wasn't wrong to the people doing it.
Yes. I'm not debating that. I'm saying I'm just saying that from our point of view nowadays, it was wrong.
Yes, but that's from our point of view, not from the point of view of the people who were living at the time.
But speaking for some of my relatives who are racist assholes in Louisiana and places like that, to this day, they will gladly use those words knowing exactly what power they have.
Yes,
and because they feel that
that's
way.
wrong.
But that's how those people were back then too. They also use it to give themselves power and take power away from other people, make themselves feel superior.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's always been wrong.
Britain fought to abolish slavery throughout the world. Unfortunately, it failed. But we
Well, but it fought to keep it up in its own place.
We paid 40% of our GDP at the time, and we only finished paying it off in 2014. You know, Britain actively worked to abolish slavery, to change the world, and yet we are accused of being a racist country.
Well, yes. Have you met with people in this country
too? I mean, you know, we had some of the.
I think every country has pretty much the same balance of.
Well, yeah, you didn't build the Great Wall without slaves. You didn't build the pyramids without slaves. You didn't build ancient Rome without slaves.
History. You don't apologise for things that were done before, but you can apologise for things that you do.
So you think it's wrong that Germany acknowledged genocide for 1940 before the word was ever defined politically? So actually, we should go by that judgment.
No, I think what Germany did at the time.
Yes, but
there were many Germans who believed it was the right thing.
Yes, but that country hasn't existed for a long time. That part of German, imperial in inverted commas history. It's a completely different country because the country was dissolved in 1945.
Yes.
Eventually split up and then.
But the people.
However, why did Germany, a newfound Republic of Germany, apparently still had to pay the peace treatment of Versailles from 1917 afterwards, even though it was a completely legally distinct entity. So we can't just separate these things. You just have to acknowledge history, even if.
But that's the point. If you acknowledge history, you acknowledge that what happened at the time was accepted by the people who lived at the time, but there were people who did fight against it. So, you know, you can't rewrite history. You can't abolish history. You can't say that what people did at the time was wrong if they believed it was right. It's only our perspective and our learned history that shapes the way that we think. But
from a humanist point of view,
you can't say Neolithic man was wrong. You can't. You really cannot say that Neolithic man was wrong.
They used religion for some of the excuses for some of this stuff, but a pure humanist point of view, it was always wrong.
Yeah.
But from what perspective?
Humanists. Do no harm, do least harm.
Yeah.
Just like I can't say I'm a vegetarian, but I kill a dog once in a while and I eat the dog. I'm a vegetarian. I don't kill animals. I'm as consistent as I can be, at least as when it comes to killing things and food. I still wear leather belts. I still wear leather shoes. So I'm a hypocrite when it comes to that. But do least harm, and harm is you know.
Yes, but I mean that is a concept that has developed through the ages. I mean, religion was the first.
Philosophers had those ideas. I mean, look at ancient Greece. Some of those guys were way ahead of the game.
But religion was the first form of law.
Well, that's the problem.
Our moral framework grew from that.
Well, one could argue we have morals without religion. That's a whole other thing.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm not a religious person myself, so I completely agree with that. But what I'm saying is that the moral framework we live in today has been shaped through centuries, and I appreciate that America is still a relatively young country, but I mean certainly if you look at English and Western history, you know, we go back 1,000 years, and our framework has developed consistently throughout that. But there have been what we now consider very bad periods in history, that the people who were participating in those bad periods in history didn't necessarily think that they were bad. You know, it's if it's
over a power struggle and I have this and you don't, I'm going to make sure you don't have it. That selfishness is understandable because we're animals. Animals do this behavior, but as human beings and trying to be a higher form of life and better and more evolved and more socially aware and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, try explaining that to a Viking.
Well, exactly, because I'm not saying they did the right thing, but at the same time, they're pretty damn clever as well. So they're a mixed bag, right? Their sailing technology, their weapons technology. They were barbarians in some ways and very clever in other ways. Just like Genghis Khan. That guy was pretty damn smart, right?
But I mean, you can even look at the American Civil War.
Oh, well, I don't want to look at that. That's one of the worst things ever. It's embarrassing as fuck. I mean,
but
they call it war between the states. No, it's a civil war between the states, because they don't want to admit that it was primarily about slavery.
Yeah,
that's really what it was about.
Yeah.
But it was even
but the War of Independence was British against British.
There was that little bit of Texas that they gave up. There's a little corner of Texas that was given up at the end of the Civil War, because the treaty that was drawn up said something, that they could still carry on with slavery below a certain line. So they got rid of the bit of their state that went above where this sort of like cut-off line was.
But even the North had slavery. Thomas Jefferson is famous for having them and also having sex with them and having kids with them. So
yeah,
it's like everyone was dirty. Everyone had dirty hands back then.
Yeah, but it was all about power and oppression, wasn't it?
Exactly.
It's always been about power and oppression.
Right.
And from our perspective now, we do see that as it was wrong.
Right.
And they must have thought it was wrong too, but they didn't care because it was more about the power.
It was about the money, the power,
and the suppression.
Yeah, and the crops they got to produce, and saving money because slave labor, right?
Yeah. Well, the Egyptians can teach us about slave labor. The Romans can teach us about slave labor.
Oh yeah,
the British Empire can do it as well. We can all do it, but when the British Empire were doing it, we were more advanced, smarter people. More evolved, but we still didn't think it was wrong.
Look at the mathematics architecture that came out of Mesoamerica, and they were human sacrifices, and they were doing horrible slave labor there, and all kinds of crazy. But yet they're very clever at the same time.
Yeah,
so it's a weird dichotomy.
And then what
had
Spain
the Incas,
did?
you had the
Spain
Portuguese,
did to the Incas,
you had the Spanish, you had the Italians, you had the Greeks.
Yeah.
No. History happens,
but
it's not our fault that history happened. We're not responsible for history.
But because we're not responsible for it, doesn't mean that what they did was wrong.
Yeah, and we don't want to follow.
Well, that's it. No, at the time,
but it doesn't mean it's right.
But at the time they
knew
didn't
because
think
it was
was wrong.
Because if you subjugate anybody for any reason, it's not right.
Yeah, the moral framework at the time was very different.
How do you know? Have you read diaries of a time where people say that it was wrong, but in public said that it was right? I mean, you can't time travel back to actually know what the people actually thought. So we will never know. We will never know whether people thought it was right or wrong.
Well, it's like in some of the Middle Eastern countries where women are treated like second-class citizens.
Yes.
Still are. And we think that's wrong, and they don't. But that doesn't mean that that it's not wrong, does it? It means it's still wrong.
I mean, look at the highest capital crime, murder, right? We do it for execution for crimes, for severe crimes in some societies.
Yeah,
but murder itself is wrong.
Yes.
And even though we sometimes, some are cannibals, they do it for food. Some people do it for justice. Some people do it for revenge. But it's always technically wrong.
But the fact that as civilizations certainly in the West, and I'll concentrate in the West because other areas may vary. We have evolved now, where we can look at these things that happened in history and go, that was bad. I mean, even in our lifetimes, we can look back and go, the World War II, that wasn't a good time, really, was it?
You can do it right now. Someone comes in your house, you have a gun, you shoot them, self-defense. Technically, you did the right thing, saving yourself, your family, your dog, whatever, right?
We don't have that right.
we don't, but there's a gray area with certain states and certain countries and whatever.
Yeah, but
You know,
again, this
but-
is one of the big differences between the US and the UK. We do not have that right.
Well, only
no,
Texas and a few places have stand your ground laws. We don't have that in California. It's very gun scary, right?
Well, I mean, Sass, you can use the cricket bat if it is with all your other cricket gear. I mean, if it is next to the doorway or next to your bed, then of course you're not allowed to use the cricket bat for that purpose. But if it's with your cricket gear, you can definitely use it for self-defense.
Yeah. I think it's something like measured response or whatever.
I mean, I heard knife violence in Australia is huge because they don't have guns, right?
Yeah.
Tons of knife violence.
Yeah. But we even had, racially enraged riots in London 30 years ago.
Well,
Yeah, you can
also
still
think
throw
about
bricks, you can throw
recently,
whatever.
Brixton, when what 2013?
Yeah.
When Brixton was on fire.
And
When was Tottenham on fire? That was like 7 years ago, 6
Yeah.
years ago.
So it always goes on all the time. Nothing changes. Even though we think of what happened, 50, 100 years ago was wrong. It still goes on. It's still wrong.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, we're animals. Whether we like it or not, we're animals, and we need to try harder.
Yeah, because they were saying, why is Britain considered, why is it considered a racist country? It's not a racist country. Go on Facebook for 10 minutes. It fucking is.
It's not a racist country. France has a lot of racists in it.
Yeah, but
every country has a lot of races in it, and that's just
but
the way
there's
it
a
is.
difference between words and actions. I mean, Japan is a racist country. If you're a
It's
white person in Japan,
xenophobic,
it's
especially.
brutally.
I mean, it's not only if you're
racist
white, if you're not a Japanese person.
Xenophobic.
If you're not fully Japanese, then that's it for you there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But-
we look to the Middle East. We deal with countries in the Middle East. We do a lot of business with them, and yet we still see people having their hands amputated quite brutally in places like Saudi Arabia. We see Qatar, where the venerated World Cup. I'm not a football person, so I know nothing about this, but. This the stadium built in Qatar is literally built on the bodies of slaves who died working in brutal conditions.
Yeah,
And
classic
yet
slave labour.
there's going to be an international sports event.
Well, yes, because money talks.
But all these wonderful footballers who are so willing to comment on Boris Johnson's party are quite happy to support this sporting event in a country where slaves died to build the stadium that these twats are going to go play in.
Imagine the irony is going to be, when the teams stand on the pitch at the beginning of each match and stand quietly for 2
or
minutes.
kneel because of George Floyd.
No. Stand quietly on the pitch for 2 minutes, like they do here for now, to kick racism out of sport.
Yeah, exactly.
In Qatar.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Yeah. No, the only reason it's there is pockets were lined.
Yeah,
So-
but how come we're the only people who are talking about it? Where's the national outrage that we are sending a team to go and play in a country that has done these abominable things?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There are hypocrites everywhere, and I don't mind. I have no objection if people have opinions, but hypocrisy really pisses me off.
You used to have to rely on the comedian to get the messages out there at one time of day.
Satire,
and the
humour.
PC Brigade are attacking them.
Yes.
They did. There was that sketch, wasn't it? On the radio a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember the name of the show, but the guy was going. He said, "So how is business doing?" He says, "Woo." He said, "Glove sales are down in Qatar." So, and yeah, and that's about as satirical as it can get now and get away with it. But it has to be on a show on radio that has a very tiny audience. You know,
But
I need to
you
pee.
But you have companies like Disney who will edit their films according to
It's all
who
about the money.
pays them.
Yeah. They want, and they'll insert characters too, like in Iron Man 3 and stuff. So.
But appeasing to censors, probably the UK doesn't have the best track record either, with the Lord Chamberlain's office still existing until the end of the 60s. So, I mean, appeasing to censorship is always a thing. Some people do it. If there's money involved, and if there's a lot of money involved, you will definitely do it, because money doesn't smell.
But if we're talking about human rights abuses, and I always comically
Well, they even thank them in Disney, right?
Yeah, I always comically mention Apple because of some of the issues at one of the factories that Apple contracted a lot of their manufacturing to.
Well, sure. I mean, you want cheap iPhones. That's what's always going to be that way.
Yeah.
Just like the manufacturing has left the U.S. in general, because nobody wants to pay tons of money for something that's so cheap now.
And yet Disney, a dare I say, a stereotypical, archetypal American organisation,
company,
is happy to accept money and orders from China.
Disney's never been clean. Look at those old cartoons they did. They were very racist.
I mean, also Walt Disney's personal fascist sympathizing views. Let's say the Disney Corporation has never been the highest in moral standards.
No. Well, but I'm not talking about morals. I'm talking about as an organisation. You know, Disney is about as American as you can get to the rest of the world. Perhaps not so much in America, but to the rest of the world, Disney is America. You know, Mickey Mouse.
It's a contrived, sanitized version. Yeah. It's most people don't respect Disney like that.
Well, certainly not. Well, certainly not Ron DeSantis.
Well, just in general, just a lot of stuff they've done, even not even just recently, but in the past, they're not the best organization.
But let's say because of Walt Disney's pro-fascist views and slight anti-Semitism, my knowledge
slight?
Or do I have to use the word alleged? I never know what I should legally use.
I mean, it is opinion.
So,
yes.
My knowledge of Disney has been very limited for a long time, from my parents' side, for obvious reasons.
Yeah. But it's not just Disney. It's Hollywood. Hollywood has been happy to accept money from abroad and tailor its products accordingly.
Well, it's. I mean, Hollywood is always. I mean, they invented the casting couch, right? Way back when. They had.
Sorry, are we allowed to say that the casting couch existed in the past?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's a known thing.
Only in the past.
well,
that's the thing, and so more recently with like Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, and stuff like that, where it was just so blatant. Finally, had to come out. And they had to bust him, right?
But why only Weinstein when it was happening?
I think because
throughout the history of Hollywood.
I think because of the stories about him are so egregious. The stuff he was doing, they're all to a certain extent they're all doing horrible things. But
no, I think it's because Weinstein has been abusive to anybody. That it just reached the point where even his most fierce defenders. And all the people around him, maybe there were no longer any people who he didn't hate them around Hollywood. He could get
because it wasn't a secret. Obviously, people knew he was up to that stuff.
But even if you ignore that, the fact that he's a massive narcissistic asshole just shouting at people has been known for anybody. Like if you know people who ever tried to sell films to Miramax,
which is a shame because he had talent. He knew how to pick decent stuff. So he wasn't a complete derelict, but socially he was. You know.
What really concerns me is that in all these scandals, and I'm putting inverted comments around that word, there only ever seems to be one or two perpetrators, and yet we all knew. I mean, you know, the fact that there is the phrase "the casting couch" would lead one to believe that it was a fairly common thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Paid for play.
And yet, how many people got taken down for it? As with the Jeffrey Epstein thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
I mean, Trump was involved with that guy, and he got off scot-free, essentially.
Lots of people got off scot-free.
No, I know, but I mean, here's a real visible guy actually hanging out with him. There's footage of him hanging out together, partying.
And Bill
He's been
Clinton
on the
did.
island.
Clinton
well, of course.
did, though.
Clinton is already considered a derelict a long time ago, so it's yeah.
I mean, you're talking about two very creepy guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know which one is creepier. That is the worst part.
Yeah,
about them.
yeah, but that's not even.
And they were
scratching
friendly.
The surface.
Clintons and Trump liked each other for a long time, so you know.
Well, Trump was a Democrat for a long time.
But even so, he's also rich and creepy, and yeah, they're always up to some shenanigans. So
yeah,
yeah.
But it's all the. What really concerns me is that they put a scapegoat up, slaughter it in front of us, and say, "That's it, end of the show, folks."
Well, yeah, because they don't want to stop what they got. You got to keep the train moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would posit that it is still happening now.
No,
the casting
never
couch is
went
still
away.
a thing.
I'm sure there are worse guys than Epstein out there, all over the place.
Mm.
You know, so
that's just a producer in general, right?
yeah, he's just a very visible guy, and he was also a cocky bastard. So you know, thrown in people's faces and.
But I mean, the more invisible ones, they will get away with it easily. But I mean, Epstein was just so visible, and to every just abusing anybody, left, right, and centre.
But his suicide was fortuitously timed.
Well, yeah, of course.
And I mean, I just look at the situation with Elon Musk bidding for Twitter, and it's not what Elon Musk is doing that I find fascinating. It's the opposition to what Elon Musk is proposing that I find fascinating.
Well, he's a whole other can of worms. I mean, if you read into his whole history, he's not an honest guy. He's a major self-promoter, barely invented a damn thing, yet has gotten credit for all kinds of stuff.
No, he's not. He's not an inventor.
Yeah,
no,
exactly. No. But he'll have you believe he's invented all these amazing things, but he's coattailed everything practically, and had money to put into it. But you know, he's destroyed some guys along the way. He lied about coming to this country poor. He was still getting money from those emerald mines from his family.
No. The holdings that his father had in the emerald mines, he didn't. His father did not own them. He owned some.
No, but
shares.
he had a piece of it. Yeah, a piece of it. So he grew up.
But,
I mean,
but if I owned 5 shares in Twitter,
he had money.
Oh yeah, he wasn't poor.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Gentlemen, please.
Are you fading fast?
Yeah, well, I've just been reliably informed. We got to build this 12x4 shed tomorrow morning. Oh God. But we are doing the same thing again tomorrow night.
After ProSense.
After ProSense, yeah. Because
you were right. You're here all week.
Yeah, try the fish.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, and because Robbie's going to be he's going to be on remote.
Right.
Outside a record shop, so it should be fun.
Okay,
we might get to see him mug during the show. You know? So
nothing ever happens in East Anglia.
Well, then, something must happen eventually, surely. Maybe a meteorite strike. Who knows?
Is it always the same record shop, or does he go to different ones?
I don't know. It might be the same one.
I think it's his regular record.
Yeah.
Regular place.
Yeah, and they have this sale day. So
But David originally was trying to save the record industry and now just destroys it. Oh well.
now
You
it's
go to the
just
bathroom,
buying
there's
it.
like contraband records. Like, look at
No,
this.
no, but the problem is that basically originally it was really for independent artists and independent record shops, and nowadays it's just back catalogs from very wealthy old artists that are given that are somehow managed to get pressed, considering the backlog of pressing plants being I think about a year nowadays. Rather than the usual half year it has been for the past few years. But for some reason, if the Bowie estate finds something that needs releasing, it just magically seems to get through.
Yeah, well,
well,
it's got Bowie's name on it.
That's the record industry for you.
And these are mostly new pressings or used records?
All new. That's the whole point of it.
New old stock kind of thing?
No, new pressings.
New pressings. Okay.
Yeah.
So the original point was for new independent artists to get their produce out there for a reasonable amount of money in their pocket, and also to keep record shops in business. But it's sort of it's killing itself now.
Yeah, we have Amoeba Records here in San Francisco. I think is still there, but everything else is gone. Rasputin's gone. All the other Streetlight Records is gone. All these little places we had for a long time.
Yeah.
Dreadful situation.
Even one in Santa Cruz called Logos, which is awesome, but it's gone too. So.
Anyway, I will bid you all good night then, and I'll see you guys tomorrow evening.
Yeah. So we'll do PSN and then we'll do another one after PSN.
Brilliant.
So after show.
Yeah, and Ben will have to go and have a lie down, bless him.
Oh.
He really does go through the ringer doing these shows on his own.
He gets really stressed, doesn't he?
Yeah, very, very, very stressed, bless him. And he does a fantastic job. I don't know why he gets so upset about it.
Yeah. Well,
it was pretty smooth last time. I thought he did a good job.
Yeah. You can always tell him that if he gets too stressed, if he wants to share the StreamYard with me, I'll happily do some of the back end stuff for him.
I thought he had Vicky to do that.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's whatever, isn't it? I mean, he might get Mike back on again to sort of like back up.
Oh yeah, Mike Metley, I love that guy.
So he might get him on again. So
brilliant.
So
cool. Anyway,
all right. So catch up again soon.
See you tomorrow,
gentlemen.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Cheers, Andy.
Take care.
Cheers, Robert. See you guys.
Look after yourselves.